Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 8 of What If a Noob Found Himself Trapped in Sword Art Online Trained and Cleared all 100 floors. Let the tale begin. Chapter 176, Frozen Abyss. Despite the need to wear fluffy clothes with special effects and the constant chugging of cold resistance potions, Drifter decided he liked this floor. It wasn't ideal for a long-term stay, but it was blissfully cold after the 31st floor. The quests were interesting, the food novel, and the mobs were only dangerous, not deadly. The glacial lynxes hunted in packs, but as long as you kept them at a distance, there was little they could do to harm you. The frigid wraiths, the burned wraiths' counterparts, acted much the same as their siblings. The shiverclaws were the most threatening mobs in this floor. Looking like a cross between a polar bear and a praying mantis, those monsters were both fast and strong, and their attacks had a chance to apply a frozen debuff to boot. But thankfully they appeared mostly alone or in pairs, and a well-equipped clearer party could take them down fairly safely. Drifter's only complaint about this floor were the blizzards. They came about every now and again, lasting anywhere from 10 minutes to 2 hours, and the players had yet to find a pattern. Drifter's concern with the blizzards wasn't the debuffs it applied or the cold, however. It was the low visibility. Not only did it make spotting and fighting mobs much harder, it also gave perfect cover for someone with bad intentions. Laughing Coffin. Drifter was thinking about Laughing Coffin, always. Just because they hadn't appeared again in a while, didn't mean they weren't about still. But the Reavers couldn't live jumping at their own shadows. And Drifter, for all he was wary of the murderous guild, didn't fear them. He had a healthy dose of respect for the danger Laughing Coffin posed and an unhealthy amount of hatred for it. But they didn't scare the Spearmaster like the idea of red players walking around once did. He almost wished they would attack him because that would put the other people with him, his family and all but blood, in danger. But he almost wanted it to happen. Because he knew he could kill them. And they would have to be killed. Drifter was under no illusions that Laughing Coffin would go down quietly. And the only two alternatives the Spearmaster saw for the murderers were imprisonment in Black Iron Palace, or death. Letting them walk free was not an option. Of course, all that was dependent on finding Laughing Coffin or they coming out on their own. And, much to Drifter's chagrin, while the Red Guild had started to act more brazenly as according to Argo's reports, they must have an intelligence network almost as good as the infobrokers, because they never turned up anywhere near frontliners or clearers. Drifter. What? Startled, his exclamation came out harsher than he wished, and Liz shot him a hurt and confused look. The Spearmaster immediately scrambled to apologize. I'm so sorry, Liz. I was lost in thought. Sorry again. What is it? The blacksmith stared at him with furrowed brows. Drifter always warned them of the risks of not paying attention to your surroundings, so it was very unlike him to not notice her calling him until she yelled. You okay? You don't usually space out like this. Yeah, I'm fine. Just went down a rabbit hole. Nothing big. So, what's up? He lied and changed topics, and Liz eyed him suspiciously. But the only people who could make Drifter talk when he didn't want to were Yuna and Argo, and neither were in their party right now. Okay? Anyhow, we arrived. At the frozen lake, you know? The big slab of ice in front of us. Yes, Liz, I can see. I was distracted, not blind. You've been spending too much time with Yuki and Sinan. He stared down at the pink-haired blacksmith, and she raised her hands. Hey, they are fun on double dates. Unlike you and Yuna. You are so lovey-dovey it's disgusting. Har har. Let's go. Drifter rolled his eyes and tentatively stepped onto the frozen lake. The ice held, and he didn't even slip, thanks to some special boots Liz had crafted just for this. The blacksmith, Agile, Shigeo, Wolf, Kismol, Nautilus, Asuna, and Rand followed him. They were all part of the group the Reavers sent to explore the eastern portion of the 32nd floor. Kirito had taken the others to map the snow-covered cliffs to the north, and they all agreed that they would explore the ruins together in some other moment. Steadily, the Reavers advanced further onto the frozen lake, eyes peeled. They weren't sure what to expect, but there was no way Cardinal had an entire third of the floor be like that without reason. Anyone see anything? Your quest, Asuna? Nope. It just says to explore the depths of the frozen lake. You don't think it means we have to swim, do you? Drifter shrugged. I sure hope not. The water must be freezing. Pun not intended, Drifter tapped the ice with the butt of his spear. Nothing. Not even a crack. I'm going to be really pissed if we fall in at some point. The others laughed, but Drifter was being serious. There weren't too many meanings you could attribute to depths of the frozen lake. Eyes ahead. Shiver claws, 2 of them. The mobs were charging towards them across the ice, with bloodlust in their eyes, and Drifter was once again impressed by their speed. They were deceptively quick considering their bulky frame. Those scythe-like front limbs were the real deal, however. Azure and sharp, they looked like blades made of blue ice, melded together with the body of a polar bear. Drifter slid under one limb, the ice coming in handy. His spear shot up, slashing a large gash on the underside of one of the Shiverclaws. 2 mobs against 9 Reavers really wasn't a fair fight. The Shiverclaw he was fighting was dead before the Spearmaster even got up, and the other followed it soon after. Strong ice. This is great. I have enough to make your new rapier, Asuna. Liz happily tapped her inventory and stored the drops. According to her, the loot from the Shiverclaws was perfect for agility-type equipment. Drifter didn't have the first clue as to why that was, but he trusted Liz. More Shiverclaws and a pack of glacial lynxes blocked their path as they advanced further into the lake, but were dispatched easily. The Reavers kept marching while waiting for Asuna's quest to update, and mapping the region while at it. It was, for the lack of other words, really boring. Thanks to how flat the frozen lake was, they could see everything in a 100 meters radius, but still had to walk all around to complete the mapping. It was the quintessential clearer experience. And every frontliner was a clearer, so of course the Reavers also had to do it. Didn't mean they enjoyed it. Alright, that's it. We're going to the hot springs on the 9th as soon as the day is over. To Drifter, that sounded like a fantastic idea. It certainly put a pep on their steps, as the Reavers continued on their thankless task. The Spearmaster wondered if Kirito's group was having better luck. They weren't. At the moment, Kirito's group was cursing anyone and everyone they knew as they waded through the thigh-deep snow and the perilous cliffs of the north side of the floor. They thought they had won the coin toss when Drifter's group got sent to the frozen lake, where just about everyone was sure they would have to swim at some moment. Turns out, they had lost that bet and just didn't know it. The only upside of exploring the cliff area was that there weren't any Shiverclaws. The downside? Frigid wraiths. Those mobs were like the annoying cousins of the burned wraiths. They froze you and applied debuffs, were almost invisible whenever a blizzard hit, and, worse of all, they could fly. Which meant that you had to be expecting an attack at all moments and from all directions, including above. The only solace they had came in the form of the caves that dotted the cliffside. Sure, each of them had some sort of mob or trap, but they provided protection from the wraiths and the snowstorm that was currently blowing outside. Some were straight-up safe zones. Wading back through the snow with a sigh, all Kirito could think was that he would kill for a trip to the hot springs right about now. Back to Drifter, the Spearmaster and his party were surrounding a hole in the ice. It was quite big enough for 2 people to jump in together, not that any of them wanted to. Most interestingly, it was also dry, despite being smack down in the middle of the frozen lake. They could see the bottom 6 or 7 meters below them, and a path leading further away, under the ice. So, I feel stupid even asking, but does your quest tell us to go down there by any chance, Asuna? The fencer stared at Drifter, then at the hole, then back at Drifter, then at her menu. Eventually, with a resigned expression, Asuna shrugged, and jumped down the damn hole. Drifter sighed, and followed her, grunting as he hit the ground and took a few points of damage. Just because their stats were impressive, didn't mean they could jump down from great heights and be fine. Step aside, Drifter. The Spearmaster did just that, and Ran was the next to come down, followed by Silica, Agile, and everyone else. He looked around. They were surrounded by ice on all sides except the ground, which was gravel. The lake was completely frozen above and around them. The only path they could take was the one in front of them, winding and twisting and disappearing behind a curve. The Spearmaster nudged Asuna. "It's your quest, you go ahead. If something tries to kill you, scream. And kill it back." The fencer glared at him, before sighing and trudging on forward. For all he teased her, Drifter was right behind her, as were the other Reavers. "Nothing for it, I guess. There's only a single path in front of them, no forks or divisions whatsoever, all illuminated by the eerie blue glow of the light shining through the ice from above. It's too quiet." Drifter almost wished for a monster to appear. The silence bothered him. It was never a good sign when SAO got quiet. And yet, nothing happened while they traversed deeper down the tunnel. The ice didn't collapse, no traps were sprung, mobs didn't come out of the walls to attack them. Yes, that was a real possibility they considered. No red players ambushed them. Nothing at all. When the first mob appeared, it was after more than 10 minutes of following the tunnel and all its twists and turns. They saw the creature first. It looked like one of the little goblins they would get on the lower floors, but in all tones of blue. Dark blue skin, light blue hair, icy blue eyes. The entire gradient. Except, it couldn't be a normal goblin. Those were basic mobs from the first few floors of Aincrad, and always appeared in big groups, attacking with their dirty nails or crude clubs. The mob in front of them was larger than a usual goblin, standing almost as tall as Drifter. It wore proper armor, and carried a glinting axe on its hip. Drifter, Frozen Abyss Guard. High level. Just the one, but be careful, everyone. Drifter immediately used his searching skill to identify the mob and confirm it was alone. He passed the information along via private party messages, so as to not attract the creature's attention. Just its name hinted at it being strong. An elite mob, at the very least. The Spearmaster readied his weapon and waited until the Frozen Abyss Guard had turned its back before launching a serpent coil impale. The rest of his party was already moving the moment his spear left his hand, and within range seconds after it struck the unsuspecting mob in the back. Asuna flashed with one of her new fancy rapier skills of Mirage Burst, and Ran cut it right in the neck with a sonic leap, while Silica stabbed its unprotected legs with K9 and Triple Fong. It was only then that the Frozen Abyss Guard reacted. Kiak! With a shrill scream, the mob drew the axe from its hip, and spun it around, forcing Silica to roll back and Ran to block. Or try to, at least. Just before the axe and sword collided, the Frozen Abyss Guard's wrist twisted, and its weapon slid next to Ran's sword, before the entire head of the axe was buried in her chest. "Ran!" Several people yelled at once, loudest of all Nautilus, who smashed into the mob's side with an unrepentant charge, sending it flying at the wall. Before the stunned creature could get back up, Agile and Wolf were there with a dual use of tree felling, cutting up the Frozen Abyss Guard in 3 pieces. Waiting just long enough for it to shatter and confirm the mob was dead, everyone turned to Ran. The swordswoman was tracing the large gash in her chest with her fingers, even as it closed. Nobody asked her if she was okay. That was a stupid question when they could see her health bar above her head, still 70% full. Nautilus was standing next to Ran, a hand on the small of her back, not panicking. They all got wounded worse than this on a daily basis. Still, the sight of one of their own, especially his girlfriend, getting hit by an axe would never not be scary. Drink a potion and let's carry on. Now that we know how nimble those things are, watch out for redirections. It looked a little like my snake bite, so keep an eye on their wrists. Chapter 177, Lurking Darkness. One Frozen Abyss Guard was easy enough to deal with after they learned to watch out for its sudden attack path changes. 2 of them? Still fine. 3? Doable. 16? That was when they called the rest of Reaver's Requiem to help them. The Frozen Abyss Guards were elite mobs, the kind you would find in the tower, not outside the labyrinth. And yet, There was a whole tribe of them under the frozen lake. A dungeon. That was the only explanation. Or a hidden map, as some players like to call it. Something that appeared every few floors, with only about half a dozen having been found until now. Hidden maps were open for anyone to enter them, at their own peril. They were several times more difficult than the floor to which they belonged to. Just a few months back, a hidden map on the 22nd floor had ended up with 9 entire parties annihilated, despite their levels and equipment being more than enough for the floor. While they had never been the ones to discover and first explore hidden maps until now, Reaver's Requiem had their fair share of experience with them. After all, hidden maps were treasure troves, and just the elite mobs made it worth to go back to them even after several floors. Alright everyone, we have to be careful, but fast. Asuna's quest wasn't unique, so we'll have competition soon enough. That settled that, then. All players were greedy by default, and there was no way in hell the Reavers would give up on a hidden map. So that was how the guild ended up all squeezed together in the icy tunnel beneath the lake, looking down on an open subterranean expanse that went even deeper than they already were. My searching is picking up 16 mobs. That right? Drifter turned to Sinan, who had the highest mastery of the skill, followed by Kirito and himself. The archer nodded silently, and the spearmaster turned around. Okay. So here's how we are doing this. See that stretch between the wall and that pillar? That's our battleground. Sinan and I will use our long-range skills to kite that group of 4 over to there. Meanwhile, I want Asuna and Silica to distract the rest of the Frozen Abyss guards. Aggro them and give them the slip on the other side. Everyone else, will wait for the first 4 mobs to make their way to us. When they do, Nautilus, Kismol, you will box them in. Valark, Shigio, you will be the second layer of shields. Use the pillar as a choke point, and make sure no stragglers get through, and nothing catches us with our backs turned. We will make quick work of those 4, and repeat until they are down to a manageable number. A solid, not too complicated plan. Something the Spearmaster had learned early on was that the more basic a plan was, the more adaptability it had for when something inevitably went wrong. No plan survives first contact with the enemy or something like that. He didn't know, Sasha was the one who liked quotes. Asuna and Silica were taking on what was by far the most dangerous role. One slip up, and they might find themselves besieged by a dozen elite mobs, and cut from the rest of the guild. But he knew they were up to the task. It was nothing they hadn't done 1,000 times before. Ready? Then. Drop! The Spearmaster was the first to jump down, crouching to absorb the impact, and turning to catch Yuna and then Sinan as the less strength-oriented players joined him. As quietly as a group of 20 players could, the Reavers approached Drifter's chosen battlefield. Asuna and Silica split up with them, sneaking around and hugging the wall until they were on the other side of the cave. No problems for now. The Frozen Abyss guards were roaming around in groups of 3 or 4, mostly away from them. One mob band, their targets, was close enough that they started to sniff the air, the players entering the fringes of their aggro range. With a quick message to Asuna to confirm the girls were in position, Drifter coiled his arm above his head, while Sinan knocked an arrow onto her bow. Almost opposite to them, a huge commotion broke out as Asuna and Silica attacked another group of Frozen Abyss guards in a flurry of skills that ended just as quickly as it began. The 2 girls started running, leading the mobs in a wild goose chase. Very quickly, more Frozen Abyss guards joined, forcing the fencer and the dagger user to run and dodge in increasingly difficult patterns to avoid getting gained upon. Unwilling to let his guildmates face any more danger than it was necessary, Drifter waited until the other mobs were just far enough away to not be attracted by the commotion before letting a serpent coil impale fly. His bided punched a hole through the back of a Frozen Abyss guard at the same time as Sinan's double shot caught 2 others on the neck, leaving only one of their 4 initial targets unharmed. Even in the situation they were in, with the 4 Frozen Abyss guards snarling and turning around to charge at them, Drifter couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Double shot wasn't supposed to let you hit 2 targets at once, but to hit the same target twice. That Sinan could modify the skill to that extent was a testament to her abilities, and her title. Arrow Huntress indeed. And the archer wasn't done. Before the mobs had even taken 3 steps in their direction, 2 more arrows were already in the air, the sparking effects of overcharge blowing the uninjured frozen abyss guard back, while the green streak of breaking airflow blinded another. Not to be outdone, Drifter recalled his spear and changed it into a polearm, meeting the axe of the first frozen abyss guard in a resounding clash. Around him, the rest of his guild engaged the other 3 mobs. You would think that, with nearly 5 players per mob, they would make quick work of them, but that wasn't what happened. The frozen abyss guards worked together, so the difficulty escalated by a lot when fighting 4 of them as opposed to just 2. Which was just another reason why Drifter had been so keen to split up the mobs. If they went against all 16 frozen abyss guards together, it was very likely some of the Reavers would die. The biggest problem was that, unlike most mobs, those elite goblins would help each other. Because of that, the Reavers couldn't use a player's favorite tactic to gang up on one mob and kill it before it could even retaliate, then move on to the next. They were forced to kill all 4 frozen abyss guards more or less at the same time. Well, if that was what it took, that was what the Reavers would do. Liz charged at the mob Drifter was fighting with a hammer skill, throwing it directly in the path of the Sachi's sting. The former Black Cat had improved immensely since they first met. She would never be a frontliner ducker, and Sasamaru's death saw to it that Sachi was afraid to even consider the idea, but she could give any clearer a run for their money. Not to be outdone, Drifter slashed diagonally with his weapon, changing the polearm to a halberd mid-swing with infinite spear. He would have pressed on the attack, but a yell from Kirito forced him to halt. On your left, Drifter. The Spearmaster didn't even think before placing his halberd vertically in front of him and turning to the left, just in time for the axe of a second frozen abyss guard to dig deep into his side. It would have been deeper without Kirito's warning. Slant. Horizontal. Kirito's 2 swords flashed in a blur of movement as he cut the mob. Dual blades didn't let him use 2 skills at the same time, but it did erase the time he would need to physically reset his stance after a skill. With the Black Swordsman recapturing the second frozen abyss guard's attention, Drifter quickly drank a potion to restore his health, and stabbed the first mob with Needle Spear, killing it. Sieged on all sides, the other 3 frozen abyss guards didn't last much longer. Still, for a group of just 4 mobs against almost the entire guild, they did some damage. Drifter wasn't the only one to get hit, and Tetsuo, Yuki, and Agile were also nursing some wounds. I'm sorry, Drifter. It slipped through us when it noticed the one you were fighting getting low. Kirito scratched his head awkwardly, flanked by Wolf, Griselda, and Keita, who were responsible for taking out the second frozen abyss guard with him. Drifter just waved off their apologies. We knew they worked together, it's nothing. Now, let's kill the others. Asuna and Silica look like they could use some respite. A hidden map, elite mobs, possibly treasure of critical intel on future floors and bosses. Exciting, all of it. Kikuka Seijiru wasn't paying attention to any of that. Normally he would, Reaver's Requiem were a public favorite, and is too, but he had more pressing matters to attend at the moment. Well, that was putting it kindly. He couldn't do anything, just watch. Like always. But he still balled his fists as he and the rest of his staff watched one of the confirmed red players and murderer, Red-Eyed XAXA, stalk an unwitting player. His nails drew blood from his palm as he heard the shot gasp from the player when XAXA stabbed him from behind with his S-stock. Surely, the man had never expected to be attacked, of all places, on the 11th floor. Seijiru was disgusted with Zax's behavior. With all the murderous integrants of Laughing Coffin. And worst of all, there was nothing he could do. His task force had been combing through hundreds of terabytes of footage since the reveal of Laughing Coffin's existence months ago. But whoever their leader was, the mysterious boss he had only ever heard briefly mentioned in passing, he had trained them well. All Laughing Coffin members hid their identity with special items and masks, no matter if they were alone or in groups. Whenever they communicated, it was through messages or in private zones, in which their broadcast was turned off. Even their informants took the same precautions. Seijiro and his subordinates had only been able to identify a few green players who were working together with Laughing Coffin by passing them information, and most of them didn't even know they were with red players. The murderers simply messaged them asking for information, and paid without ever meeting them. It was all too organized. As if Laughing Coffin knew that the outside world was watching them 24/7. Which was impossible, because there was no contact between those trapped inside of SAO and the rest of the world. Impossible, unless some madman, a psychopath without any bounds or sanity, had entered Sword Art Online after the game began. That was Seijiro's current working theory. It had taken a long time to even get there, simply because he couldn't accept there was someone so insane as to not only throw themselves into the death game, but actively work against the people trying to clear it by targeting other players. Red-Eyed XAXA finished his sadistic task and broke a teleport crystal. The broadcast cut off, signaling the red player had gone directly to a private zone. Seijiro winced as he unclenched his fists, ignoring the drops of blood dripping down from the tips of his fingers to the carpet. Find out the identity of the deceased victim and call the family. And keep looking into the Laughing Coffin players. And if we find something? Then what? One of his staff asked as she handed him a paper towel for his hands. Seijiro gritted his teeth, thinking of all the useless talk of possible punishments for red players if they ever got out. If you find out who they are, I will unplug them myself. And he would, consequences be damned. He hadn't become a soldier to watch his countrymen die and do nothing about it. Yes, sir. If Red-Eyed XAXA knew about Seijiro and what he said, he would be beyond delighted. Killing people felt good. Making someone hate him so much that they were willing to commit murder? It felt fucking amazing. XAXA whistled and kicked open the door to Laughing Coffin's headquarters, a dingy shack on the 19th floor. It was nothing much, but then again, they rarely used it. Only when the boss called a meeting, like now. You are late. Crouching on the floor or leaning on the walls, several hooded figures were already inside the base. All of them had red cursors above their heads. Most of the players only gave XAXA a cursory glance, but one who was on his heels on the other side of the room spoke up. XAXA sneered. Fuck right off. Boss isn't here yet. The other player's eyes narrowed, and he stopped swirling the vial of purple liquid he was holding. Do you want to die? Ho! Wanna have a go, Johnny? The other red players shifted with excitement at the prospect of some entertainment. It wasn't like it was uncommon for them to try to kill each other. What would you expect from a bunch of psychopaths? But Red-Eyed XAXA and Johnny Alchemist Black were two of Laughing Coffin's top players. A fight between them was always fun to watch. That's enough. XAXA and Johnny Black froze when the cold voice washed over them, and all the red players stilled. Laughing Coffin had one hard rule, and that was, you never disobeyed the boss. A big figure, covered with a frayed cloak and hood like all of them, stepped put from a shadowy corner of the building. None of them had noticed him there. A few strands of dark brown hair could be seen from under the hood, as well as the edge of a tattoo snaking up the side of his neck. Boss. You can play later. For now, we have something more important to do. The red players shivered in excitement, and Laughing Coffin's guild leader, the mass murderer known as Poe, pulled out a huge cleaver, dripping with literal darkness. They could hear his smile as he delicately stroked the edge of the weapon. It's time the good people of Aincrad heard our name, don't you think? Chapter 178 Abyss Leviathan. Defeating 16 frozen Abyss guards took the better part of an hour. Mostly because, after they brought down the first two groups, one of 4 and the other of 3 mobs, Griselda accidentally aggroed the rest of them, and Drifter decided to err on the side of caution by retreating. Which, unfortunately, meant the 7 mobs they had already killed respawned. No matter. More experience for them. Defeating the roaming packs of 20 or so frozen Abyss guards they met later took an even larger span of time. It was worth it, though. Some of the equipment they dropped was better than even what was crafted, much to her chagrin, and all the Reavers made good progress towards their next level up, something that could take days at the point they were now. What they faced next might push them past that hurdle. The giant ice doors and the complete lack of any mobs nearby promised a boss fight, and a hard one on top of that. Well, no time like the present, I guess. Everyone ready? Yun, Liz? The Reavers nodded. Hidden map bosses were somewhere between field bosses and floor bosses in terms of strength and danger. Taking it on with just Reaver's Requiem was risky, but they would never get stronger if they didn't take risks. Drifter pushed the doors open, like he had done many times before, and Reaver's Requiem rushed into the room together. No one wanted to risk getting cut off. The boss was hard to miss. A titanic, ice-blue serpent coiled in the center of a cave that had to encompass at least 1/4 of the frozen lake. Large fins sprouted from seemingly random places in its body, and 2 pairs of huge yellow eyes blinked lazily at the players as they entered the room. You come to me on your own." The eerie hissing echoed around the room, and the boss monster slowly raised its head, the sound of scales grinding against ice almost overpowering the rapidly beating hearts of the players. Drifter gripped his spear tightly as he took in the sight of the monster. 5 HP bars appeared over its head, along with a bright red cursor and a name, Abyss Leviathan. Names were a good indicator, although not always 100% truthful, of an boss strength. The more impressive of a denominator the enemy had, the harder to kill and the more dangerous they were. And Leviathan had to be up there with Lord or King. Snake-type monsters, or whatever the Abyss Leviathan was supposed to resemble, were also a problem. The lack of limbs actually made it harder to determine where an attack was coming from, and the lack of weapons meant it could use its whole body as one. Still, you would need more than a giant talking earthworm to get Reaver's Requiem to back off. In actuality, it was doubtful anything could ever make the Reavers turn tail and run. Maybe momentarily, until they were stronger or had a better plan. But not forever. They all understood that only by killing everything in their path could they escape. The Abyss Leviathan seemed to find the lack of responses by the players amusing, because it let out a hissing sound that might be a laugh. Then, it started slowly slithering its way towards them. Small delivered to me. Just like Master. Promised. Drifter put a pin on that, fully intent on investigating it later, as it sounded like the trigger for a chain quest. Now, however, they had to deal with the Abyss Leviathan, who lunged at the Reavers as soon as it finished speaking. A snake that weighed several tons hurling at you at breakneck speed would never not be terrifying, no matter how used to the unusual the players were. Still, just because it was scary wasn't a reason to freeze, in fear. In fact, it didn't even warrant a momentary jolt of surprise from the Reavers. Split stream. Shield wall. Drifter, Shigeo, and Valork launched their skills at the same time, the Spearmaster fully trusting his guildmates to have his back or his front, in this case. The 2 main tanks of Reaver's Requiem jumped in front of their guildmaster, blocking the open-mouthed lunge of the Abyss Leviathan while Drifter's skill left a large gash on its head. Still, all 3 of them would have been run over by the boss, such was its size, if not for another player joining the front at the last second. Nautilus Indomitable might halted the Abyss Leviathan dead on its tracks. No matter how heavy or big the monster was, it couldn't compete with a unique skill. Maybe it was because it was the boss of a hidden map, maybe it was just because Cardinal designed it to be smarter than most, but the Abyss Leviathan was stunned by the impossibly strong young man, who would barely amount to a bite if it ate him. Those few seconds of hesitation cost the boss dearly. Griselda, Agile, Yuki, and Ran all appeared on its side, cleaving at the scales between its head and neck, their best guess at a weak point. Avalanche, Double Cleave, Vorpal Strike, Savage Fulcrum. For skills fell on top of the boss in quick succession, shaking it awake and leaving it writhing in pain. The boss considered them prey, so there was no way the Reavers would be so kind as to leave it alone just because it looked pitiful. Switch! Silica, Sachi, Tetsuo, and Asuna were already targeting its eyes just as Drifter pulled back his arm for another blow and Shigeo and Valork tried to stun it with their control skills. That was the moment the boss chose to retaliate, unfortunately. Kirito and Wolf had been circling around its back to catch it by its blind side when the Abyss Leviathan suddenly retracted, coiling its body like it was a giant spring and someone was pressing down on it. And then, just as suddenly, also like a spring, but one that was let go, the boss uncoiled, a flash of blue that seemed to hit all the Reavers at the same time. Kirito, Wolf, Drifter, Asuna, Silica, all of them were sent flying after some part of the huge monster hit them head-on. The only ones untouched were Kismol, Liz, and Keita, who had yet to join the battle, as well as Sinon and Yuna, who were far enough away. Drifter hit the ground 10 meters away from where he had originally been standing, instinctively curling into a ball to soften his landing. It didn't help much. He had been launched too high, his parable top steep. What little air he was still holding after getting smacked by the boss left his lungs. To add insult to injury, he took secondary damage from the fall, bringing his HP down to 63%. It bore a reminder that this was after an AoE attack, which, normally, caused more damage overall, but less individually. And he wasn't just any random player, but Broken Spear Drifter, elite amongst elites, outfitted with a full selection of armor by Lisbeth and her Volcano Forge. Ugh! Drifter groaned as he got up on one knee. The entire room was spinning, and he blinked, trying to vanish the black spots in his vision. The others were all in similar states. Even to battle-hardened veterans like them, getting up after a blow like that wasn't easy. Which meant that, while they recovered, Kismol, Liz, and Keita were forced to aggro the Abyss Leviathan and keep it from ending one of their wounded guildmates. It was too much for just the three of them. A tooth the size of Drifter's arm pierced Keita's stomach, and a slap from the Abyss Leviathan's tail sent Liz reeling. Yuna and Sinon exchanged glances, the archer dropping her bow in favor of her dagger, while the songstress put up her fists in a martial arts stance. "Don't! Sinon, Yuna, keep your distance!" Drifter yelled, but he was still having trouble getting up. There had been some kind of stun debuff to the boss attack. Freeze, most likely. Either way, Sinon and Yuna looked over to him, then to Kismol, who was being quickly overpowered. With a muttered sorry, both threw themselves into the fray, right as their dark elf friend lost an arm to a bite. Sinon dodged under a swinging tail and stabbed, more to take the boss' attention away from Kismol while Yuna dragged her away, than anything. Unfortunately for her, it worked. The Abyss Leviathan turned its 4 bright yellow, floodlight-like eyes to her, and hissed. The archer stepped back uneasily, none of her usual snarkiness to be seen, only unyielding concentration. Sinon knew how to fight with a knife. She had learned before getting her bow. And she hadn't stopped training since either, but obviously it was secondary to her main weapon. She was Arrow Huntress Sinon, after all, not Close Combat Huntress Sinon. She was maybe Reaver's Requiem 4th most skilled dagger user, behind Silica, surprisingly Wolf, and Sachi. In other words, nowhere as good as she needed to be in order to take on a hidden map boss. In a matter of seconds, the Abyss Leviathan had already battered Sinon into the red zone of her health. Even a desperate martial arts combo by Yuna wasn't enough to distract it. Drifter waited to scream. He wanted to shout at Sinon for being stupid and abandoning her biggest strength in favor of what was arguably her weakest suit. But yelling would do nothing but distract Sinon and make her die faster. So he channeled all of it into his efforts to get up and back into the fight. The freeze effect Drifter was under was already near its end, so no one, not even Cardinal, noticed when it flickered and vanished a few fractions of a second earlier than it should. Taking off on a dead sprint, Drifter smashed into Sinon with his shoulder, sending her tumbling out of the way of what would have been a lethal strike by the Abyss Leviathan. Which meant he had to withstand it in her place, but that was okay. Better to get bitten to red health than let Sinon's drop to none. Drifter! Down to the left! The Spearmaster followed without question, and Kirito's swords cut through the air where his torso had just been, leaving a series of nasty gashes across the left side of the boss' snout, while Wolf's mace smashed into the right, like a baseball player hitting a home run. The rest of the Reavers got to their feet, smashing healing crystals and chugging potions. Yuna desperately played rest, having retreated after making sure Kismol and Sinon were safe. The Dark Elf was staring at her missing left arm with a curious expression. It was her first time losing a limb, and even though she had long since become accustomed to the idea of being a player in SAO, it still left her feeling odd that she felt no pain and that the limb would grow back soon. Kismol, stay back until you recover your HP. After that, only jump in if you are sure you have a clean shot and a path back. Asuna. Yes. I want you, Ran, and Yuki on hit and run tactics. Triangle formation, rotating. Got it! Valok, Shigeo, you are to support Nautilus. Keep the boss from moving around too much. Not, hold back engagement. Only block when you see it getting ready for a big move. We need you fresh each time, so watch the bar. Griselda, Keita, Agile, Wolf, Sachi, Tetsuo, Liz, Kirito, Silica, Skirmish Tactics, Free Form. Eye on your HP. Roger that. Sinon. The archer flinched, though Drifter thankfully didn't see it. Yeah? Drifter glanced back at the cyan-haired girl. His expression, which had gone cold while ordering his guild around, softened. We will talk about it later. But don't pull that shit again. For now, you are our spotter. Find the pattern for that quill move. We can't afford to get hit by it again. Sinon grumbled and nodded sheepishly. Drifter shook his head with a sigh. They all had their moments of being reckless. He had no doubt Sinon had done it with the best intentions, even if it had been monumentally stupid. Taking the time to recover his depleted health, Drifter observed the battle. The Abyss Leviathan had caught them by surprise, that was true. But now that the guild leader could take a calmer look at things, he was sure it wasn't as strong as floor bosses. Somewhere between a floor boss and a field boss, that was Drifter's assessment. The AoE move made it dangerous, but in terms of normal attacks, it was actually weaker than most field bosses. Which just meant it was still a perilous battle, with his Reavers getting hit and hurt way more than he would like. As his HP returned to green, Drifter glanced at the boss health. Still just a quarter of the way down of the first bar. They were in for a long fight. Chapter 179 Loot and News. It took 3 more near-death situations before the Reavers managed to bring down the Abyss Leviathan. Silica got hit by 2 tail attacks in quick succession, only surviving because Liz rescued her. Yuki lost a leg when she had to jump over a bite and failed. And Nautilus endured 1 too many hits, including a surprising critical that sent him down to red. Turns out, Drifter shouldn't have been so hard on his internal assessment of Sinon, because he had also been reckless. The smart move would have been to retreat and call for backup, but he had insisted they take on the boss by themselves. Lots of things could have gone wrong. But then again, wasn't that the summary of the life of a frontliner? They were a walking contradiction of always taking the best precautions, and yet always marching into the most dangerous situations. It was rare to find such a large group of individuals as messed up as they were. But if it got them through to the end? Then it was fine. Finally! That took forever. Rand collapsed to the ground in an uncharacteristic display of emotion. Not that the other Reavers would or could call her out on it, since all of them followed her example. Kismol's arm had regrown during the course of the battle, that was how long it took. Yuki, meanwhile, had been relegated to the backlands for reasons of only having 1 leg, and was now poking at the stump of the missing limb. This is weird. You tell me. Never fun to lose a limb. It throws my whole balance off. Drifter nodded sagely, as if that were the only concern. Outside of SAO, several therapists were conspiring to kidnap the frontliners for year-round sessions the moment they got out. Loot! What's the loot? Silica, despite nearly dying, was happily scrolling through her menu. The young girl wasn't as crazy about drops as the more hardcore players, but she did enjoy distributing them. Drifter smiled, and opened his menu. In accordance to its status, the Abyss Leviathan had dropped an abundance of items, not to mention an almost literal wagon load of COR. Potions and crystals were set aside, and all crafting materials thrown directly to Liz for appraisal. The blacksmith would select what she wanted and send the rest to their guild warehouse to serve as a reserve, or to be sold. The equipment was what everyone was focused on. The first one Drifter took out was a beautifully crafted pair of greaves, made of some dark blue ice that made it seem like someone had frozen a portion of the deep ocean as it were. A short glance at the item's properties later, and Drifter threw it directly to Valork. It was a tank-oriented piece of equipment, and the boy's current greaves were lower level than Shigio's. Next. Helmet of the Leviathan. An even split between strength and dex. Ran, Yuki, Kirito, Sachi, Tetsuo, Kismol. Me too, I suppose, but the one I'm using is just a little worse stat-wise, so I'm out. Only one helmet, so you'll have to decide between yourselves. Almost immediately, several of the people he called bowed out, citing similar reasons to him. Kismol and Yuki were the two left, and they stared at each other before shrugging simultaneously. You can take it. Drifter snorted as both spoke the same thing at the same time, and the other Reavers laughed. That was not an uncommon scene amongst them. Some, like Asuna, were charitable to a fault. In the end, the helmet went to Kismol after she won against Yuki in a heated game of rock, paper, scissors. A pair of boots and a mace followed, going to Silica and Tetsuo respectively. The last item was a beautiful icy blue spear, with deep green emeralds adorning the shaft and head of the weapon. And it was a twisted bit int. Before Drifter could even look up from the masterpiece in his hands, Sachi had already shoved it back into his lap. It's yours, Drifter. Practically made for you. The others nodded, and even Liz glanced jealously at the craftsmanship of the weapon. It was better than anything she could make at her current level. Thanks. Drifter ran his hand over the weapon, smiling. It was a thing of beauty. And deadly. The best combination there was. We should pack up and go back. We need to restock. You heard the man. Move out, people. They could tell something was wrong immediately. Usually, the 32nd floor would be bustling with activity. Parties going in and out, merchants selling their wares, customers haggling. There was none of that now. Only an eerie silence and mostly empty streets. The few people they saw looked out of sorts. Scared. What is going on? Griselda asked no one, because the Reavers didn't have an answer. At least, until one of Akari's shadows found them. It was so uncharacteristic for one of the Fuming role players to appear in broad daylight that the Reavers stared at him for a solid minute before snapping out of their confusion. What happened? An attack. A declaration of war. You were out of communication for a while. Our leader is meeting with Argo the Rat. Both wish to speak with you, Broken Spear Drifter. Hidden maps blocked messages. That's why the Reavers had warned Argo before going in. And now that Drifter looked at his messages, he saw a backlog from Argo and Akari, both telling him to get back as soon as possible. Glancing back to his guildmates, Drifter saw the worry in their eyes, certainly reflected in his. He nodded once to the Fumaningum ninja. Lead the way. Turns out the meeting was taking place in the 12th floor, where Fumaningum had some sort of base. After passing by several more of the role players, Drifter was finally led to a room where Akari and Argo were having a heated discussion. Drifter caught snippets of it, words like kill, fear, and the like. It didn't sound good. Akari, little rat. What happened? The two jumped, not even having noticed him enter. Then Argo was on him, punching his stomach and ignoring the immortal object message since they were still in a safe zone. What took you so fucking long, Dr. The boss hit harder than we thought. We have good intel for you. Later, though. Now, what happened? Drifter asked again, ruffling her hair and nodding to Akari. The Shadow Blossom looked ragged. She sighed. Laughing coffin. Drifter's spine locked. His fingers that were brushing Argo's hair clenched until the info broker stomped on his feet to make him let go. Laughing coffin. Always them. Drifter took a deep breath. Who did they kill? Argo and Akari exchanged glances. Not what have they done, but who did they kill? It was scarily accurate when it came to Laughing Coffin. A small-sized guild of the mid-floors. So more than one person. Drifter exhaled. How many in total? 9, they only let one live. That's how we got wind of the attack so fast. Let one live? Does that mean? Drifter caught on to Argo's exact wording very quickly. His expression hardened even further, if that was possible. The info broker nodded. Yeah. They let one go on purpose, so he could tell everyone about what happened. Even encouraged it. They want to raise their reputation. Spread fear. More of the second, I'm afraid. It brings the first up anyway, so dash. Akari shook her head, fiddling with a throwing pick. Drifter hadn't seen her this nervous even when they went after Mort. There's more, isn't there? Argo hung her head. Yep. They left a message for the assault team, through the survivor. What is it? Drifter snarled, then recoiled. Argo and Akari didn't deserve his vitriol and anger. Only Laughing Coffin. Neither the info broker nor the ninja seemed to mind, or even notice. Argo started reciting. The game, or the players? Which will you choose? This time the Spearmaster full-on growled, slamming his fist down on the table. This was a clear threat. If the assault team focused on clearing SAO, Laughing Coffin would go after innocent players. If they tried to protect the lower-level players, they wouldn't be able to climb fast enough. That's not a choice. It would be suicide. If the frontliners spread their forces to patrol the lower floors, they would never leave, and their real bodies would eventually give out. No. It's a taunt. Laughing Coffin wants us unsettled and the normal players scared. Well, they got what they wanted. I'm fucking pissed right now. And I would bet you can't find a soul in SAO who hasn't heard about those bastards and what they did. People are scared shitless. Normally Drifter wouldn't curse so much. He toned it down for Yuna's sake, as well as the kiddos in the guild. But right now, he just didn't care, and old habits slipped through. Akari and Argo ignored that too. Drifter took a few deep breaths to regain his control. Then his gaze sharpened, glinting like his new spear. What else do you know? Where did it happen? How? When? How many red players, distinctive characteristics? Can we hunt them down? Akari bit her lips behind her mask. My people are interrogating the survivor right now. He is terrified and lost. Possibly suicidal. But we will get all the details that we can. And I'm gonna talk to Lit in Black Iron Palace. Fucking bastards batshit crazy, but maybe those months in a cell loosened his tongue. None of the three even noticed how callous they sounded. Drifter just nodded. It was as good a plan as any, and probably the best they could do in the short term. Pulling people away from the front lines would be just a waste of time and resources with 30 floors to safeguard. All right. Akari, keep one of your shadows on the poor player if you can. You said he's suicidal, but let's try to prevent more loss of life if we can. I'll see what I can do, Broken Spear. But it's hard to stop someone from taking their own life in SAO. I know. Trust me, I know. But just try. If he goes ahead with it. I wish him peace. The ninja nodded, already sending message to assign someone to the task. All the other Fumaningum players were already redoubling their efforts to find Laughing Coffin. Okay. I need to get back to my guild and tell them everything. Anything else, little rat? Drifter was already half-turned, but he stopped when he saw Argo's expression. It wasn't angry or sad. More like uncertain. There is. Of course there is. What's it, Argo? The info broker scratched her chin. Not sure, Dr. Just a rumor that started going round. The Timon is suspicious, that's all. The Spearmaster raised an eyebrow. Argo's hunches were usually right. What's the rumor? That there's a special boss in the 35th floor. Hidden map, like the one you just came from. Okay? Why is that suspicious? 'Cause the rumor says the boss drops a revive item. And I can't wrap my mind round how it started circulating right at the time people are most scared for their lives. Everyone's gonna want it. Drifter's brain had short-circuited at the words revive item, but it rebooted when Argo finished speaking. Putting aside the fact that it was just a rumor and they weren't on the 35th floor yet, Drifter could see what Argo meant. Everyone would want the item either for themselves, as insurance, or to bring back someone they cared about. Hell, Drifter could think of dozens of people he wanted to revive. Merida, Nalmate, Ducker and Sasamaru, Miaolin, Diavel. Those were just some of the first names who sprung to mind. If that's true, even if it isn't, people are gonna fight for it. Maybe kill for it. Doesn't that sound like what those Logan Coffin bastards want, Dr. Make players kill each other? Argo had a good point. A great, indisputable one. That sounded exactly like something Laughing Coffin would do. Can't we just tell everyone that then? Even as he spoke, Drifter knew he was being naive. And Akari was shaking her head before he finished. Not unless we can prove the rumors false and that it were the red players who started it, both of which are things we don't know. For all we know, it can be real. There's all sorts of stuff hidden in Aincrad. And even if we could do what Akari-chan said, plenty of people would still believe it. They would just think we were trying to take the item for ourselves. Drifter furrowed his brows. They were right, of course. Fuck. This is bad. He paused. Considered their options. They had none. Not any good ones, at least. So Drifter tapped the table. Damage control. Spread another rumor, connected to the first, saying there are restrictions to the item. A time limit. It won't even be a lie, I bet. Kaiba would never put such a broken thing in SAO without equally broken limitations. Argo and Akari nodded. It wasn't a bad idea. It might dissuade some from searching for the item or throwing themselves recklessly to death in some false hope that they could be brought back. And for all that's sacred, find Laughing Coffin. Chapter 180, 35th Floor. As expected, Reaver's Requiem didn't take the news of Laughing Coffin's public debut well. And Drifter didn't like the glint in some of their eyes when he told them about the revive item rumor, a glint that remained in some even after he explained the high likelihood that it was another trap by the red players. Over the course of the next weeks, Laughing Coffin ramped up their attacks. They stopped bothering with secrecy, and seemed to be in every floor at once, ambushing anyone who was alone or in small groups, even attacking right next to safe zones sometimes. Even entire guilds weren't safe, as Laughing Coffin already proved. But still, the murderers never once went after the frontliners, which was at the same time frustrating and relieving, because it meant they didn't have the strength to match the assault team just yet. Still, over the course of 3 weeks, nearly 100 players had been killed by Laughing Coffin. And their MO was always the same: leave one survivor to tell the story. It was like living a horror movie. Even more than SAO already was. Until now, everyone at least thought they knew who the enemies were. Not anymore. And the arrival at the 35th floor didn't make things any easier. Players were crowding by the hundreds in front of the teleporters in every floor. They had barely paid attention to the 34th floor raid. The counter-rumor Drifter, Akari, and Argo had spread had done little to dissuade people from searching for the fabled revival item. Sure, the more prudent players had taken it to heart, but they were never the ones the Spearmaster was worried about. The frontliners' approach to the safe zone after lingering for as long as they could in the boss room was slow. Drifter had warned everyone. He had told them again and again that it was most likely a plot by Laughing Coffin. That even if it was true, it would be one item for thousands of dead players. Even so, it had still taken him and Kirito beating Lind, Klein, Ambrose, and a couple other hotheads into the ground in a series of closed duels before they calmed down. What finally got the message across had been as simple as it was cruel: if you get the revive item, who are you bringing back? For some, the answer was simple. Furinkazan had lost Harry 1, so that's who they wanted. But the DKB? The remnants of the ALS? They had suffered dozens of losses. How could they choose? After hearing that question, tempers had cooled down a lot. Because there was no right answer. Only one that brought some happiness and a lot of heartache and anger. That was how the assault team ended up dragging their feet towards the 35th floor main settlement, Mish. Some of them split off first. Heathcliff and his cob, for example. The older man had a permanent frown on his face since Drifter first shared the rumor with the rest of the assault team. Most simply didn't have the heart to watch hundreds of players pouring out of the 35th floor teleporter and then immediately leaving the safe zone to venture out in the wilderness, searching for their immortality ticket. Drifter supposed the bright side was that this floor would be mapped in days. But there was no bright side when you considered how many people would die for what was quite possibly a fairy tale, or just a straight-up trap. What now? Yuna asked softly, resting a hand on his arm. Drifter looked back at her, at his guildmates, shoulders hunched. He hadn't felt this defeated in a long time. Now, you can do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep. He shrugged off Yuna's hand, and stalked towards the first and he saw. She followed him, of course, looking just as tired as he felt. He didn't see that Nautilus was with him too until the ash-haired player sat down on the foot of his bed. Drifter glanced up to him. What? Everything will turn out okay, Drifitsuki. Maybe not fine, but okay. We'll make it through this. Drifter didn't even react to Nautilus using his real name. It felt so distant right now, more like a memory. He was more Drifter than he had ever been at Suki. We will make it through this. What about everyone else? Nautilus grimaced. That wasn't a question any of them liked to ponder. But Yuna's expression held a hint of steel. We are not heroes, Drifter. You know that better than anyone. The remainder hurt, especially because of how true it was. He led people to their deaths. He let children join his guild and fight with their lives on the line. He had blood in his hand, of friends and foes. No, Drifter was no hero. He never aspired to be one. Not since he killed Mort. Since he learned Akari led her guildmates to hunt down red players like animals, and let her. Since he started believing that killing off Laughing Coffin was not just the only solution, but the best one. Permanent. People still look up to us, Yunda. Not our problem. They will die. Not our problem. Nautilus echoed Yuna's words. Callous, cold. Cruel. Realistic. We did what we could, Drifter. You did what you could. We warned everyone. They didn't listen, won't listen. I'm not saying we should write them off, far from it. We still have to save everyone we can. But this isn't a burden you or anyone can carry, Drifter. It will crush you. He knew it was true. Hell, he had made that same argument to others once before. We are a bunch of hypocrites, aren't we? All that talk. And don't we want it just as badly as them? The songstress and shield-bearer couldn't deny it, and Drifter let out a hoarse bark of laughter. It was the truth, yet again. That if they got the chance, if, by some miracle, the revival item existed, they would try to have it, hoard it for their own use. They just wouldn't cross as many lines as some others to get it except the ones they had already crossed. We are taking the rest of the day off. And tomorrow. We'll go somewhere else, the three of us, to clear our heads. Just like old times. Yuna combed Drifter's hair with her fingers, and Nautilus nodded, one leg stretched over her lap. The Spearmaster breathed. Yeah. That would be nice. Aincrad felt like a ghost town. Of course not everyone had gone to the 35th floor, but enough people had that everything below felt empty. Normally Drifter would be glad for that. He hated being gawked at. But right now, all he felt was miserable. And Yuna and Nautilus weren't doing a very good job of cheering him up. Stop thinking about it, dummy. You are supposed to relax. Yeah. This is the first time in a while we are taking this big a break, right? Since... Drifter raised an eyebrow. You two are especially bad at this today. Nautilus snorted, idly swinging his feet over the waters of the 4th floor. Making grand motivating speeches is normally your job, Drift. You are quite good at it for someone who hates attention almost as much as Kirito, too. Drifter opened his mouth to deny, then closed it again. It was true, wasn't it? He huffed. Nautilus is bullying me, Ewan. Scold him! His wife gave him a deadpan stare. You are 21. Drifter scowled. Now even his lover was joining in on it. He knew they were doing it simply to take his mind off what was happening right now on the 35th floor. And it worked, a little. But not nearly enough. It wasn't so easy to shake off the doom and gloom. And Drifter wasn't sure he wanted to. What's everyone else up to? He asked, just to change the subject. Yuna frowned, gazing at the water. Then she sighed. They are all keeping to safe zones, like you asked. Kirito and Asuna went to the church to visit Sasha and make sure none of the kids got swept up in the excitement. Agile's with Wolf, Shigeo, Valork, and Liz, doing something, dunno what. Keita and Tetsuo are meeting some friends down on the 1st floor. The others are mostly planning on staying in their rooms for today, I guess. Ran and Yuki are chasing down a lead on the chain quest we got from killing the Abyss Leviathan. I think they roped Sinan, Kiz, and Silica into going with them. They promise not to leave the safe zone, or call for backup if they end up needing to do anything more than run around the towns on the 30s. It wasn't as if the Reavers expected to be attacked. They were, without a doubt, the group Laughing Coffin hated the most. But the Red players also knew they were dangerous. And that at least one of them was willing to kill. No, Reaver's Requiem was too big a fish for the current Laughing Coffin. Maybe if one of them got careless, went out into the wilderness on their own. But that wouldn't happen. Drifter gave explicit orders, and when he looked like he did, you didn't disobey him. Drifter was known to be somewhat confrontational and even overbearing towards other players, especially Assault Team members, but it wasn't often that he turned to his own guildmates. Sinan had seen that side of him after her stun on the raid against the Abyss Leviathan. The others hadn't expected to be targets of it so soon, or ever, but Drifter had made sure to stamp out any inkling his guildmates might have of chasing the revival item. He probably wouldn't have been so stern if, when Argo came back from talking to Lid in prison, she had anything to say other than that the Red players seemed to find what was happening the funniest thing in the world. 35th floor already. Should I say that? Or finally? Drifter sighed. It had been nearly 19 months since they entered SAO. If they kept going at this pace, OT would take another 7 months before they reached the halfway point, the 50th floor. Which meant they now had a somewhat feasible timeline for clearing SAO. 4.5 years. If they didn't all die first. With that last 100 or so players who died between the 33rd and 35th floors, the count of players in Aincrad had fallen to somewhere around 6.600 souls. In other words, 3.400 people were already gone. Drifter really wasn't sure if they would have enough to beat the game if the death toll kept increasing at this rate. It was hard to relax when those kinds of thoughts were running through your head 24/7. As much as Drifter could put on a good facade for others, he couldn't just turn off his brain when he was idle. He wished he could. Everything would be so much easier. But that wasn't reality, so instead, he just leaned back and tried to enjoy the sun. The 35th floor was a frenzy. Hundreds of players who would normally stick to the lower floors were now on Aincrad's most dangerous and uncharted territory. Surprisingly, not that many people had died. Only 19 so far. In the 12 hours since the floor had been opened. So, a lot of people. A lot of needless death. But not as many as one might expect, as Drifter had expected, simply because of how many people were on the 35th floor. Whenever they spawned, the mobs were immediately ganged upon by at least 24 players. Sometimes they got a lucky hit in, and that was when someone died, but more often, the sheer numbers advantage overwhelmed them. Maybe even Laughing Coffin hadn't expected this situation, or at least they underestimated the lure of the revival item, because they too were staying quiet. Although, maybe their objective had already been achieved, to cause strife between players. The amount of fights that had broken out, for any number of reasons, had already resulted in a few orange players in prison, although none had gone so far as to kill someone. Yet, that could change very quickly. Two hot-headed players meeting, an unlucky critical hit. All that was needed was a spark for the powder keg to blow. It came in the form of old grudges. Two clearer guilds which had already gotten into conflict because of loot division and kill stealing before. Someone in one of them, didn't matter which, got a rare drop from an elite mob. Not the revival item. But when they refused to share what it was, it devolved into arguing. The arguing into shouting. And the shouting into fighting. Until one player took it a step too far. Used a skill on someone who was already low. The flickering shards of a shattered life seemed to pause the entire floor, all at Aincrad, for an eternity. And then, just as abruptly, the fighting resumed. Now with blood in their eyes. And more shards in the air. Nobody noticed the hooded figure of Johnny Black putting away their throwing picks with a silent guffaw and reapplying their hiding skill to watch the carnage. Chapter 181 Undercurrents and Loopholes. How many? Dri boo. I asked, how many? The room was quiet, the inn vacant by all but Reaver's Requiem and Argo the Rat. People knew better than to bother Broken Spear Drifter when he was in a bad mood. The Reavers themselves were tense. They had just come back to the 35th floor after their day-and-a-half vacation and had been instantly hit with the news of a conflict between players turning into an all-out battle between guilds. Argo hadn't wanted to tell Drifter about it, but she knew he would find out one way or the other. The only silver lining was that she knew the Spearmaster wasn't as arrogant as to think it was his fault. He simply needed to know. 7 in the fight itself. 31 overall in the 35th floor. The guild leader took in her words. 31 people dead in less than 48 hours. 7 of them in a stupid fight for a necklace, with good stats, sure, but still just a necklace because someone refused to show it as was their right. And did someone get the fucking revival item? If they did, they're keeping quiet about it. Smart too. It's what I would do. Argo shrugged, and Drifter didn't blame her. Just because he wasn't willing to lead his guild in a wild goose chase for the rumored item didn't mean he wouldn't be overjoyed and conflicted to have it in his hands. And he most certainly wouldn't advertise it if he got it, not even to Reaver's Requiem closest allies. What about the guilds involved in the fight? All but dissolved. They weren't big to start with, and with so many dead or in prison, it's over for him. Drifter nodded. This didn't actually have much to do with him, but as one of SAO's foremost players, it was his responsibility to know. How many? 5 on Black Iron Palace. 3 are orange and will walk in a month or so. I already got a Kari-chan to put a few shadows on him when they come out. The other 2 are red. They'll be keeping Lao's company. It seemed unfair to put 2 players who had killed in the heat of the moment in the same level as a laughing coffin murderer. But at the same time, they were also killers, weren't they? Like Drifter. Does anyone have any bit of good news? The Spearmaster looked around. Again, it was Argo who shrugged and spoke first. I've got some not bad news, if that works for you. Perfect. What's it? We've already got the tower entrance and made a start on mapping. Expect to fight another raid in 2 days' time. That wasn't bad news. It wasn't good either, since everything was still a mess, but hey, maybe if they passed the 35th floor, things would calm down? And we got the next part of that chain quest? Yuki spoke hesitantly. Drifter raised an eyebrow. Why was that a question? The young swordswoman grimaced. It's on the 35th floor wilderness. The Forest of Wandering. Where pretty much half of Aincrad is nowadays. Of course it is. Drifter sighed. Reaver's Requiem joining the chaos on the floor was not what they needed right now. And especially not the guild showing in force. That would almost certainly be misunderstood as them going after the revival item. We can wait some. Probably should, actually. It's not like it makes a difference. Agile pointed out wisely. Hidden map bosses were like floor bosses. Unique. You killed them once, that was it. We'll revisit it later. For now. Kirito, reach out to Klein and Orlando. Asuna, you get Heathcliff, he seems to like you. I'll take Lind and Shivata. Griselda, Kismol, Rand, the other frontliner guilds. Reaver's Requiem had many leadership-capable players. Too many, some might say. But it helped in times like these, when Drifter wanted to delegate tasks. What do we tell them? That Reaver's Requiem will be keeping out of the 35th floor until the boss room's found. We advise, use that word exactly, they do the same to avoid misunderstandings and conflicts with normal players. Also, they are to be ready to raid the floor boss within the next 72 hours. The Spearmaster nodded to himself. That would have to do. Then he turned to his favorite info broker. Little Rat, sweat your sources. Any and all information on the boss, deliver to the assault team immediately. I'll pay for it. The Whisker Girl raised an eyebrow. That's nearly 24 copies. It's gonna cost a pretty dri boo. Ya sure? I can just make him pay. The Spearmaster shook his head. I'll talk it out with them later. I just want to get over with the 35th floor without delays. If you say so. I'll shake up my web. Get the ones who hadn't gone crazy to step on it. That was good. The only way to get past the whole unpleasantness of the search for the revival item was to get past the 35th floor itself. Sounds like we have a game plan then. Beat the floor boss, explore the 36th floor, and circle back in a week to complete the chain quest. That good? The Reavers nodded. And just like that, they were back in business. There was someone else who was particularly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs in Aincrad. Heathcliff oversaw the inner workings of Sword Art Online from his in-room-turned office. Especially the details of one revival item he had specifically told Cardinal to remove before game launch. Cardinal. What is this? Divine Stone of Returning Soul. An item which allows for a player to be brought back to life as long as the conditions are fulfilled. The AI responded in a robotic tone. A vein ticked on Heathcliff's forehead. He knew his creation could be a lot more expressive than that if it so wished. Why is it still in the game? I told you to get rid of all revival items. Your order was followed. However, you did not command me to erase the special boss Nicholas the Renegade. As the Divine Stone of Returning Soul is this particular boss only drop, it was deemed to go against the fairness guidelines you set to erase the item. The fairness guidelines precede the erasure of revival items, and, as such, was given preference. A reasonable, logical explanation. So why did Heathcliff feel like punching something? And the rumors about the stone? How did they come about? Player Poe discovered the clues present in one of the two quest chains directed towards the acquisition of the Divine Stone of Returning Soul. He has not continued to complete the quest chain, however. Poe. That was a name Heathcliff knew well. The red player, leader of Laughing Coffin, and a psychopath worse than even him, who jumped into SAO after the game was released. It was easy to deduce what the owner of the only unique skill targeted towards PvP wanted: chaos. Heathcliff sighed, massaging his temples. Giving Poe Darkness Blade was, without a doubt, the right decision. There was no one more suited for the skill than him. But he was starting to become a headache. After all, Heathcliff's, or Kyaba's, in this case objective wasn't to kill all the players. That would have been only too easy if he wanted it. No, he wanted the players to beat Sword Art Online. To climb all 100 floors and complete his storyline. Poe and his Laughing Coffin were starting to become an obstacle to that goal. And not just a stepping stone for the frontliners as Heathcliff first thought, but an actual threat. Keep me appraised of Poe's movements, Cardinal. And verify that no other loopholes like the Divine Stone of Returning Soul are standing. Delete all revival items except for it, and execute a system check for other possible anomalies and previous commands not followed. Those orders will take precedence starting now. Understood, sir. It was too late to erase the divine stone of returning soul now, with all at Aincrad scouring for it. He would not be caught by surprise again, however. Worried about all the possible things he could have missed, Heathcliff never thought to ask Cardinal if anyone had taken up the second quest chain related to the divine stone of returning soul. If the first floor held the record for the longest players spent in a single floor, then the 35th would forever hold the unbeatable record of the shortest amount of time to be cleared. 4 days to the discovery of the boss room, and then another for preparations, for a total of only 5 days to beat the floor. In those 5 days, over 70 players died. Together with the 100 or so that Laughing Coffin murdered before, that was nearly 200 people in less than a month. To that, the frontliners could do nothing but continue to advance, while trusting Argo the Rat and Shadow Blossom Akari to find the damned murderers. The rest of the assault team thought that the info broker and Fumaningum were simply working on that. Drifter, on the other hand, knew better. He had direct access to Akari, after all, something only he and Argo, other than her guild members, could boast about in SAO. Fumaningum had already clashed with Laughing Coffin a few times in the last month. They had lost another one of their number, while 3 of the red players were put out of circulation. Forever. Drifter didn't consider it a worthwhile trade, and neither did Akari. But it was what it was. And at least it sent a message to Laughing Coffin that, just because the normal players feared them like the plague, it didn't mean they could do whatever they wanted. Saying it scared the red players would be an exaggeration. Drifter didn't think Laughing Coffin feared anything. But at least it put the murders on the back foot after their month-long hunting. The frequency of attacks fell, and eventually ended, at least for now. That was the only silver lining Drifter could see. In a way, it was survival of the fittest. The players who were still left alive, after coming out of their frenzy for the revival item which many were starting to believe was just a rumor, were a lot more cautious. Laughing Coffin didn't have nearly as many openings to do what they liked. The careless players, their preferred prey, had already been weeded out. Still, Poe was satisfied. Sure, his guild may have lost a few members to those annoying ninjas who would have thought a bunch of role players would be so deadly, but it wasn't like he cared. He just wanted to have fun. And Laughing Coffin's official public debut had been magnificent. Followed by the frenzied chaos his discovery of the existence of a revival item had sparked, it was fun. Poe didn't care for the item. He didn't even try to finish the quest chain. He had lost all interest after finding out what the reward was. There was no fun in having a second chance in your back pocket. And fun was what it was all about, so it bore repeating a few times. Poe closed the broadcast for the 35th floor raid, seeing as the assault team had already won. He would let them have their peace for a few weeks. Then he would be back. Chapter 182, Nicholas the Renegade. The 36th floor was a lot like the one before it. Vast expanses of frozen ground, forests covered in snow, rivers of ice-cold water. Nothing particularly special about it. Which was not the reason the main party of Reaver's Requiem wasn't on that floor. To them, the less interesting a floor was, the better. No, Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, Yuna, Nautilus, and Sinan weren't on the 36th floor. They were on the one just under it, the dreaded 35th floor, to complete the questline they unlocked by killing the Abyss Leviathan. Only the 6 of them, though. Mainly because it would attract too much unwanted attention if all of Reaver's Requiem left the front lines to strut about the 35th floor. But those 6 were more than enough. They were the original Reavers. Broken Spear Drifter, Black Swordsman Kirito, Lightning Flash Asuna, Songstress Yuna, Indomitable Knight Nautilus, Arrow Huntress Sinan. 6 title players. 6 of Aincrad's best. Nowadays, they rarely partied together. It was too much firepower in one group. It left the other Reavers understaffed, for lack of better words. For this, however, it was the best decision they could have come to. Small enough of a group that it didn't hurt their guild to be without them for a while, especially after Drifter left Kismal in command. And also enough to take on everything that was thrown at them, be it mobs or red players, with the exception of a boss like the Abyss Leviathan, from which they would run. If they knew what they were getting into, Drifter would still have gone. It was that precious. But he would have brought the rest of the guild. Still, their adventure started by slaying drunken monkeys in the Forest of Wandering. Tall, blue-furred baboon-like mobs, only the size of gorillas, and carrying a wine vat around their necks, which they would occasionally take swings from before unleashing a skill. They were strong, elite mobs, and they had killed more than their fair share of middle-level players over the last days. But to the party from Reaver's Requiem, they were just walking experience. It wasn't even that each player was that much stronger than the mobs, although none of them, perhaps not even Yuna, would have problems taking them one-on-one. It was just that the 6 Reavers together was blatantly unfair. Drifter ducked under a fist as big as his head, stabbing the mob's arm from beneath in an almost lazy motion. A shake of his wrist and he had batted away the limb, throwing the drunken monkey to the ground by using its own momentum. It was easy. Not the fight, necessarily. Neither the movements. But just the way he did it. Muscle memory and battle instincts at their finest. And no sense of honor. Kirito stabbed the downed mob in the face with both of his swords without hesitating a single second. Nautilus punched it with his shield when it tried to get up, Indomitable might knocking it back down. Sinan nailed its limbs to the ground with her arrows. Drifter stabbed it much like Kirito did, but in the chest, and using dirty play. The drunken monkey died a pitiful death, face down on the forest ground, attacked on all sides by players with zero pride when it came to killing mobs. Are we the bad guys? I feel like we are the bad guys. Oh, healing crystal. Nice. Yuna mumbled the old joke while scrolling through the drops they got from the drunken monkey. No one bothered to respond to her. Even for Reaver's Requiem, who had an actual NPC and 2 mobs in their ranks, feeling pity for the creatures was not something that ever crossed their minds. 2 more that way. Sinan's eyes glowed when she used searching. Her bow was raised and she let a volley of arrows fly, targeting mobs that Yuna couldn't even see yet. Yeek! She struck true, like always. SAO's only archer never missed. Sometimes her arrows were defended against, dodged, deflected. But she never missed. 2 drunken monkeys burst through the undergrowth, bounding towards the party with all 4 limbs. Yuna brought her flute to her lips and blew on it. The shrill tunes of Deldin froze the mobs dead on their tracks. To this day, the melody she had acquired in one of the lower floors was still one of Yuna's most used songs, simply because the fear effect it applied was too good to pass up. Drifter was there to take advantage of the window his wife provided, his spear swinging in a horizontal, catching both mobs across the chest. The Spearmaster pivoted as the mob stumbled, and kicked the one on the left towards Asuna and Nautilus, who locked it down with a series of skills. The drunken monkey on the right Drifter went after himself. His weapon changed into a halberd, which he brought down on the mob's shoulder in a mighty vertical. It cut clean through the drunken monkey's collarbone, only stopping halfway down its chest, intersecting with the line already left there from the previous skill. Kirito and Sinan were hitting the mob with their own skills while Yuna switched up to an attack-oriented tune. The drunken monkey finally recovered from its debuff and reared back a hairy arm to swipe at the players. Drifter barely slowed down through all that. He retracted his halberd and spun. A polearm pierced the neck of the drunken monkey, and then it was a spear slashing across its thighs. Perhaps only Drifter could achieve this level of versatility in sword art online. In many ways, Infinite Spear was the hardest unique skill to master, but he had done so flawlessly. Still, Drifter always came back to his spear. It was his chosen weapon, his core, the very center of his being. As much a part of him now as his heart or lungs. A swinging fist stopped centimeters away from his face, the drunken monkey's arm extending as far as it would go. Drifter's spear reached further, through the open mouth of the mob and out the back of its head as it broke into shards. The Spearmaster nodded once to Kirito before spinning on his heels and throwing his spear at the second drunken monkey. He needn't have. Asuna and Nautilus killed it, and his weapon flew right through the space where the mob had been before thudding against a tree. It would have been cooler if the weapon stayed embedded on the wood, but most trees were immortal objects. So Drifter's weapon just fell to the ground, and he winced. Liz was going to have his head for wasting durability like that. Or she would have, if his spear had actually hit the ground at any moment. But it didn't. It just disappeared into empty air, a ripple none of them had noticed during the fighting. The Spearmaster felt all the hairs in his body standing up. He tried to recover his spear through his inventory, and it didn't come. You couldn't recall equipment if you were in a different floor. Or if it was in a hidden map. Drifter eyed the fracture in the air with suspicion and disdain. He had never seen something like it. But then again, hidden map entrances were always weird. Just take the one on the 33rd floor as example. They had to literally jump down a hole in the ice to access it. Drifter dash. Don't tell me. That's where your quest's pointing. Yeah. Funny that, huh? The Spearmaster shook his head and took out another spear from his inventory. This was why they had backups. No. Not at all. Crystals in hand, everyone. We are out the moment anything feels off. Hesitating only for a moment, Drifter stepped through the gap in the air and appeared in another place entirely. It looked somewhat like the Forest of Wandering, but it was different at the same time. He was in huge clearing, the ground full of packed snow, hard under his feet. The trees surrounding the open space were pine, but taller than any he had seen before, with trunks that would take at least 6 or 7 people to encircle them. Their bark was of a brown so dark it was almost black, creating an illusion of shadows melding against shadows. Like a barrier. A living wall stopping the players from running around. Drifter knew right away that they were in a boss room. Of course, the creature in the middle of the clearing was also a pretty good clue. It looked like a human. Drifter didn't think it was one. The limbs were too long, the body too small. Despite it having their backs to him, Drifter saw the thin neck leading to a misshapen head. The ashen skin of the boss contrasted with the blood-red coat it was wearing, complete with a furry cap. From this angle, it looked like some kind of monster Santa Claus. Nicholas the Renegade. Drifter saw the name above the boss head, and instantly pushed Kirito, who had jumped into the fissure behind him, back. Boss. We'll get everyone and come back. It was what they had promised, after all. To not take any risks. Unnecessary risks, that was. But Kirito shook his head as Asuna, Nautilus, Yuna, and Sinan appeared behind the two of them. He spoke at the same time that a loud siren blasted through the air, and the boss turned to them. Look at the quest menu. There's a 6-player limit to the hidden map. Well, crap. Drifter didn't check his menu as he picked up his spear, eyes glued on the boss. If Kirito said it, then it was true. Which was annoying. But also, might as well take it down, then. This would probably be our raid configuration anyway. A limitation on the number of players who could enter the map also meant a limitation in the boss power. SAO was above all else fair. If it said 6 players were enough, then it was enough. Of course, there was a huge difference between 6 random low-level players and 6 frontliners. Thankfully, the party was on the extreme high end of the spectrum. It didn't mean the battle would be easy. They rarely ever were. But Drifter had the confidence to win, although it faltered slightly when Nicholas the Renegade turned to them with blood-red eyes that matched his coat, drool falling out of a mouth full of rotten teeth like some sort of zombie Santa. That's one ugly boss. Nautilus whistled, readying his shield and setting his stance. When the first set of fingernails bigger than daggers raked across his defense, the ash-haired player took 2 steps back, not because he was pushed, but on purpose. Simply twisting his shoulder, Nautilus deflected the attack and chopped down on Nicholas the Renegade's wrist with his blade. The boss let out a scream of rage, still with a maniacal smile on his face. Left, right. The Spearmaster spat a bunch of instructions, seemingly disconnected words. To anyone else, it would be nonsense. To the party, it was more than enough. Kirito and Asuna ducked left, his swords racing across Nicholas the Renegade's side while her rapier left half a dozen holes in his chest. Drifter went to the right. An arrow careened over his head as the boss swayed from Kirito and Asuna's attack, inadvertently dodging Sinan's, but Drifter wasn't bothered. His spear flashed, puncturing holes through the boss' thighs. His newest skill, Triple Thrust, seemed simple for one gained after reaching 800 points of mastery in two-handed spear, but it packed quite the punch. He was ever so close to fully dominating the basic skill, but those 200 points might as well be an insurmountable gap. Drifter wagered he would need at least another 6 months before reaching his goal. That still put him heads and shoulders ahead of every other spear user, and most players in general. Only the original frontliners, the ones who had started fighting the very first day of SAO and never stopped, had mastery of any skill even close to his. His fighting was immaculate. The transition between skills and normal attacks, between system data and human factor, seamless. Sometimes he got hit, red lines and gashes appearing over his body, but it was only when he judged it worth it. That's why people said nothing beats the real thing. And most definitely, no amount of training can surpass betting your life on every move of your spear. It was exhilarating, in a way. Fighting for your life while trusting only yourself and the people you had come to care about like family. No safety nets, no safeguards, nothing else but the spear in his hands and his companions at his back. Title sequence. His spear slashed across Nicholas the Renegade's neck, emptying his second-to-last health bar in exchange for piercing 5 holes in Drifter's shoulder with his nails. A worthwhile trade, in the Spearmaster's opinion. Nautilus was there to take the aggro away from him, and with a combination of potions and Yuna's rest, he was soon back to an acceptable amount of HP. Most battles were like this. Dodging or blocking every blow was exhausting and deceptively dangerous. It may seem counterintuitive, but yes, dangerous was the right word. Always blocking or evading tired you out, not to mention it left you in the back foot the entire time, dragging out the battle. And the longer a fight went on, the more likely a player was to make mistakes. Mobs didn't have that problem. No, sometimes it was better to take the blows and counterattack. Losing a few points of HP was worth it if it meant your opponent lost more significantly. Of course, that only held true in SAO, where the players felt no pain and could recover from the most grievous of injuries with just a potion or a healing crystal. And even then, it was a fine line to walk. Make a mistake, misjudge the enemy's strength and how much damage they will do to you, and you could easily find yourself in a perilous, and oftentimes deadly, conundrum. Drifter had mastered the art of walking that line, one foot after the other, steady as a mountain. Hell, if you wanted to take the metaphor further, the Spearmaster was doing flips and trick shots on the line and landing on his feet every time. It never ceased to amaze his family and all the people watching from the outside world. That just 2 years could transform 6 innocent civilians in the tireless machine that was the Reavers Party. Drifter was just one cog in that mechanism. Together with the other 5, they were dismantling the boss hit point by hit point. Until it died. Just like that. Chapter 183, Divine Stone of Returning Soul. Nicholas the Renegade died a very pitiful and anticlimactic death. Pitiful and anticlimactic deaths of their enemies were good, or so Drifter had always thought. Maybe that wasn't very brave or gallant of him, but who was going to complain? Certainly not the 6 Reavers, who paused in the sudden quietness of the boss' death. Then, as one, they all turned to look at Asuna. Is the quest done? Yes. Finally. To date, that had been their most annoying chain quest. Sure, the fight with the Abyss Leviathan had been fun when they looked back on it, not to mention rewarding, but everything else had been mainly fetch quests with a few hunting ones thrown in the mix, and a lot of acting like messengers for NPCs. The players weren't even that interested in the rewards. Sure, they were nice, but the bounty of chain quests always came from the veritable mountain of intel they provided about floor, maps, mobs, and bosses. This one had been no different. Still, scrolling through the drops menu after defeating a boss was always a fun experience. Or at least it should be, but Asuna's brows were scrunched up in confusion. Asuna? What's wrong? Kirito walked over to her, squinting his eyes as if that would help him see the invisible window in front of her. The fencer looked up. We only got one drop from the boss. Divine Stone of Returning Soul. The others raised their eyebrows in questioning. Sure, it had a pretty impressive name. But it was still a rock? The item that materialized in Asuna's hand was just a petal. Polished, sure, but still, just a piece of dark stone no bigger than a baby's fist. Is it a quest item? Yuna wondered out loud. That could be the case. It sure looked like a lot of other quest items they had come across, like the keys way back in the L4 questline. When Asuna didn't answer, they looked up from the Divine Stone of Returning Soul in her hand to her face, and found the fencer with her mouth hanging wide open as her eyes ran rapidly from one side to another, doubtlessly reading the item's description. Now Drifter was starting to get curious. Quest items often had some impressive and needlessly long descriptions, but it had to be one hell of a backstory to shock Asuna like that. Those thoughts lasted just long enough for Drifter to notice how pale the fencer had become. Then he started to worry. And he wasn't the only one. Asuna? What's wrong? Kirito repeated his earlier question, snapping Asuna of whatever state she was in. The chestnut-haired girl looked to her friends with wide eyes and a trembling expression. Revival item. What? This is it. The revival item. Of course. The revival item? The players all but screeched. Drifter felt an urge to snatch the stone from Asuna's hand so he could see it for himself. He held it back, barely. Are you sure? As in the thing people were literally killing each other to get not even a week ago? Just our fucking luck. The Reavers had mixed reactions to the news, even after Asuna nodded. There was no denying they all desired the revival item. But at the same time, they also despised its very existence, because of what it had caused. Let us see, Asuna. Desire won out in the end. Desire for what was quite possibly the rarest item that there will ever be in SAO. Desire for a way to come back to life. Desire for having what others did not. Here. But, well, take a look. It wasn't meant to be. After skimming through the lore behind the Divine Stone of Returning Soul, Drifter focused on what mattered, its use. Without a doubt, it was written right there in the item description that it could be used to revive a dead player. But right below it, in bold, red writing, were the restrictions. What the hell? One-time use, okay. But it can only be used in someone in the same party? Only within 10 seconds of their death, and it has to be on the exact same spot? It can't even be from a distance? Is it even supposed to be used? Sinan was being harsh. Of course, the Divine Stone of Returning Soul was still useful, despite all the restrictions. Because it meant a second life. But 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye in the middle of a battle. Especially chaotic ones like the frontliners usually found themselves into. In those battles, you were so focused on staying alive that you could barely keep an eye on your party members. Oftentimes, you only learned someone had died after the fight was over. 10 seconds was nothing. Not if you needed to process the death of someone you cared about, retrieve the revival item from your inventory, reach the spot where they died, and use it. This was a double-edged sword. A poison knife. Because now, with every death he witnessed, Drifter would think, what if? Still, he didn't hesitate with his next words, nor the decision he made. His head snapped up, and he grabbed Asuna's hand, curling her fingers around the Divine Stone of Returning Soul. Put it into your inventory, Asuna. Now. Not the shared guild storage, we'll talk to them first. And Drifter looked at his friends, his wife. And he didn't regret it. Not one bit, despite how selfish it was. Don't talk about it to anyone. I mean it. Not Klein, not the Braves, not even Akari or Argo. Nobody. If they didn't understand the seriousness of the situation already, seeing Drifter's pale but determined face settled it. Kirito, Yuna, Nautilus, and Sinon all nodded grimly while Asuna stored the Divine Stone of Returning Soul in her personal inventory, as Drifter instructed. This would be the only secret Drifter ever kept from Argo. She knew everything about him, but she wouldn't know this if he could help it. It wasn't a matter of trust. The Spearmaster trusted his little rat with his life. He trusted her to keep any of his secrets, even if her job was literally selling information. He had no doubt that if he asked, she wouldn't say a word about the revival item either. But this wasn't about trust. It was about safety. His, of all his fellow Reavers, and of Argo. Because until now, the revival item had been just a rumor, and people had still killed for it. If it ever became public knowledge that it truly existed? Drifter shuddered just imagining it. No. Reaver's Requiem would have to know. If only so they could try to prevent Merida or Namate or Ducker or Sasamaru from happening again. Even if they failed. But no one else. The other Reavers knew something was wrong the moment Drifter summoned them with urgency. That feeling was only exacerbated by his expression when they met back at the inn. The last time they had seen Drifter like this, he had killed Mort. Some of them were seeing this phase for the first time. And they didn't like it. It scared them, the intensity, the fragility. One by one, the Reavers were rushed into a private room, while Nautilus and Sinon stood outside to make sure not even someone with maxed out eavesdropping could listen in. That many precautions certainly did nothing to assuage his guildmates' worries. The Spearmaster didn't say a word after they all gathered. Instead, he gestured with his head for Asuna, and the fencer took out the Divine Stone of Returning Soul, setting it on the table in the middle of the room, and allowing everyone to analyze the item's window. Their reactions were as predicted. First, incredulous shock. Then loud surprise. And finally, a sort of stifled silence as their guild leader held up a fist. You saw the restrictions. The stone is going into the shared guild storage. If, gods forbid, we ever need to use it, anyone will be able to take it out. But you are not to breathe a word of this to anyone outside the guild, understood? Don't even talk about it out loud unless you are sure nobody's around to listen. He looked each of his friends in the eyes as he spoke, and saw understanding dawning on them. None of them were stupid. They knew what he meant even without him being explicit about it. It was a lot of trust Drifter was putting on them. He wasn't just sharing that he had possession of the Divine Stone of Returning Soul. He was putting it on the guild storage, where any one of them could take it out and do whatever they wanted with it. The others wouldn't even know if one of them did that. It wasn't like the inventory noted down who put in or took out whatever. This was a sign of absolute trust, and they all knew it. So, as one, all the Reavers in the room nodded or grunted or spoke their agreement. They would never break the faith Drifter put in them. And the Spearmaster could only hope they never had to use the Divine Stone of Returning Soul. If anyone noticed how out of sorts Reaver's Requiem was over the next few days, they didn't comment on it. Or they just chalked it up to how unnatural the quietness after Laughing Coffin went to ground felt. The red players didn't resurface even once throughout the entire 36th floor. And now, a week into the exploration of the 37th floor, there were still no signs of them. Drifter didn't know if that was better or worse. Certainly, not having players get murdered every day was a plus. But it was hard not to think that the mysterious guild leader of Laughing Coffin was scheming something. All Drifter could do was keep leading his guild to climb Aincrad, and trust that Argo and Ikari would warn him as soon as they found something. Which was why he was currently on the 37th floor with his guild, fighting dust lions in a windswept savanna. At least it wasn't so cold anymore. In fact, the temperature was quite pleasant. It got hot when you were swinging your weapon under the sun, but there was a surprising number of trees casting shade under which they could sit down and rest. Just had to take care of the mobs first. The light brown felines would put any of their real counterparts to shame in terms of size. And they were swift. A lot of SAO's monsters were based on real animals, so this was far from the first time Drifter fought a lion-like creature. But the dust lions weren't 37th floor mobs for nothing. Drifter kneed one of the mobs in the snout, and stopped another via stabbing it in the eye, but a third dust lion caught him with a swipe of their claws. Okay, so maybe fighting them 3-on-1 while his guildmates watched had been a tad arrogant on his part. But there was something about going against 3 of the so-called kings of the animal world at once that pleased Drifter's inner child. Agile had bragged about killing 2 on his own, so maybe that also influenced his decision a little. But what was a little bit of healthy competition amongst friends? Tornado! Pinpoint Star! A heavy metal staff, one of Liz's latest creations, smacked all 3 dust lions away. Drifter then used Infinite Spear to bring back his favorite weapon before targeting the lion he hit in the face with another skill. 1 down, 2 to go. His hand switched place on the shaft of his spear and he spun it a full 270 degrees before letting a snake bite end the second mob's life. With just 1 enemy left, Drifter charged directly at it. The dust lion roared in challenge and lunged at the player. Taking a quick peek at his opponent's HP, Drifter didn't bother with dodging. He met the dust lion head-on, his body glowing with a comet break that seemed to launch him right through the mob. Agile would later admit that the Spearmaster looked just a tiny little bit cool, posing in the ending motion of the skill with a cloud of shiny mob remains swirling behind him. At the moment, though, the merchant warrior decided he couldn't give Drifter the satisfaction, so he cupped his mouth and yelled, "Nerd! You look like one of Humaningdom's role-players, Drifter." The Spearmaster stumbled, turning a scowl to his tall friend as the rest of the guild dissolved into laughter. "That's dirty, Agile. Low even for you." The merchant was unrepentant, scratching the back of his head with a grin. Drifter glared, but without any true heat behind it. "I'm not the one who looks like he's training to hit a home run whenever they use tree felling, old man." Ouch! That hurts right here. It was Agile's turn to make a face, and he clutched his chest in mock heartbreak. Drifter couldn't hold it in anymore after that, and started chuckling. "Alright, 3's the new record. Who's gonna go next?" "Oh, me! I bet I can do 4. Chapter 184, Just Another Floor. The limit turned out to be 4 dust lions before it started becoming too dangerous for the player challenging them, and Drifter put a stop to it. Just because they had the Divine Stone of Returning Soul didn't mean they could taunt death as they wished. Still, the fact that multiple Reavers could take on 4 dust lions at once was extremely impressive. The mobs were mostly solitary, or roamed in pairs at most. And they followed SAO's logic of, the smaller the pack, the stronger the monster. One of the other common mobs on the 37th floor, the Joker Hyenas, were different. The smallest group of them had at least 5 individuals, often growing up to packs as large as 12 mobs. Conversely, their individual prowess was weaker. Drifter didn't like the hyenas. They were loud. And the noises they made didn't sound at all like laughter like their name indicated, but more like nails dragging across a blackboard. All in all, the 37th floor was pretty normal. No hidden maps or chain quests with mind-boggling rewards that they could find. Just good old-fashioned exploring. Honestly, Drifter had missed it. With everything that had happened over the last few weeks, even few months, it felt like it had been years since he could level up without any worries on his mind. Mostly. While Drifter went about the business of farming mobs with his guild, others were having a hectic day. For once, it wasn't Seijiru. Instead, the one running himself haggard figuratively was Asuna's father, Yuki Shizu. SAO was like a never-ending machine of producing conflicts and hurdles. Laughing Coffin was just the latest, but might be, by far, the most dangerous one, both to his company and to his family. Having taken over the parent company of Sword Art Online, Shizu also had to deal with all the problems that came with it. Actually, there were only problems. The only reason he had even done such a thing was to make sure his daughter was as safe as she could be. Which wasn't a lot, considering the circumstances. Especially not with murderers running around inside the game. Shizu massaged his forehead with 3 fingers. Damn Akihiko Kaiba for protecting the identities of the red players. Damn the law for stopping them from executing the few they could confirm. Shuzu never had an opinion on the death penalty before, neither one way nor the other. It had never affected him. Now, he would gladly pull the plug of the red players himself, if that didn't mean he would go to jail for murder, and his daughter would lose what little protection he could offer, including from his wife. That was Shuzu's major source of headaches at the moment. Kyuko still insisted on not watching their daughter's broadcast, and was instead trying to find fucking marriage prospects for Asuna. Shuzu was entirely sure that, if he wasn't around, his little Asuna would be married off the moment she turned 16, which was in just a few months, and regardless of the fact she was trapped inside a death game, struggling to survive each day. That she already married the boy, Kirito, even if just in-game, apparently didn't even factor in the equation. Nor the fact that she was so very obviously in love with him. Shuzu wasn't sure his wife even knew, with how she went out of her way to avoid any mentions of Sao. That had been the beginning of more than a few shouting matches between them lately. It had gotten bad to the point that Shuzu had taken to sleeping in his office lately. He had a fully furnished suite annexed to his office, so it wasn't even a burden. That probably said more about the state of his marriage than he wanted to think about. Well, at least the Sao merchandise sales were on the rise. Although it still creeped him out to see his daughter's face stamped on t-shirts and action figures. Ogawa Kenji, Drifter's father, was relieved. His son had gotten the revival item, well, his guild had, but nevertheless. He didn't think for a moment that Drifter was being selfish for keeping it a secret between the Reavers. He was a father, and Itsuki, for all he was a grown man, still was, and would always be, his little boy. He wanted to see him safe, the rest of the world be damned. Kenji was sure that watching Sao had taken years off his lifespan. Each time Drifter went into battle, which was nearly every moment awake or worse, got wounded, his heart beat so fast it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. He tried to put a strong front for Kana, he really did. But they had been married for too long for her not to notice his nervousness each time, not that she was any different. Which was why the Divine Stone whatever sent such a thrill of relief through his body. Because now Drifter had an actual safeguard, or solution. If he ever, gods forbid, died. A way to come back to them. Others weren't so happy. The search for the revival item had resulted in over 30 deaths. And then Reaver's Requiem had just stumbled upon it while completing some random quest. At least, that was how many people, especially those who had lost loved ones to Sword Art Online, saw it. Deep down, they knew it wasn't true. Reaver's Requiem hasn't just tripped over the Divine Stone of Returning Soul. They had completed an entire questline around it, cleared a hidden map, and defeated 2 unique bosses, one of which was dangerous enough that it would have wiped swaths of lower-level players. Not to mention, they were Reaver's Requiem. If anyone deserved to have a means to revive a player, it was them. With how often they put their lives on the line to clear Sao, there weren't many who thought Reaver's Requiem could come out intact, which they already weren't. But humans were emotional beings. And despite knowing that it wasn't their fault, despite knowing the conditions to use the Divine Stone of Returning Soul, despite knowing that their loved ones were already dead and buried, they still couldn't help but curse Reaver's Requiem. If Drifter could hear them, he would have been angry. That cold anger, that simmered beneath the surface. Then he would have turned around and ignored them. Because the stone was a means to save one of his friends, his family. For that, he could endure any sort of hate. Until the time came that the Divine Stone of Returning Soul was needed, because one day it would be. As much as Drifter tried to avoid thinking about it, they kept it in the guild inventory, and their mouths shut. Having 20 or so people keep a secret wasn't easy. Just one slip-up was needed for it to be revealed. But the Reavers were surprisingly tight-lipped about it. Well, not surprisingly. Drifter gave an order, after all. But by the time the 37th floor boss raid came around, it was like they had already forgotten about the revival item's existence. Drifter had made sure to hammer into their heads that just because they had the Divine Stone of Returning Soul, it didn't mean they could be careless. There were too many variables to ensure that whoever died would be brought back. He convinced them of the importance of valuing their lives the best way he knew how, by beating the ever-loving crap out of his guildmates. Practice duels weren't uncommon in Reaver's Requiem. At least thrice a week, THRY set some time aside to make sure their PvP skills didn't rust. Seeing Drifter pummel them into the ground so thoroughly wasn't normal, though. The only ones who could hold their ground against the Spearmaster were Kirito, Asuna, Yuki, Sinon, and Nautilus, the later two only because of their bow and unique skill, respectively. Even them, more often than not, the spars ended up in the Guildmaster's victory. It was just how it was. When it came to fighting other players, Drifter was the most experienced one of bunch. Well, the Reaver's greatest strength had always been their teamwork anyway. Such as right now, when they switched with Furinkazan and the Legend Braves to engage the 37th floor boss, Yuta the Deathworm. The battle was going well. Meaning, only one player, a Kara something from the Knights of the Blood Oath, had almost died. Practically nothing. Yuta was one of the more mechanics-based bosses of Sword Art Online. The main challenge of the fight didn't come from a frontal confrontation with the boss, but rather from perceiving and avoiding its ambushes when it tunneled around and appeared right beneath a player, trapping them in its maws. Oh, fuck! Drifter got to experience that firsthand, and it wasn't a pleasant sensation. Yuta the Deathworm's mouth was like an inverted circular saw with 1,000 barbed teeth. They rotated at right speed, destroying the durability of Drifter's armor, and leaving him with an uncountable number of red scratches over his body. Thankfully, the frontliners had quickly figured out that the way to make the boss let go was to hit it in one of the half-dozen pairs of milk-white eyes just underneath its maws. 2 arrows sprouted from the boss' amorphous head, and it shrieked before releasing Drifter. Instead of falling back to heal like any sane person would do, Drifter stabbed down immediately with a double tap, knowing that Yuta was about to go underground again. The boss had a fairly simple attack pattern. He was rewarded with another screech and a small shower of red shards floating off from the wounds he inflicted. 7 other frontliners also managed to hit the boss before it dived again. Some boss raids were just easier than others. Yuta the Deathworm would be a nightmare for single players or groups without teamwork even if it wasn't a boss. That was just how it was designed. The player captured by the boss couldn't attack, and had to rely on others to free them. But for a group that communicated and helped each other, it became a fairly easy fight, because when the boss trapped a player, it also ended up leaving itself open for attacks. In the end, it all boiled down to how well the players could work together. The epitome of boss raids. And to the assault team, that was already second nature. Like many times before, the battle paused for a second, the only sound being the rumbling of Yuta the Deathworm traveling underground. The players wanted to predict where it would emerge, and when it did, be ready to attack. Suddenly, the rumbling grew much louder, the ground shaking and lifting a cloud of dust. Wolf shouted, "On us!" When the boss appeared, it was under Kismol, who was next to the merchant. It clamped her between its maws as Wolf, Ran, Yuki, and Agile, who were closest, descended on it with their best skills. When Kismol's HP fell to yellow, Drifter judged that was enough. His spear flew in a serpent coil impale, embedding in one of Yuta's eyes at the same time that 3 of Sinan's arrows blinded another pair with a skill. Again, the boss dived underground. And again, THR players reset their formations, healed when necessary, and switched who needed to be switched. Drifter raised his spear as the rumbling grew again. The 38th floor appeared in all its glory for the frontliners as the sun set over Aincrad's edge. Rolling hills of purple grass and rainbow flower greeted their eyes. Almost smack down in the middle of the floor, an acidic green lake reflected the sunlight. All around it were houses and other buildings, in what was doubtlessly the main settlement of the floor. "Pretty," Silica commented. Drifter took a moment to pull the young girl into a one-armed hug. There are some things you can only see in SAO. There was a reason why Sword Art Online had been so famous long before it was even out of the development phase, and why the 10.000 nerve gears were so sought after. Only in Aincrad could you experience the joy of traveling around the world by going to different floors, and to see sights beyond the laws of physics. While the combat was what attracted most players, the possibility to be in a savannah at one moment, then a glacier in the next, or the bottom of the ocean, or in a desert, or any number of other biomes had been a huge selling point. SAO had innumerable attractions. If only most of them weren't trying to kill the players. But even then, the ones with a strong mentality, like the frontliners, still found it in them to sometimes simply enjoy the game for what it should have been. Seeing Silica run around giggling with Ferder and Pina chasing her, Klein and his guildmates laying on the purple grass, Shivata putting a flower crown he made himself on a blushing Litton's head, Orlando and his braves taking bets on what the lake in the center of the floor was made of. Those were the moments Drifter loved the most in Aincrad. When even for just a few minutes, they could relax and take in SAO as it was meant to be. Chapter 185, Purple Field. Soil crunched under Drifter's boots as he walked along the crest of a hill. His eyes scanned the horizon for threats, and his spear was in his hands, like it always was when he wasn't inside a safe zone. Those who had shorter weapons could keep them safely sheathed at their hips, or, as some dagger users preferred, across their chest. For Drifter, however, the only two options were to carry his spear in his hands, or on his back. Both worked pretty well, to be fair. And the Spearmaster needed less than a second to retrieve his weapon from his back. But at his level, even that short amount of time could spell the difference between victory and defeat, and life or death. So, carrying it on his hands it was, even if that wasn't as comfortable. It wasn't like it mattered for him anyway. Drifter was so used to having his spear with him that he actually got uncomfortable whenever he had to unequip it. He wasn't the only one. Ever since they got dual blade, you couldn't see Kirito and Yuki without their swords. Well, not that any frontliner would be caught dead without their weapon within reach, but theirs was more obvious. Anyway, his mind was going off on a tangent, as it usually did when he was bored. The mobs on this floor were all semi-peaceful. They didn't attack unless attacked first, so there was little to worry in terms of getting caught by surprise. Of course, to the frontliners, being cautious was second nature, so even if Drifter allowed himself some level of relaxation, it wasn't much. But it was enough to let his mind wander. These days, he rarely thought of the outside world, or what his life was like before. SAO was real. Aincrad was real. And sometimes, it felt like his life only became real after he entered Sword Art Online. The Spearmaster let his spear sag, and dragged the tip across the ground, cutting stalks of purple grass and digging a trench. His guildmates looked at him strangely, but didn't comment. The 38th floor was peaceful. However long that would last, Drifter didn't know. But he thought it was just a sign. A small respite provided by Kaiba before they arrived at the 40th floor. It wouldn't be a death floor, that was the 50th. But it was a round floor. And just because they had beat the 30th without losses, didn't mean that would be guaranteed to happen again. He looked around. It wouldn't be one of the Reavers who died. Of that, he would make sure. Still 2 floors before that battle arrived. They hadn't even found the entrance to the labyrinth yet on the 38th. But that shouldn't take too long. Which meant another hard battle wasn't far off either. Was it wrong that he felt excited? 6 more that way. You want to take them on? A few days later, Drifter, Kismol, Valork, Agile, Wolf, and Yuna were treading through another seemingly unending field of purple grass. Not far away from them, a pack of half a dozen wilted fairies was gallivanting around a formation of protruding blue rocks. The wilted fairies were pretty in a deathly kind of way. About half the size of an adult, they had elvish features, a dress of flowers covering their bodies. Instead of being colorful like one might expect, however, the dress was in gradients of gray and black. When in conjunction with their pale white hair and red eyes, it fit their names well. The 2 pairs of insect-like wings on their backs completed the picture. The Spearmaster raised his weapon in consideration. 6 wilted fairies weren't much trouble. They had sharp teeth and could spew a spore cloud with a nasty paralysis effect, but that was all. We'll take them 2 at a time. Valork, you help me block the 4 in front, while Agile, Kismol, and Wolf, you guys take the ones behind. Finish them off, then aggro another pair, and we'll kill the last 2 together. Roger that. Without wasting time, Drifter launched a Serpent Coil Impale. It was his usual opener for battles. Honestly, there was no reason to not use it whenever he could. It dealt a ton of damage, caught the enemies by surprise, and aggroed them in a way that he could control the flow of the battle. One of the wilted fairies yelped in surprise, a surprisingly melodic sound, as a fist-sized hole appeared on its chest. As one, the pack of mobs turned to the Reaver's party and flew towards them. Valork stepped in front of Drifter and smashed the first fairy in the face with a shield bash. When the others tried to go around him to get to Drifter, he yelled a taunt. Using Brace and Shield Wall, the tank firmly set himself against the retaliation from the mobs. Repeating the combo, with a few counterforces thrown in the midst for good measure, quickly put him at the top of the aggro list. Kismol, Agile, Wolf, you are good to go. Drifter's spear flashed with a snake bite over Valork's shoulder, catching one of the wilted fairies in the throat. He was ignored, the mobs unwavering on their determination to kill Valork, so he shouted to the rest of his party. The other 4 Reavers jumped into action immediately. Yuna played her Song of Stone to boost Valork's defense, while Wolf, Kismol, and Agile circled around the mobs to quite literally stab them in the back. The aggro system in Sword Art Online was a lot more complicated than just seeing who had the highest damage. The mobs all had advanced AIs, so they weren't going to sit around and let themselves be killed. Being attacked in the back was a known trigger to an instant aggro switch. So when Kismol slashed at a wilted fairy's wings with her Serration Wave, and Agile hit another with a cleave, the 2 mobs immediately abandoned Valork to target the new attackers. The pressure on Valork lessened, and with Drifter darting in and out of range, the duo quickly led the other 4 wilted fairies away, ensuring their party members could deal with their 2 undisturbed. Trusting his guildmates to do their job, the Spearmaster turned his attention back to the fight at hand. He was mainly focusing on putting a spear through the mouth of any wilted fairy that tried to get Valork with their paralysis attack. It was mostly working. 9 times out of 10, he managed to interrupt and cancel the skill before the mobs could complete it. And, when he couldn't, Valork simply had to tank the attacks for a while. His stats were great enough that the paralysis effect was vastly reduced. Coming up! Which ones do we take, Drifter? Barely 3 minutes later, Agile yelled. Drifter risked a glance over his shoulder and saw no sign of the other 2 wilted fairies, only the warrior merchant shaking his axe, with Kismol and Wolf right behind him. The 2 to the left. Bait and switch. Got it! Valork, push! The shield bearer did just that, a point-blank shield bash sending one of the mobs tumbling head over heels. Wolf caught it right in the face with a swing of his mace, bashing the mob into the ground. Kismol thrust her blade at a second wilted fairy, piercing it through back of the neck. Fairies 3 and 4 started to turn around to face the new threat, but Drifter stepped out from behind Valork and planted his spear on their backs with a fake double tap. The 2 wilted fairies shrieked and threw themselves at him again. Drifter simply let his body drop, dodging both creatures. He fell on his hands, and immediately rolled to the left, thrusting his spear upwards and skewering one of the wilted fairies. Valork shoulder-checked the other, and just like that, it was a fair fight. Well, as fair as it could be when you had 2 Reavers supported by songstress Yuna's music, so not very fair at all. Needless to say, the duo made quick work of the 2 mobs, ending the fight even before Agile, Wolf, and Kismol were done with their 2. Good work, everyone. The party reconvened and sat down on the rocks the wilted fairies had been circling. Drifter took out a couple other drinks and passed them around. Hey! Why did you key Kaya? The Spearmaster was just about to inspect the loot when someone shouted way too close to his ear. In a second, Drifter had dropped down to a knee and turned around, his spear stopping millimeters away from someone's throat. All the other Reavers also had their weapons pointed at the origin of the voice. A blonde girl with a ponytail and red glasses was eyeing Drifter's very sharp spear, just barely avoiding touching her neck. If she breathed too hard it would. Wait just a minute. I'm friendly. I'm friendly. Her eyes were wide like saucers, and she had her hands raised above her head in a classic gesture of surrender. Drifter didn't let his spear down. Who the fuck are you? The girl looked innocent enough. She was wearing a mix of mid and high-tier equipment, and she had a dagger strapped to her hips, a drop from a 32nd floor elite mob, if Drifter recognized it right. All in all, he would normally not look at her twice if they passed by each other on the street. She looked just like any other clearer. Except she had managed to sneak up on 6 of the most paranoid players in Aincrad. That was no mean feat, even if Drifter and his party had been focused on the mobs. And my name is Seba. I'm just a painter, okay? A painter? Drifter furrowed his brows. Kismol. On it. Drifter pulled back his spear, and Seba let out a breath of relief, right before the dark elf placed her blade under her chin. Stay still. Seba did. Meanwhile, Drifter stood up and turned a full circle on the spot. His searching didn't pick up anything, so he nodded to his party. Agile lowered his axe and wielded his mace. Valork stepped back from where he had been prepared to jump to someone's defense, and Drifter stuck his spear into the ground. Yuna sat back down on a rock, tucking away her harp. Finally, Kismol released Seba and sheathed her blade. I am sorry for the rudeness, Seba. We were startled by your sudden appearance. Kismol bowed in apology, and the other girl hurriedly waved her off. Ah, and no, don't be. I mean, you guys are frontliners, right? Reaver's Requiem. It's understandable you guys are jumpy. It was my bad, appearing like I did. Drifter liked her already. She was surprisingly calm for someone who just had 2 different weapons at her throat moments ago, and she readily admitted it was her fault, which it was. You just don't sneak up on frontliners unless you have a death wish. By the way, you are Dark Elf Kismol, right? Can I paint you? Where is your wolf? I always wanted to paint them. Maybe one of both of you together, it would look dashing. Seba's eyes were glinting under her glasses as she started pulling out all sorts of painting supplies from her inventory while bombarding Kismol with questions. Drifter didn't even know you could paint in SAO. Ferder is with Silica. He basically adopted her. While Kismol was still blinking from the rapid-fire interrogation, Yuna giggled. She stepped out from between Agile and Wolf, who had put her in the middle as soon as Drifter moved when Seba appeared. Songstress Yuna, right? I have a painting of you, from one of the times you performed on Talbana. I can show you later if you want. Ferder? Is that the wolf's name? How cool! Do you think I can paint him with Dragon Tamer Silica? Ah, and her dragon, as well. She is so cute. That color is just dash. So, Seba. You are a painter? Drifter cut her off, but he couldn't keep his amusement out of his voice. It was rare to find someone this passionate about something that wasn't fighting in SAO. Oh, yes. I'm an artist in real life, an aspiring one at least, so I also paint all kinds of things here in SAO. Take a look. She pushed a dozen sheets of paper onto Drifter's hand. The Spearmaster looked at the topmost one and whistled. That's really good. The painting was of a pride of dust lions from a few floors below lazing in the sun. The color palette was immaculate. He handed the painting to Yuna, who was peeking over his shoulder, and looked at the second one. It was a beautiful sunrise as seen from Aincrad's edge. The cloud layer reflected the red, orange, and yellow hues in a way that it almost looked like a picture. The party spent the next several minutes passing the paintings around and appreciating each of them. They were all masterworks, showcasing mobs, towns, NPCs, players, landscapes, even a few bosses. It was all really impressive. Seba's proficiency of painting, if that was a skill, must have been close to full mastery. And that was saying a lot, since most anyone couldn't be bothered to even pick up lifestyle skills beyond blacksmithing and tailoring, the 2 most directly useful ones for fighting. Drifter couldn't help it. He collected the paintings from the party and handed them back to Seba, who was beaming from all the compliments. Want to get a drink? I'm very curious. Seba's eyes widened. This was Broken Spear Drifter, inviting her to talk. Then her gaze took on a decidedly devious glint, and the Spearmaster felt a tingling in his spine warning him he might have made a mistake. Too late. Only if you model for me. I'll even give you the painting. Ah, there's no dash. He accepts. Yuna cut him off, and the rest of his traitorous party members snickered. Drifter had shot himself in the foot in a stunning display. The Spearmaster could only sigh. He knew that look in Yuna's eyes. There would be no wriggling out of this mess of his own making. Chapter 186, Painter Slash. Not 20 minutes later, the party plus Siba were sitting in the external area of a cafe, overlooking the green lake at the center of the 38th floor's safe zone. They all had ice cream scones. It was an unusual enough sight that several players who passed by slowed down to look at the group and whisper. There were even a couple of frontliners who came up to greet them and joke that Drifter was getting old if he was back in a safe zone before the sun was down, before moving on. Ah, Drifter, stay still, please. Siba already spoke to the Reavers with a familiarity that made it seem like they had known each other since childhood, and not met half an hour ago in an almost violent encounter. The Spearmaster just sighed, and did his best to ignore his wife, Traitor, and friends silently laughing at his discomfort. Drifter didn't know why Siba insisted on painting him eating ice cream. Something about composition and backdrop. He didn't understand a word. At least his wife seemed amused. I thought you would want to paint Drift with his spear, Siba. You know, all frontline-alike. Broken spear Drifter, that stuff. Isn't this a little too normal? Valork peeked over the woman's shoulder as she painted. Judging by his raised eyebrow and impressed expression, it was turning out quite well. Oh, I already have paintings of him like that. Of all of you, actually. I used the raid broadcasts as the base and winged the rest. I thought this would look cooler since it's more natural and different. Also, I don't think Drifter would accept if I asked him to pose all frontline like you said. The last part was added almost like an afterthought, and Drifter narrowed his eyes. Siba was a lot smarter than her initial airhead impression showed. Hey, does that mean you have paintings of me? Sure. Of all the Reavers. Wanna see? Yeah. Agile stuffed the rest of his ice cream into his mouth, and grabbed the stack of paper Siba handed him. He grinned at the first one. Wow! Never thought I would look this dashing. You are gonna have to paint me this one again so I can show my wife when we get out. There was a tick of silence before Agile realized what he had said. The big man coughed once, then resolutely turned over the painting and looked at the next one. Oh, that's the 27th floor boss, ain't it? Yuki and Ran are gonna like this one. Nobody commented on Agile's little slip-up. Wolf, Valork, and Yuna went over to see the other paintings while Kismel scooted over closer to Drifter so he had company while Siba drew him. You know Yuna's this enthusiastic just to mess with you, right? The Spearmaster let out a long-suffering sigh, but there was no concealing the fond glance he gave his wife. Don't I know it? If it makes her happy, though. That's what I thought. You are a great couple. Drifter chuckled. He didn't need anyone to tell him that, but it was still good to hear. Thank you, Kiz. And now that we know a painter, Yuna's gonna make sure that's immortalized forever. Which reminds me dash. He turned to Siba. The blonde woman was biting her lips, concentrating on what she was doing. That was another endearing side to her. Siba, how come you became a painter in SAO of all places? Her brush stopped moving and she looked up. Resting her chin on her hand, Siba considered what to say. Well, I'm an amateur artist. A freelancer. I work as an assistance manga artist, also some small advertising, stuff like that. That's just to make ends meet, though. What I really want is to make real paintings. The kind that goes in galleries and people get all excited over. Her expression brightened as she spoke, then fell again. I hit a slump, even some of my freelance work was getting subpar. A friend of mine who played SAO's beta said I should give it a try because there were a lot of incredibly beautiful things that didn't exist in the real world, and that trying to paint them might get me out of my slump. I gave it a try and... well, here we are. Oof. Tough luck. That was all Drifter said. It wasn't like the Spearmaster had anything to console her. She was trapped in SAO, that was just a fact. At least you seem to be making the best out of it. I didn't even know there was a painting skill in Aincrad. Yuna smiled comfortingly. Siba nodded rapidly. Most people don't. Actually, there are a lot of overlooked lifestyle skills. Painting, fishing, carpentry. Even cooking doesn't get much attention. Pretty much everyone is just concerned with blacksmithing and tailoring, which, understandable, but it also means they are missing out on a lot of the more relaxing stuff. Drifter scratched his head, embarrassed for some reason he didn't quite understand. He was one of those players who didn't pay attention to lifestyle skills, having deleted his admittedly very low proficiency tailoring skill to make room for more combat-oriented ones. Siba seemed to notice his reaction, because she laughed loudly. Don't worry, Drifter, I'm not calling you out. You are frontliners, of course you don't have a lot of time to waste leveling up lifestyle skills. Except Forge Master Lisbeth, that is. But it's only because there's folks like you fighting that I can pursue my silly hobby. I don't see anything silly about it, Siba. And I might be biased dash. Wolf held up a drawing of him, Shigeo, and Namate with their arms around each other. But I think whatever slump you hit, you took right off from it. Can I keep this one? Siba nodded softly. She had drawn that one based on her memories, many floors after Namate died. Are there a lot of other players who took up lifestyle skills? I'll admit, I never paid much attention to them. A few. Only 3 or 4 more painters like me, but there's a couple who has a very high mastery of carpentry. They mostly stay on the 4th floor. And there's a whole bunch of old fishermen who hang about the lakes on the 22nd floor. It was Drifter's turn to nod. He wasn't going to pick up a lifestyle skill again, but it was nice to know that some of SAO's most unfortunate victims were managing to have a somewhat normal life. They seem to hang out mostly on lower floors? Well, yeah. We aren't exactly fighters, are we? I know my dagger proficiency is pathetic, and I train it more than most. What were you doing on the upper floors then? And alone, on top of that? Drifter asked what had been on his mind since they met Siba. I wanted to paint the wilted fairies. It's rare to encounter peaceful mobs like them, you know. Ah, speaking of that. You killed all my models. She pointed an accusing finger at Drifter. He just raised an eyebrow. They were mobs. Well, I know that. But still. Siba pouted, and the others chuckled. There were all kinds of crazies in SAO. Kismal crossed her arms. I assure you we would have taken your opinion in consideration if we knew you were there, Siba. How did you stay concealed for so long anyway? You almost gave Drifter a heart attack. Hey! The Spearmaster's complaint was summarily ignored by everyone around. Siba just scratched her head. It's not something I like to advertise. Ah, you don't need to say it if you don't wish to. I apologize for prying. Kiswell quickly retracted her words. Every player had secrets they didn't share. Reaver's Requiem knew that better than most. It's no big deal, really. And you guys are frontliners, so I don't mind you knowing. It's just my hiding skill, nothing earth-shattering. I just made sure to train it a lot so it made my hobby safer. Siba waved Kismel's apologies off and told them. Drifter couldn't help but let out an impressed whistle. His searching had already surpassed 800 points, and was without a doubt one of the highest ranked in SAO. He didn't have it activated all the time, obviously, but he had used it to scan the field before engaging the pack of wilted fairies. If Siba had already been there, painting, either she had been very lucky to be just out of his range, or she had even more points in hiding than he did in searching. Ouch! I think my pride's hurt. Hiding or not, I'm not used to getting sneaked up on. The Spearmaster joked, but it was the truth. Refined through thousands of battles, Drifter's sixth sense was very strong. It was hard for anyone, mob or player, to get the jump on him, regardless of skills. You did scare the life out of me in return, if that helps your ego recover? It does a little, thanks. Drifter raised his nose to the air smugly, eliciting laughter from his friends. Seba was one of the loudest. You guys are a riot. I didn't think frontliners had any mode but all serious. Agile snorted. We are still players, Seba. We are focused when we are doing our job, but otherwise we aren't that different from everyone else. Except you do your job nearly 24/7? Agile couldn't deny that. You couldn't really turn off being a frontliner. The only ones who saw their other side were other frontliners like them. Fair. By what you were saying, I suppose you met other frontliners before? And that they didn't leave a great impression? The brush stopped moving, and Seba's expression soured. She looked away from the Reavers. Kibu the Challenger. Before the 25th massacre, mind you. Called my paintings useless and a waste of time. Drifter and the others scowled at the reminder of the unpleasant man. Of all the frontliners Seba could possibly have come across, he was arguably the worst. Then you already know not to take what he said to heart. Kibu's an idiot. Your paintings and drawings are unbelievably beautiful, Seba. And there's nothing useless about doing something you love. Yuna wrapped the artist in an one-armed hug. Seba might be 3 years older than her, but the songstress had a maturity to her that few could match. It came from being in no small part responsible for keeping her guildmates alive. Yun's right. Forget Kibu. I know I can't wait to see how Drifter's painting turns out. And you'll have to make one of me later, got it? We also gotta check out that fishing spot you talked about. We could make a guild outing out of it, What do you think, Drifter? Take the whole guild and see who's best at fishing? Agile and Wool skillfully steered the conversation away from Kibu. Even now, nearly 15 floors later, the former frontliner was still a sore topic. Maybe. None of us has the fishing skill, so it would be a level playing field. Could be fun. How about before the 40th floor raid? A nice, relaxing afternoon to unwind before diving into it. Yuna suggested, and Drifter nodded thoughtfully. It could work. Doing it after the raid was out of the question, because it was likely they wouldn't be in the mood to party. But going away for an afternoon to relax might actually help with their state of mind for the fight. And they would need all the help they could get. A round floor was no joke. It's decided then. Let's get through this floor and the next, and then set a date. Whenever it is, you will be more than welcome to join us, Seba. Just be prepared to take requests. Aye, Captain. No problem. The artist threw Drifter a mock salute and went back to finishing her painting of him. Agile was already nagging her for a portrait of his own. A sudden thought hit Drifter, and he shivered, then knocked 3 times on the table. Yuna tilted her head and looked at him, amused by his strange behavior. What's that for? I just got this horrifying image in my mind of Klein and Seba meeting. Just imagining it. Ugh. The Spearmaster trembled exaggeratedly, but Yuna's and the others' eyes widened in fear. Oh no! No. That can't happen. Nope. We can't let Klein know. It would be a supremely bad occasion. The songstress hugged her shoulders in feigned horror, and even Kismol got in on the joke. That was when the others lost it and started laughing uncontrollably. That is a horrifying thought. He would carry it around like a poster. We would never be able to make him get rid of it. It would be all he ever talked about. Seba, promise me that if you ever see Klein, you are gonna run the other way. Drifter's eyes sparkled when he looked at the somewhat confused painter. She wasn't quite sure what the party's problem with Red Blade Klein was. She thought Reaver's Requiem and Furinkazan were allies. If nothing else, it will be very funny. Chapter 187, Sleeping Queen. That night, when Drifter, Yuna, Kismol, Valork, Agile, and Wolf met the rest of their guild, they were feeling much more refreshed. Meeting Seba had been one of the best things to happen to them in a long time. Not only were her paintings and drawings amazing and a hefty ego boost, but the woman herself was a great person to have around. Siba was loud, colorful, bubbly, and any number of other positive adjectives. She always had some sort of tool in her hand, be it a pencil, charcoal, or a brush, and a seemingly unlimited stocks of canvas. In the hours that they spent in that ice cream parlor near the lake, she had drawn at least a dozen paintings. Although, according to her, the only one she put serious effort in was the one of Drifter. All the others were just rough sketches for later. Of course, everyone was eager to meet the painter too, after all the high praise their guildmates offered. It would have to wait, however. Climbing came first. A relatively well-established clearer guild, Violet Hurricane, had found the entrance to the tower. The problem was, the field boss for the 38th floor was sleeping right in front of it. That had actually helped narrow down the location, since field bosses often guarded important spots or passages, unless they were the roaming kind, which this one definitely wasn't. The field boss was pretty much rooted on the spot, pun intended. It was a giant carnivorous plant. Someone pointed out it looked like the ones in the Mario franchise, and now Drifter couldn't unsee it. The Hurricanes hadn't understood why the field boss name was Sleeping Queen until they approached the seemingly inert plant. That's when it opened its mouth. They hadn't known a vegetable could have so many teeth. Or any at all, actually, but the Sleeping Queen did have them, and they looked sharp. When the upper body of a woman, also giant-sized, popped out from inside the plant, the Violet Hurricanes decided they didn't want to tackle that on their own, and called Argo the Rat, who, in turn, called Reaver's Requiem. Squinting his eyes at the Sleeping Queen, which had now gone back to looking just like a man-eating plant that had way too much fertilizer, Drifter gestured for the guild leader of the Violet Hurricanes, a standard but skilled sword user, to come closer. What did you say the rest of the boss looked like again? A woman. Kinda pretty, if you ignore the lower body. Black hair, black eyes, pale skin, massive. You know. The Spearmaster shot the clearer an unimpressed look, as did several of the women within hearing distance, and he scratched his head, flushing. Anything else? Actually useful to the fight, maybe? You know? It looked a bit like the Wilted Fairies? So maybe it has similar skills? Paralysis breath. It had just 2 normal arms, no weapons. It really just looked like a normal person from the waist up. The clearer reiterated, and Drifter was starting to regret promising him first pick of the loot as a finder's fee. I guess we are gonna find out in our own. Let's get this show on the road. Kirito? Everyone's in formation. Asuna? Ready when you are, Drifter. His right and left hands in controlling Reaver's Requiem nodded, and Drifter spun his spear with a flourish. Time to go. Remember the plan. Reaver's Requiem will engage it first to test the waters, and if it's manageable, you can jump in. The guild leader of the Violet Hurricanes nodded eagerly, more than a little cowed by the look Drifter gave him. It promised untold pain if he made a mess of things. Keep a lookout for the human part, but don't forget it's still a plant-type boss. Eyes on the ground. We are starting in 3, 2, 1. Ring us off, Sinon. The arrow huntress did. An arrow with a blinding white trail flew at the field boss, the sharp whistle of it cutting into their eardrums. It struck the Sleeping Queen right in the stalk, provoking an immediate reaction. The mouth of the field boss snapped, and a low growling was emitted, almost like a dog. Vines burst out from the ground, sweeping all directions. They found nothing. Plant-type monsters always had a smaller aggro range, and Sinon's skill completely outmatched it. Unfortunately, she couldn't deal enough damage to feasibly cheese the battle and just kill the field boss with arrows from afar. In compensation for being mostly bound to one spot, plant-type mobs had an unreasonably high HP recovery rate. None of the Reavers advanced, despite what Drifter said. They waited to see if the human part of the Sleeping Queen would appear, but it didn't. I guess we need to get close for it to show up. Should we go for real now, then? While they discussed, the field boss recovered what little health it had lost. After a few seconds of searching for players but not finding any, it also went back to its dormant state. Go! That was when Drifter gave the order to attack. As one, Reaver's Requiem charged forward, and Sinon let fly another skill-empowered projectile. Just like before, vines swung around wildly, and this time, the Reavers were inside their range. Drifter managed to duck under one vine and jump another, but some of his guildmates weren't so lucky. Valork and Shigeo were happy enough to tank the blows with their shields, but Tetsuo got clipped on the side of the head and went down, and Liz had her feet swept from under her and also kissed the ground. The Spearmaster kept an eye on the HP gauge of his guild members. None of them had been hit too hard, so this would be a good indication of the field boss power. His focus was attracted to something else the very next moment, however. Just like the Hurricanes had described, once the players were physically within the aggro range of the field boss, changes started happening in the Sleeping Queen. The giant bulb/mouth of the field boss opened up, spilling acid green juices everywhere, and a female upper body rose. Like the guild leader of the Violet Hurricanes had described, she was pretty. The Sleeping Queen had a kind of ethereal beauty similar to the wilted fairies, only more human. It did, indeed, also have proportional-sized breasts, covered by a fabric of dead leaves and plant fibers. Drifter still thought the other guild leader wasn't right in the head if that was what he focused on. Shigeo, Valork, try to attract their attention. Everyone else, fan out and attack at will. Silica, Kismol, to me. Taunts and other aggro-inducing skills were used, and the rest of the Reavers continued their wild game of jumping rope or vines like they were back at school. What's up, Drifter? Silica and Kismol stopped behind him. The Spearmaster jerked his head towards the upper half of the boss. We need to find out what that thing's deal is. You up to being a little crazy with me? What's the plan? Silica grinned sharply, licking her lips, and Kismol ran her finger along the edge of her blade in an unconscious mannerism. Drifter smiled wryly. Lend Fairder to Silica for a while. Sil, do you see the main roots holding the bulb? We are going up those. The two girls blinked incredulously at him, before they burst out laughing. All right. That was all Silica said, already running her fingers through Fairder's fur coat. What do you need me to do while you go up? Drifter hadn't given Kismol a role yet, but he wouldn't have asked her to come over if he didn't have something in mind. Fairder was pretty much Silica's already, and obeyed the young teen more than her. You are on rescue duty, Kiz. If we mess up, you bring us back. That good? No problem. Good luck. Drifter grinned, and tapped Silica on the shoulder. With a firm nod, she started racing towards the field boss, the Spearmaster right behind her. What are they doing? What are they doing? A man in his mid-40s slammed his fist on the armrest of the couch, eyes bloodshot. He was Ayano Tetsuhiko, Dragon Tamer Silica's, whose real name was Ayano Keiko, father. Tetsuhiko had been leery of joining the other families of Reaver's Requiem in their gatherings at first, mainly because he was one of the few who never accepted the fact that his daughter was in the assault team. It had taken a lot of convincing on Kana and Midori's, Kirito's adoptive mother, part to get him to agree, if only so he wouldn't suffer through his anxieties nearly on his own. In the end, the way to convince him had been through his wife, Ayano Sarah, who now sat next to him. Sarah had been on the hospital, recovering from a sudden bout of sickness, when SAO started. Having the two people he loved the most in the hospital had nearly broken Tetsuhiko. Thankfully, she was all better now, and much more easygoing than her husband, although her grip on his hand as they watched Silica and Drifter charge the field boss, Sleeping Queen, still had both of their hands turned white. Kana wisely kept her silence. Tetsuhiko had been very vocal on his dislike of his daughter's choices to join the front lines, and even made the mistake of blaming Drifter once. Sarah made him apologize eventually, but by then words had already been exchanged, and everyone had left the gathering subdued. The following meetings were very awkward. Even now, several months later, the two still watched what they said around each other. This was Wolf's house, and they were being hosted by his girlfriend, so the two guests were careful to not make a fuss. Tetsuhiko's outburst was understandable, however. Weird as it looked, the Sleeping Queen was still a field boss, and everyone who watched SAO had come to understand just how dangerous they could be. To see the two players not just running to attack it, but actually darting over it would shock anybody. The large screen, set by Wolf's girlfriend, showed the fight from a bird's-eye view. On it, everyone could clearly see Drifter and Silica running through the mesh of vines of the field boss, without bothering to attack. They didn't miss a beat in jumping on top of THR main body of the sleeping queen, Drifter on the left and Silica on the right, and running up. Tetsuhiko was now clenching the armrest of the sofa as tightly as he could. His gaze followed his daughter as she stepped to the left and stabbed a vine that was aiming for her multiple times, all without breaking stride. Keiko, is she laughing? Tetsuhiko's jaw dropped. She was. A vine grazed Silica's side and left a red streak, but she simply used it as a jumping pad to propel herself towards the human portion of the field boss. She was laughing all the way, and yelling something to Drifter, which had the Spearmaster grinning as he mirrored her actions. Mad, both of them. They were fighting a monster Tetsuhiko could only dream up in his worst nightmares, and having fun with it. Keiko! His daughter sunk her dagger on the side of the sleeping queen, and didn't see a vine sneaking around her back to swat her way. Tetsuhiko got up and yelled in alarm, despite the rational part of his brain knowing she couldn't hear him. He sat back down to the couch with wide eyes when the scene he expected didn't play out. A gray blur intercepted the vine before it could reach Silica. Ferder's powerful jaws clenched around the vine, and the wolf shook his head wildly, ripping the whole thing off. Good boy! With just a look over her shoulder, Silica grinned at the wolf. Then she was back to slashing wildly with her dagger while Ferder tore the field boss apart with his claws. Pina, the little feathered dragon, was happily spitting bubbles while flying overhead. Tetsuhiko all but crumbled. He knew his Keiko had changed a lot since SAO began. He had watched a lot of it, even if he couldn't be glued to the television 24/7. But now, he suddenly felt as if he didn't recognize his own daughter. Chapter 188, Planning a Trip. Fighting the Sleeping Queen was fun. The field boss didn't hit too hard, but it had a lot of means to attack, mainly vines, lots and lots of them. It made the battle a lot more technical instead of just desperate slashing. Even the Violet Hurricanes got in on the action after Drifter confirmed it was safe enough. It was in times like this that the Spearmaster was grateful for his title and reputation. While he mostly disliked the attention it brought, it was useful knowing that when he spoke, people listened. Not that they always obeyed him, mind you. And he didn't really want to have his every word followed like it was law. Most of the times, he would rather be just Drifter, instead of Broken Spear. Not all, though. Drifter had never been an overly modest person. He knew his own worth, and wasn't shy about showing off every once in a while. His confidence only grew as did his position in the assault team. In another life, that confidence would have turned into unbridled arrogance. But in this world, it had been tempered through way too many trials. It had transformed Drifter into a leader, not just to his guild or the assault team, but to all the players. All that was to say, Drifter had grown used to people listening when he spoke. So he was not amused by being currently ignored by his latest cause of annoyance, and even less so by all his laughing guildmates. Ferder! Get back here, you smelly mutt! Predictably, the wolf didn't listen. Instead, he continued to run circles around Drifter while Yuna, Yuki, Liz, Agile, and Nautilus egged him on. Give me back my spear, you unevolved dog! Kismol! Ferder enjoys playing chase, Drifter. It's very kind of you to volunteer. The dark elf chuckled and pointed out in that way of hers that made it impossible to be mad at her. Drifter was making a good effort, though. Kismol! I didn't arg. The Spearmaster threw his hands up in the air and gave up. He thumped over to a bench and sat down, giving everyone his patented I hate you right now glare. For some reason, that only made his guildmates laugh harder. There. Ferder's just playing. Don't be mad, dummy. Yuna patted her husband's shoulder reassuringly, but it seemed quite insincere when she was struggling to hold back her giggles. The songstress fully broke down when Ferder trotted over to the bench, spear still in his mouth, and gave Drifter puppy eyes. When the player resisted, with effort, the wolf dropped the spear at his feet. The spearmaster stared at it suspiciously until Ferder whined. The wolf seemed genuinely sorry for upsetting him. Drifter's expression softened some, and he bent down to pick up his weapon. That was when Ferder darted forward and picked it up again, holding it tight between his jaws. The wolf skipped out of reach and restarted the chase while Drifter screamed, "Ferder! I'm going to boil you!" By now, most of the reavers were rolling on the ground with laughter. Silica was wiping away a tear and leaning on Kismol to hold herself up. I think Ferder's getting smarter." The dark elf opened her mouth to answer, but only a strangled snort came out when she saw Ferder diving under the spearmaster's legs. Since he still had the spear held horizontally in his mouth, that sent Drifter tumbling down. The reaver didn't bother getting back up. He laid on the ground, defeated and glaring at everyone he could see. "If I ever find out who told Ferder to do this, I'll make them suffer." His guild laughed harder. Drifter kept his stern expression until Ferder approached him again. "Oh no! You are not tricking me again. Go away." The wolf whined, and Drifter's frown twitched. When Ferder plopped down next to him and laid his head on his stomach, Drifter couldn't resist it anymore. All right. Maybe I won't boil you." He scratched the wolf behind the ears, and Ferder's tail wagged rapidly against the ground in contentment. Drifter sighed. "I won't give you any more pats if you get slobber all over my spear again." Ferder grumbled, and Drifter closed his eyes. The ground wasn't the most comfortable place, but he enjoyed the moment. He wouldn't ever get tired of listening to his friends chat and laugh even if it was at his expense. It proved that they weren't just still alive, but also living. "I never thought I would catch you of all people slacking, Drifter." The spearmaster opened his eyes at the new voice, and saw Sasha staring at him upside down. Well, not really. It was just how it looked since she was standing by his head. Her seemingly innocent remark didn't fool him. He didn't miss the glint of amusement in her eyes, nor the slight curling of her lips. He would bet anything she had been watching for a while. "I'll sit Klein on you if you say anything, Sasha." He took some vindictive pleasure in the way her expression contorted into state. Ever since the Furinkazan guild leader had met Sasha a couple floors back, he had been declaring his undying affection for her. "Love at first sight," he said. "Please don't." Drifter stuck out his tongue, which proved to be a bad choice as Ferder decided to lick his face. "Eck! Stop that. Anyway, how have you been, Sasha?" Sputtering, Drifter pushed Ferder's head away and sat up. He also conveniently swept his spear back into his inventory while at it. Ferder whined at the loss of his toy. "Me? Pretty good. Also, why didn't you do that from the beginning?" Drifter flushed a little and turned his head away. Sasha giggled when she heard him mumble an answer. Ferder was having fun. "You are a big softy, aren't you?" "Hey! I'll have you know I'm a very cold-hearted frontliner. Broken Spear Drifter. I am Dash." "Yup, he's a softy." "Sanan." Drifter crossed his arms and pouted. It didn't really work when everyone knew he was playing along. I knew Drifter was a good guy from the beginning. Not everyone would take time out of their busy schedule, especially frontliners, to play with the kids. That was mostly Yuna, though. Liar. You were as excited as I was. The songstress stuck out her tongue at him from where she was sitting cuddling Silica and Pina. Drifter just snorted and flopped back down, resting his head on Ferder's flank. "Okay, maybe I was. Speaking of which, if you are here, who's taking care of the church, Sasha?" "Ah, Thinker and Yulia are looking after it and the kids." Drifter furrowed his brows. "Thinker? Yulia?" The Spearmaster had never heard of them. Neither had his guildmates, and the new names caught the attention of the others, who paused their conversations to look at Sasha. All of Reaver's Requiem was very fond of the lost kids that Sasha took in. Maybe even a bit overprotective. The woman knew that, and she couldn't help the grateful smile that touched her lips when she noticed the keen interest from all the Reavers. Knowing that others cared for the kids like she did took a weight off her shoulders. She knew they would never be abandoned again, even if something happened to her. They are a couple. You probably don't know them cause they come in the days you aren't there. But they have been a huge help for the past few months. I had to rely on doing odd quests around the town of beginnings to fund the church, but with Yulier and Thinker hunting and doing actual quests on the lower floors, I've been able to providence better care for the kids. Drifter felt a prick of guilt when he heard that, and he wasn't the only one. They knew Sasha didn't mean anything by it, but it was a fact that the Reavers only went down to the first floor once a week. Nobody blamed them, of course. Their work in the front lines was much more important. But it still felt a little like they let Sasha and her charges down. That's good to hear, Sasha. You deserve all the help you can get. What Sasha did was charity. She was a saint. Nobody had told her she had to take in kids and clothe, feed, entertain, and put a roof over their heads. She did it all of her own volition. Thank you. It would have never happened if you didn't support me at the start. Especially you, Drifter, Yuna. The couple shook their heads. We didn't do much. Sasha, Sinan, Nautilus, Kirito, Asuna, Ran, and several of the others snorted at that. For a guild leader and a performer, Drifter and Yuna sure had a hard time accepting praise. Yes, you did. But enough about that. I actually came to talk about something else. Involving painting, fishing, and a field trip to the 22nd floor. Drifter stared at Sasha. How did you even know about that? Oh, a little rodent told me. She thought I might be interested. In her own words, Dribu's stupid and forgot to invite ya, so I'm doing it for him. Argo. The Spearmaster groaned, not just because the info broker wasn't wrong. All of Reaver's Requiem going down to the 22nd floor? That was the perfect chance to take the kids out to play. They couldn't be safer. I hope I'm not imposing too much, Drifter. I do believe the little ones would enjoy it, however. Waving his hand, Drifter dismissed her sheepish expression. Not at all, Sasha. Argo's right, I should have thought of it sooner. You are more than welcome to join us. I bet Siba will love it. Oh, and bring those two you talked about. It will be a good chance to meet them. The caretaker beamed. Kneeling, she threw her arms around Drifter in an awkward hug, before proceeding to get up and wrap her arms around Yuna, squishing Silica and her pet in the middle. Thank you so much. You're ugh. Welcome. They chatted for a while more before Sasha looked at her menu and saw that it was already past 10 p.m. She hugged Yuna and Drifter once more and bid farewell go the Reavers. I should relieve Thinker and Yulier. I'll see you soon. Good luck with the raid tomorrow. The players waved goodbye to her, not in any hurry to leave their spot. The 38th would probably be a simple battle, but they had all gone back to the safe zone early today, as soon as the sun started to set, so they could rest. Most players had learned to leave frontliners alone before a floor boss raid. The ones who didn't were sent scurrying away with glares and frowns if they made too much of a fuss. The other assault team guilds each had their own pre-raid rituals. Relaxing as a guild was Reaver's Requiems, and, all in all, they were pretty satisfied with having a corner of the safe zone all to themselves. It's getting to be quite a huge group, no? For our little trip. Griselda commented while braiding Sachi's hair. Yuna, who was next line for the older woman's treatment, shrugged. The more the merrier. It'll be fun. If nothing else, we can hand our catches to Asuna so she can level up her cooking. Oh, seafood! Oh, seafood! Keita and Tetsuo high-fived, and Kirito snorted. Close enough, I guess. The swordsman was sitting on the ground in front of a bench, with his back pressed on Asuna's legs, and his head reclined back to rest on her lap. I don't have any problems cooking what you fish. Although I do need to prepare some extra ingredients since there will be more people than usual. The fencer tapped her lips with a pensive expression. Probably making a mental list of everything she had to buy. I'm volunteering Yuki to go with you. Buy what you need, Asuna. Sinon. I thought you loved me. But yeah, I can go, no worries, Asuna-chan. Stop jostling her, Yuki. I'm trying to sleep. Why are both of you even using me as a pillow? Cracking an eye open, Drifter saw Sinon, with Yuki and Nautilus, sitting to her left and right respectively, and leaning heavily on the poor archer. The two exchanged mischievous glances. They could have chosen to sit or lay down anywhere, and had decided to bug Sinon on purpose. You are my girlfriend. It's my right to cuddle up with you. My girlfriend abandoned me. I'm using my right to cuddle up to you as you are her sister-in-law. Sinon blinked. I don't think that's how that works. And I didn't abandon you, Nautilus. Honestly. Ran, who was perfectly within reach, seeing as her feet were on Nautilus' lap as she and Liz chit-chat, rolled her eyes. She was unable to keep a smile from appearing on her face. Drifter shook his head, amused. There wasn't a single moment when the players of Reaver's Requiem weren't trying to mess with one another. All in good fun, of course. The quietest member of their guild, Valork, was surprisingly managing to keep some of the loudest Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo, who else? Entertained via a card game you could buy from NPCs, otherwise, things wouldn't be nearly as placid. Well, loud and boisterous or silent and intimate, Drifter enjoyed all the moments with his guild. This was the family SAO had gifted him, and he knew he couldn't have done better if he tried. Chapter 189, Things on the 40th. The 38th floor boss raid went okay-ish. There was one scary moment that reminded everyone that, even if they weren't in a round floor or a sure-death floor, this was still Sword Art Online. But other than nearly giving several people, both in and out of Aincrad, a heart attack, nothing unexpected happened. And the player who stupidly put themselves in a dangerous situation was very thoroughly scolded. As the day for their planned outing approached, Drifter could see his Reavers getting more and more excited. It put a smile on his face. It wasn't anything that special. Just taking a day off to better explore the 22nd floor, without the deadline of having to clear it hanging over their heads. Some fishing, chatting, and eating. Reaver's Requiem had taken short vacations before. Sure, they were usually half a day, since they tried to stick to the clearer schedule, but they did take time off every now and then. Mostly to go to the hot springs. This felt like an actual family trip. Not just a bunch of tired soldiers needing to forget a bad day. It was understandable then that everyone was eager that Reaver's Requiem breezed through most of the 39th floor with a smile on their faces. Even the floor boss was put down without much trouble. Things changed when they stepped on the 40th floor, of course. Excited or not, no one was going to take a round floor lightly. You! What's that? It's gross! Nobody could blame Liz for a reaction. The 40th floor was a dreary expanse of black soil and dead trees. But what disgusted the blacksmiths so much was the first mob they came across. The thing was almost all eyeballs. A mass of toxic muck not unlike the slimes from lower floors, but covered with bloodshot eyes, at least 24 of them, and in all different sizes. Some were as big as a fist. I don't like that. I think I just got a new phobia. While some of his guildmates complained, Drifter's reaction was much more straightforward. He stabbed the mob. Usually that worked pretty well in SAO. Don't know what you are dealing with? Stab it. Don't want to deal with that problem? Stab it. Don't like that person? Stab it. Well, not the last. While it arguably worked, it also caused more problems. But that was the gist of it. Unknown mob? Stab it. That usually worked. Not this time. Drifter's spear pierced clean through one eyeball and the rest of the mob, coming out its back splashing black goo and red shards. The mob lost less than 5% of its HP. Just a blip in the bar. And when Drifter tried to pull back his spear, he found out he couldn't. It was completely stuck. Damn it! It resists sharp weapons. Blunt weapons forward. Liz, Tetsuo, Wolf, shields, We'll be relying on you. Everyone else, focus on finding weak points. Start with the eyeballs. Drifter finally managed to retrieve his spear with a mighty heave, but not before a tendril of muck whipped his arm, doing a not insignificant amount of damage. I hate everything about what you just said. Less complaining and more hitting things. That's the problem. I can't hit things. Only stab them. My whole deal is stabbing things twice. Drifter rolled his eyes. He knew Yuki was complaining only for the sake of complaining. It didn't make it less grating on his ears. Then get to it. You're just gonna have to stab it a lot. The swordswoman huffed, but started slashing, cutting, and yes, stabbing. Her nickname of Untamed Storm wasn't for nothing. Yuki pretty much looked like a blur of purple hair and cold gray steel when she got into a rhythm. Her sister was far less flashy, but no less skilled. Precise Blade Ran, they called her, for her knack of finding chinks in the enemy's defense and slipping her sword into them. She had perhaps the highest crit rate of Reaver's Requiem after Arrow Huntress Sinon. In fact, it was Ran who was making the most progress in finding the thing's weakness. Her sword lashed out like a viper, not dealing much damage due to the mob's nature, but striking a different eyeball each time with uncanny accuracy. Got it! It was on her 13th try that the swordswoman found the monster's weak spot. She dodged a splattering of goo resulting from a heavy strike from Liz's hammer, and stabbed a fist-sized eye near the base of the mob. The creature gurgled loudly, the first noise it made in the entire battle, and all the Reavers watched as its HP went from 30% to 0% in an instant. That's one hell of a crit. Good job, Ran. Someone whistled, impressed. That was over 10 times the damage Drifter inflicted with his first attack. Considering the mob was resistant to sharp weaponry, that was quite the feat, far more than a critical hit could achieve, actually. Thanks, I guess. It felt weird. How so? Not sure. It just did. Ran pursed her lips thoughtfully. She kept staring at the spot where the mob had disappeared, her hand moving as if replaying the battle, until Nautilus nudged her. You can think on it later, dear. We're still a ways away from our target. The ash-haired player's gaze flicked to his map, which showed the path Reaver's Requiem had taken to get to this part of the floor. The dots representing them were surrounded by fog in nearly all directions. If that's the type of mob we're gonna find here, I'm kinda regretting letting the DKB take the southwest direction just cause it looked gloomy. More gloomy, anyway. Asuna muttered while wiping her rapier. No remnants of the mob were left on the sword, of course, but it still felt tainted. Who knows? Maybe they also have things there. If not, it might be something worse. This floor is shaping up to be a real doozy. If it makes you feel any better, Asuna, Klein and Orlando are already complaining. Drifter looked over his shoulder to the fencer, smirking slightly when her expression did brighten a little. Orlando was on her shit list recently for an ill-thought joke about hers and Kirito's love life. It does, actually. They took the east, right? What are they yapping about? Pack mobs. Something called roller beetles. Orlando says they are, and I quote, ugly little bastards with bad timing. Whatever that means. Ugh bugs. I take back what I said. Asuna shuddered, as did several others. The fencer wasn't particularly afraid of insects, that was Yuna, and, to a lesser degree, Nautilus, but SAO was often too realistic when it came to mobs in everything except size. Seeing a car-sized locust bearing down on you would never not be terrifying, disgusting, or both. Drifter never knew insect mouths had so many independently moving parts. The Spearmaster had no idea what challenges the other assault team guilds were facing, but he was sure they wouldn't be much better than Reaver's Requiems and whatever it was Furin Kazan and the Legend Braves were dealing with. Even just 2 hours into their exploration, one thing about the 40th floor was becoming clear: the floor didn't like them, and it was made to be as inhospitable as possible. Each of the frontliner guilds had chosen a direction of the floor to map, and Reaver's Requiems was the northwest. The putrid slime monster they met was just the first of the challenges they were bound to face. Another thing ahead. On your mark, Drifter. Wait. I want to test something. Sinon, did you see which I ran stabbed in the other mob? The archer nodded, already drawing her bowstring. She placed one of her special arrows on it, a product of the old couple with the carpentry skill that Seba had introduced to them. Hit it. She did. Her arrow flew a straight path towards the mob, glowing red. The broadhead pierced the eyeball with a frankly disturbing noise reminiscent of an emptying balloon, but otherwise nothing happened. The Reavers watched as the mob started ambling towards them, lashing out with its tentacles. Drifter frowned as Nautilus, Wolf, and Griselda moved forward to engage it. What skill was that, Sinon? It was a different red than your overcharge. Second string. It's not that great, so I don't use it often. The archer certainly seemed disappointed, but the result. Her skill hadn't done much damage at all to the mob. Its HP gauge barely dipped. What does it do? It's supposed to give my arrows extra range. It sorta walks like a secondary engine in a rocket, giving it further impulse when it starts to slow down. It doesn't do any extra damage, though. HM. Why choose it, then? I found out that if I hit the target before that second wind kicks in, it still happens, and enhances crit chance by quite a lot. So not totally useless, but I also have other skills that do that. Sinon was appropriately proud when she explained. Finding hidden uses or secondary utilities for skills was one of the marks of a good player. It didn't mean it was easy. Drifter patted her shoulder. Keep testing it. Who knows, you might find something else useful. Good thinking, though. Now, about the results. I definitely hit the same Iran did. No super crit, though. But you already expected that, didn't you? Her tone was conversational, and she continued letting arrows fly while she spoke. I suspected it. It seemed too easy that a mob like that would have a fixed insta-kill weak point. This is a round floor, after all. Drifter bit the inside of his cheek. He felt comfortable enough to simply observe while his guildmates fought, but he was ready to jump in at a moment's notice. However, he believed his time would be better spent analyzing the mob for weaknesses. So it is. Do you think we can do it again? Her voice shook, and Sinon faltered for a second. Not enough to affect the flow of the battle, but Drifter noticed. His expression darkened. He knew what the archer meant. The miracle of the 30th floor. Defeating a round floor without any losses. A miracle paid in sweat and blood in the floors before it. I don't know. We were pretty good back then. We are better now. But it's still a round floor. Yeah. Sinon sighed, and all Drifter could do was offer her a weak smile as one of her arrows finally found its mark and the mob shattered, this time when it still had a full 40% HP left. Let's focus on the now, Sinon. We will deal with whatever comes later. Saying that, Drifter clapped his hands to catch the attention of the others. The only one who had been close enough to hear his and Sinon's hushed conversation was Yuna. Well, I say this confirms my theory that the things have an insta-kill weakness. It just ain't fixed. So, from here onwards, this is how we'll fight, Valork, Shigeo, Nautilus, you will trap it in a triangle formation. Everyone else who isn't Liz, Wolf, and Tetsuo, dart in and out and target the eyes. Try not to overlap. You three, just let loose. If you can just beat the mobs to death before we find their weak points, that works as well. We'll adjust our formation if we come across more than one at once. We'll get through this, Sinon. While Drifter explained their strategy going forward, Yuna rested a gentle hand on Sinon's forearm. The archer looked at the songstress, one of her closest, if not her best friend, and hugged her. I know. But let's think happier things. Now that we are on the 40th floor, that trip is close. Yuki can't stop talking about it. Yuna giggled. Sinon's girlfriend was a constant source of entertainment. And you'll finally get to meet Seba. She'll be ecstatic to be able to paint you. Sinon grimaced. Her, Kirito, and Drifter were very similar when it came to receiving attention. Yeah. Not looking forward to that. Yuki is. The songstress teased. Sinon sagged and sighed dramatically. Don't I know it? Hey, you two! We are moving! Kirito called their two ranged combatants. Yuna raised a hand and waved, shooting Sinon one last smile before following their guildmates. The archer could only shake her head and grin to herself. What was to come would come. No sense in thinking too deeply about it. Chapter 190, Sludge. The eyeball slimes, Drifter refused to use the name the system gave them, things, because it sounded too much like a third-rate horror flick, weren't the only enemies Reaver's Requiem came across in their exploration. Somewhere along the way, as they advanced deeper into the floor, black corrosives started to show up. The name didn't really make them justice. The black corrosives looked like melted scarecrows. Each of them wielded a scythe, and swung it with surprising skill. The real problem the mobs presented was their acid. Every now and then, one of them would plunge a hand inside their bodies, yes, full-on pierce their own stomachs, grab a handful of a sludge-like substance, and throw it. If hit by it, the players had to endure a harsh dot effect, as well as suffer great losses of equipment durability. In a way, it was good that it was Reaver's Requiem who chose this direction. They had with them Forge Master Lisbeth and her Volcano Forge unique skill, so while annoying, the black corrosives couldn't force them to retreat to safe zones to repair their equipment like they would do to other guilds. It was the third mob type that they came across that gave the Reavers pause. Drifter saw it when he activated his searching by habit, and his entire vision light up red. Stop! The players halted immediately, tightening their formation when they heard the urgency in Drifter's voice. The Spearmaster pointed to a large boulder about 15 meters ahead of them. Behind that, something big. The Reavers fanned out following his words, like hunters cornering a prey. Only, this time they had chosen their quarry wrongly. They were about 5 meters from the moss-covered boulder when it moved. Drifter realized the mob hadn't been hiding behind it, it was the rock. That realization came at about the same time something hit his chest like a runaway truck. The Spearmaster's feet left the ground and he flew a good 7 meters, bowling over Kismal and Sachi. Drifter! The three landed in a pile on the ground, completely disoriented, even if the Spearwoman and the Dark Elf were unharmed. Drifter certainly wasn't. There was a large red line going from his left shoulder to just beneath his ribs on his right side, as thick as his forearm. His HP had dropped to yellow in one single blow. I'm okay. Focus! The Spearmaster yelled as he struggled to get up. He hadn't even seen what hit him. Arg! Splitting their attention to worry about Drifter proved to be a fatal mistake. Kirito had just started to turn around when he too got hit. This time Drifter saw it. From a gap under the boulder, which he now recognized wasn't a boulder at all, but a shell, a whip-like, dark green tentacle slashed out, catching the black swordsman across the face. Kirito felt like he had just gotten shot. His head snapped back, followed by the rest of his body, and then his feet as he performed an unplanned backflip. The swordsman landed in a heap on the ground, groaning. The other Reavers watched with wide eyes as two of their best were disabled so promptly. What the fuck? Eyes on the monster. Kill that fucker. Still, caught by surprise or not, they were frontliners. Drifter getting hit could be considered unavoidable, since they didn't know what they were dealing with. Kirito was a mistake. If they let it happen a third time, they might as well jump over the edge of Aincrad. It would certainly be less embarrassing. When the mob lashed out again, still with the tentacle from under its shell, Nautilus twisted to the side, and caught the thing between his shield and the pommel of his blade. Cut it! Straining to hold the slimy extension, he shouted for help. Griselda was upon him in an instant, cleaving down with an avalanche. It only got about halfway through the arm-thick tentacle. The thing was tough. What the dash? Before the woman could go for a second blow, the tentacle managed to wriggle free of Nautilus' hold. However, Instead of retreating back under the shell, it turned towards Griselda like it had a mind of its own. It was only then that the players noticed that the tip of the tentacle was rounder and bigger than the rest of it. The reason for that was apparent when it opened up like 5 petals of a gross flower and spewed black muck all over Griselda. Ack! What is this? Get it off. Die! It was disgusting. Griselda was torn between dropping her sword and trying to clean herself, and just unleashing her rage on the mob. She went with the second option. Slashing wildly, she landed a normal attack and a power cut before the tentacle pulled away. Griselda! Are you okay? No! Yes! Arg! I'm not hurt. But dash. Whatever else Griselda was going to say got caught on her throat when she saw the mob growing. She looked up as Agile and Yuki retreated after a few ineffective attacks against the shell. Then she looked up again, because if they thought the mob was big before, now it towered over them by a good 5 meters. If it wasn't for the fact that it only had 1 health bar, she would think it was a field boss. Drifter had also managed to get up in the interval, and was gaping at the mob. It was huge. The moss-covered shell was one thing. But even that was currently 2 meters off the ground, held on the back of a dark green snail. It's a damn snail? Kata cursed. The mob was, in fact, a snail. And the whip-like thing that lashed out before weren't tentacles, but its antenna. The ball that opened up to spit muck at Griselda was an eye. Doesn't matter what it is, 'cause it hits like a fucking train. Get ready, everyone. It won't go down easy. As if responding to Drifter's words, the snail turned towards them, and they finally saw its head. Other than the antennas on top, all it had was a tiny circular mouth, complete with row after row of sharp teeth. Drifter threw his spear at it. The weapon soared towards the mob, but it ducked with surprising agility for, well, a snail. The spear passed between the antennas and hit its shell with a deafening, gong-like sound. Drifter winced at the thought of how much durability his weapon had just lost. Even worse was when he looked at the monster's HP and saw that it hadn't diminished at all. In fact, it seemed only Griselda's attack had been effective. The shell makes it invulnerable. Aim for the flesh. Not the nicest way to put it, but it passed the message well enough. Unfortunately, the surprises weren't over yet. Just as Griselda started to run towards the mob, she found her movement impaired. The sludge the creature had covered her in had hardened, throwing off her sense of balance entirely, and she fell. Griselda! You okay? No! I got a 70% speed debuff. Drifter almost stumbled himself. An attack that could take almost half of his HP in one go, and another that applied a debuff on par with round 4 bosses? Are we sure that thing isn't a field boss? Less talking and more killing. I don't want to find out what other tricks it has. A healing crystal and some bubbles from Pina had seen to it that Drifter's HP recovered to an acceptable range. The Spearmaster was quick to charge towards the mob. He heard Yuna start playing her Clear Breeze song. Hopefully it would cancel out some of the negative effects Griselda was under. For him and the other Reavers, the speed buff was welcomed anyway. Even then, he was still hard-pressed to dodge the swiping antenna that targeted him. It extended far beyond what was normal or logical, like a stretched piece of gum or a rubber band. Analogies aside, the member was right in front of him before Drifter could blink. It was pure instinct that saw the Spearmaster ducking, then curling up when he lost his footing. Transitioning into a roll, Drifter shot back to his feet in time to see Wolf grunting as he awkwardly blocked the antenna with his mace. Luckily Yuki was there to help, chopping down on it with a slant. Again, it wasn't enough to cut off the limb. Anyway, Drifter only gave them a cursory glance, not even slowing down as he used a comet break to finally reach the main body of the mob. Ha! He felt grim satisfaction as his spear plunged deep into the snail's flesh. The creature's HP dropped by nearly 10% just from that, proving that, while its shell was impenetrable, the monster itself wasn't that sturdy. To his right, he saw Asuna unleashing hell on the mob with triangular, folium, Sharp Hail, and a number of other skills. To his left, Silica and Ran were tearing into the monster with Tiger Bone, Stop Cut, Savage Fulcrum, and so on. Drifter himself happily added Triple Thrust and Cobalt Slice to the mix. Under the onslaught of skills, the mob fell while buried by a myriad of colors and glows. The players stood around the spot it previously was, panting. Still, the beast didn't go down easily. Even while under attack, it never stopped whipping its antennas and spewing that black sludge. Other than Griselda, Shigeo and Liz were also covered in the muck, and Sachi, Agile, and Nautilus were sporting rather nasty red lines across their bodies. What in Kaiba's cursed name was that? It was Valork who asked that, while trying fruitlessly to scrape the now hardened sludge covering his girlfriend. Liz was fuming. No fucking idea. But I don't like it. That was on par with an elite labyrinth mob. And an ambush type too. Agile spat while holding his arm out so Pina could perch on it and heal him. The merchant warrior was frowning. Yeah. That was not okay. We were already somewhat ready because Drifter noticed it early, even if it still caught us by surprise. A distracted clearer party? That's deadly. 3 hits would be enough to kill a player. It could do that in the initial confusion after the first attack. Kirito shook his head with narrowed eyes. Reaver's Requiem had managed to take the mob down so quickly, partly because they were who they were, and also because they were all there. If they had split into parties of 6 as they normally did, none of them would have died. They were Reaver's Requiem, so they wouldn't have died. But it would have been a painful battle. A panicked one, which was the worst kind of battle. In a way, it was good this was a round floor, because they had taken precautions. One of them was not splitting up until they had a good grasp of the floor. On the other hand, the only reason there was a mob like that was because it was a round floor. Ambush-type mob, lightning-fast attacks, unbreakable shell, boss-level speed debuff. The only weakness is how squishy it is. Sounds about right? Sounds fucking absurd. Yuna slapped Sinan on the shoulder for her improper language, but even the songstress couldn't help but think it was pretty accurate. Debuff lasts 35 seconds. Griselda had been timing it, and her expression of distaste showed her opinion on it pretty well. 35 seconds was a lifetime with a 70% speed reduction. Round floor. We aren't playing anymore. Keep an eye out for more. Sludge crawlers. Drifter had to pause to check the battle log for the name of the mob. Everything had happened so fast he hadn't been able to see it during the battle. We stopped playing a long time ago. Someone muttered under their breath, but Drifter ignored them. His mind was in the future. That were 3 different types of mob Reaver's Requiem had encountered already, and they weren't even a day into the floor yet. Things, black corrosives, and now sludge crawlers. They all hinted at something. A round floor indeed. Chapter 191 Adventures on the 40th Floor. In the end, it was still the 40th floor. 4/10 of the way to the top. 40% of Aincrad. Hoping there were no problems was just wishful thinking. Ha! Drifter sighed and massaged his temples. It was their 3rd day on the floor, and Reaver's Requiem had just retired to their inn. Yuna was already asleep, and he was about to join her when Argo's message arrived. 4 dead. He warned them the sludge crawlers were dangerous. It was depressing that there were people who still didn't listen. Idiots. If they wanted to die, they should have chosen a better death. Or at least a meaningful one. All they accomplished was leading 2 traumatized party members and reigniting the fear players had of round floors. That was the last fucking thing the frontliners needed. There were only just over 100 of them. It would take weeks for them to clear and map a floor on their own. Weeks they didn't have. That was why they needed clearers. Even frontliners would burn out if they had to clear floors and fight bosses. Especially as this was a round floor. People thought they knew what it meant to be in a round floor. They thought it was more dangerous, that they were more likely to die. They weren't wrong. But the only ones who truly understood the magnitude of a round floor were the frontliners. They were the ones who walked into the boss room. Only after looking each other in the eye and accepting some of them might not walk out. And then 4 people who weren't even frontliners went and died such useless deaths. It pissed Drifter off. That was probably a sign that there was something wrong with him. He was angry at how the players died, not simply that they did. He couldn't bring himself to care. He was working out the bloody math. Adding and subtracting lives. And the results weren't to his liking. Honestly, Drifter thought they had reached the end of the potential of the SAO players. Those who wanted to fight were already fighting. Those who wanted to do and be more already were. Maybe some mid-level players would find inspiration and become clearers. Maybe a handful of clearers would end up becoming frontliners. But overall, the numbers they had now? They had to climb to the top with that. Which made every life precious. Not just because that is what should be normal and natural, but because every frontliner that died? That was one frontliner less they would have to face the future challenges of SAO. And it would only get harder. That was the cold and harsh truth. They were just 2/5 of the way up. Counting the 40th, they still had 6 floors where losses wouldn't just not be a surprise, but expected. 3 of those were sure death floors. Drifter shivered every time he remembered how close the 50th floor was. They couldn't afford another 25th massacre. It would cripple the assault team permanently. The Spearmaster wasn't proud of how callous he had become. But he didn't regret it either. Better him than Kirito or Asuna or some of the other kids. Not that they were kids anymore, any of them. Even Silica was far from being a child. She was a frontliner. That meant something. Good and bad. Sighing again and closing his menu, Drifter turned off the lights and laid down next to his wife. Almost immediately, Yuna snuggled up against him, and Drifter threw an arm over her, pulling her closer. Her warmth against his chest pushed the troublesome thoughts away, and he soon fell asleep. The next morning, he only mentioned the dead players in passing. And his Reavers accepted it like the veterans they were. Grieve and move on. That was how many frontliners worked. And they didn't even know the deceased clearers, so they skipped the first step. The best way to honor the fallen players, even if they had been idiots, was to press onwards and clear the floor. Which was easier said than done. The 40th was fighting back. 9 new mobs, 3 of which could be considered elite, almost mini-boss level. 1 for each of the 3 regions the floor could be divided on. With his experience, Drifter was able to gauge the difficulty of the floor pretty well. He reckoned it was somewhere between the 30th and 25th floors. Harder than the first but easier than the second. Going by that metric, he could estimate how long it would take to find the tower and clear the boss room, 20 days, give or take 1 or 2. More than usual, but not an absurd amount. That meant it would already be late September of 2024 when they left this floor. Not a particularly special date, if you ignored that it marked 22 months of their imprisonment. Like he always did when that thought came up, Drifter pushed it back down. He had already pondered over any possible time frame in his mind, multiple times. He knew at the earliest, it would be another 2.5 years before they escaped Sword Art Online. At the latest, never. Not a pleasant thought, and yet it was where his mind always ended up. He didn't let it show on his face, however, no matter how distasteful. He knew better than to start day 4 of Reaver's Requiem's exploration of the 40th floor on such a sour note. Instead, he pushed their upcoming trip to the forefront of his mind, and that resulted in a genuine upturn of his lips. Siba had taken to messaging at least twice a day since the beginning of the week to make sure he hadn't forgotten. She vouched she had already bought enough canvas, paints, brushes, and other supplies to the point it nearly spilled out of her inventory. She wasn't the only one excited. Reavers aside, Sasha said the kids kept pestering her on when the outing would be and why it was taking so long. Less than a week, that was when. Drifter had already gone down to the 22nd floor to scout for a good location, as well as any possible dangers. If he was going to be taking the kids there, he would take every possible precaution. No way he would gamble with their well-being. Thankfully, the 22nd floor was a good one. Forests, trails, and lakes. The mobs were mainly concentrated on the forests, with a few aquatic ones that could appear when you were fishing. Nothing dangerous, especially not to a frontline guild absurdly overleveled for the floor. Drifter had experimented. He could kill the 22nd floor mobs with 2 normal attacks, or 1 skill. Hell, depending on the skill, he could kill multiple at once. Of course, he gained 0 experience from them. Literally. Anything more than 10 levels below you didn't give experience. That was okay. If Drifter wanted to level, he would do it targeting mobs more appropriate to his standing. Like the gray ghouls in front of him. Roughly human-looking, but with deathly pale skin and rotting flesh, the gray ghouls were another of the mini-boss tier mobs of the 40th floor. Individually they were just on the level of elite mobs. Tough and fast, but nothing too abnormal. However, the gray ghouls never roamed in packs of less than 4 members. And they showcased a degree of cooperation and strategy that really didn't match their status as undead. The larger packs of 7 or even 8 monsters posed threat even to frontliners, as the Reavers found out when half of them worked together to stall them while the other half ganged up on Nautilus. Were the ash-haired player not who he was, a titled frontliner with a unique skill, it would have been dangerous. Not enough to kill him, any frontliner worth their salt could at least hold their own against this many mobs until help arrived, but certainly a close call. Still, Drifter preferred the gray ghouls to the sludge crawlers or the other super mob of the floor, the human-faced dogs. The crawlers had that nasty speed debuff, while the dogs were just plain creepy, and their bite carried a dot effect. In comparison, as long as you kept an eye on their numbers and didn't do something stupid like straying too far from your party, the ghouls were much more manageable. It was enough that Drifter felt confident splitting up in parties to further the floor exploration effort. Currently he had Yuna, Nautilus, Sachi, Wolf, and Silica with him, the latter accompanied by Ferder and the ever-present Pina. Not for the first time, Drifter thought of how far some of his Reavers had traveled. Yuna and Nautilus had always been with him, so they didn't need to be mentioned, and Wolf had also been in the assault team from the start. But Silica and Sachi? He still remembered the young girl who stammered and stuttered when trying to greet him back on the 3rd floor. And also the young woman who had been picked up sword and shield for her guild's sake, when she so obviously hated to fight. Indeed, Silica and Sachi had come a long way. The former was now a title player, Dragon Tamer Silica, and a menace with her dagger. And the latter, while not a frontliner or famous, had changed her weapon to a spear and was now as capable as any clearer. More, even, thanks to the constant instructions of SAO's foremost spear user. To the Sachi of now, taking on even 2 gray ghouls at once wasn't particularly hazardous. It wasn't an easy battle, not like it would be for Drifter, but it didn't put her in the deadly danger it would have were she still the same lost woman she once was. Her spear snaked around the heath of a gray ghoul, stabbing into the neck of the one behind it. A violent tug resulted in her both retrieving her weapon and smacking the first mob with the shaft of her spear. The gray ghouls were too tough to be thrown down just with that. They lunged at Sachi, claws sharp as knives aiming for her chest, and the spearwoman leaned back. The mob in the back missed her entirely, while the one in front, being closer, managed to leave a scratch on her collarbone. Sachi's response was to change how she held her spear to an inverted, one-handed grip, and stab directly up. It was a simple sting that entered through the bottom of the monster's mouth and came put top of its head. And yet, the position in which she delivered the skull was nothing but impossible for 90% of Aincrad's spear wielders. From his position in the middle of the party, Drifter nodded approvingly. Sachi would never be a frontliner because she didn't have the mentality for it. But she was far from weak. Gar! Despite diverting his attention to Sachi's battle, Drifter didn't lose sight of the enemy in front of him. His spear swept in an upward slash, severing the arm of a gray ghoul. Then it crashed back down, shearing through the head of the mob like an executioner's axe. Riptide. One of his infinite spear skills. With just a sliver of health left, the mob tried to jump at him, but a seemingly innocuous swipe of his spear cut off its left foot at the ankle, causing it to fall face-first on the ground. A quick jab later, and his spear had gone through the gray ghoul's nape. Only shards were left, the mob not even being granted the dignity of dying standing. His gaze went back to Sachi, just in time to see her put her spear through the chest of the last gray ghoul, ending its life with another sting. Basic skills were the bread and butter of every player. Sure, high-tier skills like Skyrender or Pinpoint Star sounded a lot more impressive than Sting, which was basically a system-empowered stab. But you don't need a light show when a straightforward stab does the trick. Good work, everyone. Sachi, if you had your right foot half-turned when those two ghouls attacked you, you would have been able to dodge it completely. Otherwise, perfect. The spearwoman nodded thoughtfully, not at all embarrassed by being the only one called out. There were a lot LF players who would pay good COR to receive instruction from Broken Spear Drifter. She had it for free and whenever she wanted it, so the least she could do was take it all in and improve. Yun, any news from the other parties? Just the regular check-ins. Drifter nodded. No news was often good news. It was Reaver's Requiem's standard procedure to send regular messages every half hour when they split up to hunt. It could be a pain, but nobody complained. The protocol had been instated after Laughing Coffin became more active and honestly, they should have been doing it much sooner. Everybody knew that the day one of them didn't check in, the others would rush to them immediately. Knowing that brought them a lot more comfort than being lazy was worth. Alright. 3 more packs and we can stop for lunch. Chapter 192, Another Labyrinth. It was 5 days later that Drifter stood at the foot of the 40th floor tower, looking at the entrance in front of him. It fit the floor's whole vibe. It was dark and dreary, with moss and some black stuff. Drifter honestly didn't want to know what it was clinging to it. It looked like an abandoned mineshaft. Drifter looked at it and marked the location on his map. He would sell it to Argo later. For now, he clapped his hand and turned to the others. Alright, let's take a peek and then call it a day, shall we? We probably want to be well rested for tomorrow. I thought the whole point of tomorrow was so we could rest. Yuki raised her hand, a mischievous glint in her pupils. Drifter narrowed his eyes. Let me rephrase that, I need to be well rested. After all, I'm the one who's going to be looking after a bunch of children tomorrow. And I'm not talking about Sasha's kids. His gaze made it very clear who he considered the children to be. Yuki snorted in amusement and clutched her chest, swaying dramatically. Oh, leader! You wound me. Right in my heart. That's your liver. What? No, it isn't. Yuki dropped her gaze to check, and Drifter smirked. That prompted the others to start laughing too. No, it isn't. Though the fact you needed to check is worrying, Yuki. Now come on. Just a quick look at the layout and mobs, then we take a teleport crystal back. He ignored the rude gesture the girl sent his way, chuckling as he boldly entered the tower. The labyrinth was like any other they had journeyed. A place where physics made no sense, where you could walk in a straight line and find yourself back at the beginning. Looking up, Drifter saw hundreds of glowing bridges and passageways. As a rule, boss rooms were usually close to the top of the labyrinth. He doubted this one would be different. Eyes open, step light. Whatever comes our way, kill it quickly. Easy to follow commands. The jokester grin on Yuki's face disappeared when they entered the tower, replaced by calm caution, an expression that was mirrored by all the others, including himself. Drifter had no doubt. Joke and banter all they want, none of the Reavers would let their guard down inside a labyrinth, especially around floor 1. Shigeo protected the front, while Kismol guarded the rear. Drifter and Asuna were right behind the shield-bearer, and Yuki supported the Dark Elf, leaving Sinan in the middle. Mixing the party members was a habit Reaver's Requiem cultivated from a very early age. You never knew how chaotic a battle could get, and who you would end up having by your side, so it was indispensable that you could cooperate with anyone and fit in any party configuration, no matter how skewed. It was also why Drifter, Asuna, and Kismol were together today. Usually, the three of them, along with Kirito and Ran, tried to avoid grouping up. That was mainly because they were the 5 most suited for leadership in the guild. But again, you never knew when you might end up with 3 leadership-capable people in your party, or none at all. Not that that was a huge problem with Reaver's Requiem. Compared to other guilds, they had an overabundance of leaders, especially in relation to their size. Disregarding Drifter and the aforementioned 4, any of who could take the reins with ease if the need arose, Agile, Griselda, and Sinan were all well-versed in command. Any of them could, and had, led parties before in a guild in Griselda's case. They simply didn't enjoy it as much, and preferred to let any of the other 5 do it most of the time. No matter. That was just another unique characteristic of Reaver's Requiem. It wasn't like they lacked in that regard, what with 12 titled players in their midst. Up ahead, Drifter. I see them. Rearrange, everyone. Attack formation. Sinan, Overwatch. Light Reserve, Kismol. Got it. Leave it to me. Like a well-oiled machine, the party members slipped into their new positions. Shigeo stayed at the front to do his job as a tank, but now both Drifter, Asuna, and Yuki were just 2 paces behind him and to the side. The Spearmaster and the Fencer stood to the left, while the dual wielder took the right. They were ready for a pincer maneuver, with enough space between them that they wouldn't get in each other's way. Sinan was a few steps back, with Kismol hovering just to her right. The archer was responsible for shooting arrows at the mobs, obviously, but most importantly, she was to keep an eye on their surroundings, and make sure they weren't caught by surprise or trapped if more enemies appear. The Dark Elf, meanwhile, had what was simultaneously the easiest and hardest job of them all. Easiest because, if no variables appeared, she wouldn't even have to fight. Hardest because, if something did happen, she would have to intercept and deal with it alone until the other players could disentangle from their current enemies and aid her. Fountain Guardians. Not much of a clue in their names. On your toes, we don't know what to expect. Shigeo, mark the one on the right. Asuna, Yuki, and I will focus on the one on the left. Sinan, do your thing. Always do. The 2 mobs coming their way were unlike any of the others on the floor. To start with, they were clean. No stinky goo, no poisonous sludge, no creepy dozen extra eyeballs. No eyeballs at all, actually. The mobs looked old, yet new. Opaque metal skin with a cyan hue and delicate silver and gold adornments. They had the kind of glow you got from polishing old metal, not a blinding shine, but just smoothness. They were vaguely humanoid in shape. Their limbs weren't attached to the triangular torso, instead hovering with about the space of a fist between them, though that didn't seem to slow their purposeful gait at all, or get in the way of the sword and shield each of them carried. On their smooth heads, also hovering above their torso without touching it, there were no human features. Just straight silver and gold lines crossing seemingly without rhyme nor reason, and an ancient helmet, also made of azure metal. If Drifter had to say something, it would be that the Fountain Guardians reminded him of how old movies depicted fallen ancient civilizations that were, somehow, impossibly more advanced than the ones that existed now. Atlantis. That was the connection Drifter's brain made. Highly technological but clearly old robot guards, the cyan and blue hues of the metal they were made out of, and the word fountain in their names. It reminded him of a movie he watched when he was a kid. Drifter could feel the exact moment they entered the mob's aggro range. Their faceless heads swiveled to the party, and the Fountain Guardians started striding towards them with renewed purpose. Idly, Drifter noted down in his head the distance where the mobs perceived them. This was all important information to sell to Argo later. Most of his attention was on the mobs, however. Despite their disconnected limbs, there was nothing awkward or cumbersome about the way they stalked towards the players. Clearly, those mobs had some level of intelligence. They still fell for Shigeo's taunt. It was single-handedly the most useful skill in Sword Art Online, no contest. Even Drifter felt tempted to learn it, but he already had most of his skill slots full, and the ones that were left he was saving for the high-level two-handed spear skills. As 2 swords slammed down on Shigeo's shield, fully aiming to cut the player in 3 pieces, Drifter struck. And missed. Huh? No, he didn't miss. He was dodged. Before, he had thought the only parts where the limbs of the mobs weren't connected were where they met the torso, the hips, and shoulders. But when he stabbed at the leg of one of them, hoping to sweep the mob off its feet and destabilize it, the creature jumped back dexterously, and its leg split at the knee, allowing Drifter's spear to pass clean through it before rejoining. "Okay, this is new," the Spearmaster murmured, and, though surprised, he was not at all fazed. His spear, not having lost speed after hitting nothing, stilled. With just one arm, Drifter snapped a vertical, cleaving through the forearm and chest of the Fountain Guardian. The mob would have to do a lot better than detaching parts of its body if it wanted to get Drifter. The Spearmaster's reaction time might not be as fast as Kirito or Yuki's, but that still meant he was above 99% of SAO players. The Fountain Guardian appeared to be completely unbothered by its injury. Without a sound, the mob raised its sword, which Drifter now identified as a falcata, in an attempt to cut the Spearmaster. Drifter didn't even lift his spear in defense. He wasn't alone, and it was about time his guildmates joined the battle. A shield bash smashed into the Fountain Guardian, sending it reeling back. Shigeo then immediately turned back to the other mob, the one which he was supposed to keep occupied, and used Unrepentant Charge. Field awareness was an essential skill for any tanker. Just being able to endure hits well wasn't enough. Tanks were the ones who controlled the flow of the battle. They had an immense responsibility on their shoulders. Shigeo was really good at his job. His skill knocked over the first Fountain Guardian, directly in the path of Yuki's swords. The orange glow of Cross Slash, one of Dual Blade's skills, illuminated the mob. 2 perpendicular lines were left across its chest and head. Another skill, a simple horizontal, opened a gash across both of its thighs. The third skill, a Vorpal Strike, the mob managed to block. There was a loud bang when Yuki's sword hit the shield head-on and was sent veering off course. Even then, the purple-haired girl's left hand flicked, putting a hole through the mob's stomach. The whole exchange lasted maybe 3 seconds. More than enough time for Drifter to pierce the Fountain Guardian's head with a rage spike. He caught a blur over the corner of his eyes. Asuna, using Yuki as cover to get behind the mob. Deciding to provide an even better distraction, the Spearmaster lashed out with a violent kick. His leg shone silver with a martial arts, tendon snap. Unlike most of the other martial arts skills, which mostly aimed to stun and incapacitate, tendon snap sought one thing and one thing only, crushing damage. A dent appeared on the left side of the Fountain Guardian's torso, red shards dropping like paint flaking from an old wall. Or maybe rust from a corrugated fence was a more appropriate metaphor. Either way, the pure brutality, the sheer power and violence behind the kick, was more than enough to throw the mob off balance. And that was all Asuna needed to hit it with a series of skills. Sharp Hail, Parallel Sting, Glass Shard. Over a dozen red dots appeared all over the back of the Fountain Guardian. More than enough to wipe out the last of its HP. As the mob crumbled, the Reavers trained their attention to the other Fountain Guardian. Shigeo was doing a good job of blocking it, and between his skills and Sinan's arrows, it was already down to yellow health. Cocking his arm, Drifter launched a Serpent Coil Impale. It punched a hole straight through the side of the monster. 3 last arrows from Sinan, double shot and breaking airflow, ended it for good. In the afterglow of the battle, the sound of light panting was all that could be heard. Drifter quickly regulated his breathing and reflected on the skirmish. It had been a battle of skills. The players, Drifter included, had barely used any normal attacks. That was his fault. He was the one who said he wanted to finish it quickly. Still, it provided lots of useful information. The mob's intelligence, their cooperation, attack patterns, their ability to separate their limbs, and he thought he saw the last one about to activate a skill, but they had killed it before it could. Serration Wave. Kismol seemed to read his mind, because she spoke the name of the skill softly. You didn't shout in a tower. Drifter tilted his head. You sure? The color and starting stance matched. The Spearmaster nodded. Serration Wave was a basic skill for Sword and Shield users. It made sense the Fountain Guardians could use it. Anything else special? other than it avoiding my spear the first time. No. Okay. Let's keep going. Now that we know what we are up against, we'll study the next one. Shigeo. I know. Leave it to me. The shield-bearer nodded reassuringly without Drifter even needing to tell him what he wanted. The guild leader patted his shoulder. Thanks. We will keep the same formation. Sinan, focus fire on the ones we are engaging, leave Shigeo's alone. Normal attacks only when we get to it. I want to dissect their skill set. The girls either nodded or made noises of agreement. Drifter heaved his spear onto his shoulder and started walking deeper into the labyrinth. Chapter 193, The Trip, Part 1. Finally, the long-awaited day was here. It would be glorious. The day started with someone banging on the door of their room. Drifter had one foot on the floor, the other on the bed, ready to jump, and his spear in his hand before he opened his eyes. Wah! Yuna's reaction was more delayed, mainly because Drifter had rolled over her when he was startled awake. Nevertheless, she had one hand coiled in a fist. It didn't look threatening with her slender frame, but then again, most starting stances of martial arts were unassuming. Her other hand was rubbing her eyes, feeling groggy, as she slowly blinked away the sleepiness. Drifter! Yuna! It's morning already! Come on! Yuki! Drifter's voice came out in a low growl and he put his spear against the bedside table again. Yuna just dropped back down on the bed, face first. You see what she wants. His wife mumbled into her pillow, and Drifter scowled. It was 5:45 a.m. according to his menu. Getting up, he stalked towards the door without even bothering to put on a shirt, and wrenched it open. You have 10 words before I stab you, Yuki. The purple-haired girl blinked. She ran her eyes over Drifter's bare torso. Is that how you look in real life? 'Cause I know Sin says she has the same proportions and let me tell you dash. Yuki! Drifter opened his inventory and grabbed the first weapon he saw. Yuki jumped back from the lance while raising her hands in surrender. Both could hear Yuna's muffled laughter coming from inside the room. Sorry, boss. My mouth ran ahead of me. Anyway, it's fun day. And it's morning already. When are we setting off? I'm so excited. A huge grin split Yuki's face as she babbled, and Drifter raised his lance a little higher. The swordswoman ignored it completely, and winked at him. After several seconds of trading stares, one amused and one annoyed, Drifter sighed and stored his weapon away. He rubbed his forehead. I can tell that, Yuki. But it isn't even 6 yet. We are only set to meet Sasha at 9 a.m. Like I said multiple times yesterday. So I'm going back to sleep. The purple-haired girl opened her mouth to protest, but a glare from Drifter silenced her. She meekly nodded her head. Now shoo. Go bother someone else. Knock on our door before 8 and I'll hurt you for real. He slammed the door shut in her face. Sleepy Drifter was cranky Drifter. Bad man. She didn't deserve that. Yuna said as he laid down next to her again. Drifter snorted as one of his arms snaked around her and she laid her head over his heart. Yes, she did. She knew exactly what she was doing. And enjoyed it too, the cheeky brat. That was 100% revenge for all the times I woke her up early. In her defense, you do that a lot. Don't defend her. Yuna giggled, her breath tickling his chest. Drifter sighed fondly, and closed his eyes. Sleep eluded him afterwards, although Yuna had no problems drifting back to the realm of dreams. Drifter blamed Yuki. He was going to put her through hell next training session. Not that laying in bed while hugging his wife close to him was any hardship. Not at all. Still, it was the principle of the matter. He was the slave driver who woke up his guildmates at the crack of dawn to hunt and level. Not anybody else. That was just wrong. He also really disliked waking up in any way that wasn't through his own biological clock. Even if the amount of sleep he got was the same, there was just something different about waking up on his own, good, or being woken up, really bad. When the clock reached 8 a.m., it was a much happier Drifter who woke Yuna up by gently running his fingers up and down the small of her back. Is it time already? The songstress sat up, stretching her arms above her head and groaning when her joints cracked with a series of satisfying pops. Unfortunately so. I fear we will have Yuki banging on our door again if we delay any longer, threats of stabbing or not. HM. You need to stop being so fixated on stabbing everything. It doesn't solve all your problems, you know? Just most of them. Including people waking me up. Yuna laughed, a hearty sound that she reserved only for Drifter, and kissed him a proper good morning. Time to get up, dummy. We have a lot planned for today. Most of it your fault. Yeah. It snowballed a little from my original plan. Somehow. I can't seem to care, though. Yuna laughed again, softer this time, as she put on her usual outfit. Drifter also wore his shirt before fastening his armor over it with a simple flick of his fingers. All those straps would be a pain without the system's assistance. Ready, Songbird? Yuna finished tying her hair up in a ponytail and adjusting the tiara on her head, one of Liz's creations. Today will be fun. For once, the couple was amongst the last to make it to breakfast. Yuki was already there, obviously, almost bouncing on her seat, until a bleary-eyed Sinon dragged her onto her lap and stuffed a forkful of pancakes down her throat. Griselda, Kirito, and Asuna were sitting next to the couple, chatting about unimportant topics. Nautilus and Ran were there too, but each focusing on their breakfast rather than talking. That was just how they were. Silica was feeding Ferder strips of pancake with a lot of syrup, which couldn't be good for a wolf, but then again, it was all virtual, so it probably didn't matter. The pet certainly seemed to be enjoying it, even nudging Pina with his snout to get the sleepy little dragon to eat too. Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi were considerably more lively than the rest of their guildmates, bar Yuki. There seemed to be a bet of sorts starting between the two men over which of them would catch the bigger fish. Sachi seemed content to let the two make more and more fantastical claims at each turn, trying to outdo each other. Agile and his brother merchants weren't there. Drifter didn't know if they were still sleeping or had already left to peddle their wares or whatever it was they did in their free time. Surprisingly, three others who also weren't there were Kismol, Liz, and Valork. The dark elf tended to wake up before the sun started to peek over the edge of Aincrad to pray for the elvish deities she believed in. By now, she should already be back. Thinking of that, the Spearmaster made his way over to Silica. The young girl usually shared a room with their NPC companion, her and Kismol having bonded over their love of animals in general, with the dark elf having basically adopted Silica as a little sister or daughter. It was still unclear to all involved. Good morning, Silica. Hey, Sil. How are you doing? Good morning, Drifter, Yuna. I can't wait. The Spearmaster chuckled and ruffled her hair. Silica shuffled over so she could lean on his chest, smiling happily when Drifter's arm went around her side to secure her. Yeep. Sorry. Good morning to you too, Pina, Ferder. The little feathered dragon jumped up and flapped her wings twice, lifting herself in the air just enough so she could glide over and perch on Drifter's shoulder, nipping at his ear affectionately. Ferder made a rumbling sound in the back of his throat and plopped his head on Yuna's lap, closing his eyes and wagging his tail when she started scratching behind his ears. Good boy. Where's Kismol, Silica? She went out early. Liz wanted to buy some low-level materials so she could forge something for the kids. Kiz and Valork are escorting her. Well, it's a morning date and she's chaperoning. At least that was what she said to annoy Liz. Drifter and Yuna chuckled. They could imagine it well. Kismol was a big fan of dry humor, and she could deliver the most outlandish lines with a completely deadpan look. I'm sure Liz took that well. Especially when I'm even more sure Valork nodded along. He definitely did. Valork was a quiet, private person. But he never missed a chance to tease his girlfriend. Oh, he thanked Kiz for protecting his virtue. Liz turned so red I thought she would start steaming from the ears. Silica giggled, and Drifter and Yuna joined her. That was funny. The Spearmaster wished he had been there to see it. And Agile and the others? Have you seen them? They are out too. Wolves said they would meet us there. Well, then we can tell Liz, Valork, and Kismel to meet us directly on the 22nd floor too. Unless anyone wants more time for breakfast? At that, Drifter quirked an eyebrow in Yuki's direction, who had been growing steadily more excited since Drifter and Yuna came down. The look she gave him was answer enough. Thought so. Should we get going then? Yes. Let's go. Yuki and Silica were out of the inn before their voices died out, making the others laugh. Drifter shook his head and followed them out, the other Reavers in tow. The two girls happily skipped through the streets, drawing many curious eyes from onlookers. It was rare to see someone this openly happy in SAO. Slowly, so very slowly, the SAO players had learned to live, instead of just surviving. But to admit you were happy even inside of a death game, and to show it off like this was something most still couldn't do. A few even frowned and prepared to say some harsh words. It was grating to see others joyful when you were unhappy yourself. But they stopped and turned away. Because if there was anyone who could laugh, it was the frontliners. Silica and Yuki didn't notice any of that. Drifter did, but he ignored it with practiced ease. As the saying went, misery liked company. All right, we'll gather Sasha and the kids and meet you at the exit of the 22nd safe zone. Don't cause trouble. Standing in front of the teleporter, Drifter gestured with his free hand, the other being held by Eunice. He stared at Yuki as he spoke. I would never. Why was that a question? He. The swordswoman giggled, and Drifter slapped his forehead with a sigh. Still, he couldn't stop his lips from curling. He wasn't worried about Yuki, obviously. This was just harmless banter. I'll keep her on a leash, Drifter. Hey! Sinan used both hands to hold Yuki by the shoulders, keeping her girlfriend from jumping her, and ignoring her indignant squawk. Drifter chuckled. Thanks. Now, away we go. See you soon. Town of Beginnings. The last part was said as he stepped into the teleporter, and the familiar weightless feeling took him. Then, a second later, he was standing 40 floors below. This place is as full of life as always, huh? Yuna, Nautilus, and Rand stepped out of the teleporter after him. The songstress couldn't help but comment at the sight of hundreds of people, NPC and players alike, bustling about. A few players glanced over at the teleporter in idle curiosity, their eyes widened when they saw the four Reavers. While frontliners weren't a rare sight in the town of Beginnings since it was the biggest safe zone in Aincrad, it still felt a little like encountering a celebrity. Let's go! The four Reavers ignored the stares they were getting, and quickly left the main plaza. To all who saw it, they looked just like any other two couples out on a double date. In a matter of minutes, they arrived at the church. A knock on the door later, and Drifter was almost bowled over by 3 pairs of arms wrapping around his waist. He didn't even need to look to know that the arms belonged to Shun, Lala, and Yuka, the oldest kids of the church, not orphanage. Sasha was insistent they didn't call it that. After nearly 2 years in Aincrad, they had all grown a lot. Shun and Lala were nearly 12, while Yuka was already 13. Even the other kids were nearing 10 or they're already. Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Drifter. I'm so excited. We've got everything ready already. You are almost late. The Spearmaster snorted in amusement. They were, in fact, almost 20 minutes early. But he had the feeling he could have arrived before the daybreak, and they would still say the same thing. Well, we are here now. Where's Sasha? In the back courtyard. With Mr. Thinker and Miss Yulier. Oh. It will be nice to finally meet them. Let's grab Sasha and the rest of your friends, and then we can get going. Yuka, being the oldest by a few months, but still shepherded the other 2 kids, making an effort to look poised, as if she hadn't been clinging to Drifter 2 just a moment ago. The Spearmaster exchanged grins with his guildmates. Yuna especially was struggling to contain her laughter. Yuna had always liked kids. Before Sword Art Online, her dream had been to be either a singer or a music teacher, preferably both. She couldn't think of anything better than to teach children the joys of music. So really, it was no surprise Yuna could be found at the church once a week, like clockwork. And Drifter too, although he would privately admit he did it mostly to be with his lover. Regardless of their reasons, it was a fact that the couple were constant visitors of the church. So even when Yuka, Shun, and Lala disappeared through the corridors, they managed to find their way to the back courtyard just fine. Chapter 194, The Trip, Part 2. The church's courtyard wasn't too big, but it was carefully looked after by Sasha and the kids. Most of the space was open ground so the children could run around and play, but there were also some other additions that hadn't been there when Sasha first took for the church. On one side was a small vegetable garden, and even 3 fruit trees. It wasn't much, and it was far different than looking after plants in real life, but it did give the kids something to do. On another part of the courtyard was a set of playground toys. A seesaw, a set of swings, things like that. And to top it all off, a clearly demarcated square with sand and 2 practice dummies, because this was still SAO, where Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, and Ran were walking towards, however, was the part of the courtyard closest to the main building of the church. A trio of granite tables and benches rested under the shade of a gazebo. Sasha and 2 other adult players had been sitting there, watching the kids play, but were now standing up to greet them. The teacher and caretaker hugged first Yuna, then Drifter, and also a hesitant Nautilus and Ran. Her smile was blinding. "It's so good to see you. And thank you so much for doing this. Think nothing of it. It's our pleasure." It really was. Drifter smiled at Sasha before turning to the other 2 adults, who were standing behind her with gentle smiles. "Thinker and Yulier, I assume?" "That's right. It's a pleasure to meet you, Broken Spear. And all of you as well, Songstress, Indomitable Knight, Precise Blade. Your work on the front lines is inspiring." The couple shook the hands of the frontliners one at a time. Right off the bat, Drifter could see that both Yulier and Thinker had very similar temperaments. And their looks weren't half bad either. Both were tall and thin, and they were wearing equipment that wouldn't look out of place in low-tier clearers. The way they portrayed themselves also wasn't that of someone who never stepped out of a safe zone. Clearly, the couple had fighting experience. If Drifter had to guess, he would either say that they were clearers who stepped back, or players striving to become clearers. The first was more likely. They didn't have that fire in their eyes that the second type of people usually had. They were placid, and very calm, although, maybe that could be attributed to their age. Yulier seemed to be in her early 30s, although with women it was sometimes hard to tell. Her white hair was clearly dyed, but it suited her. Thinker, meanwhile, kept his original hair color, brown, styled in an old-fashioned look. He was quite obviously closer to his late 30s, and made no effort to hide it. "Call us by our names, please." The titles can go from funny to uncomfortable very quickly. Normally Drifter wouldn't be so brusque with someone he just met, but Sasha vouched for them, and that was good enough for him. Thinker and Yulier, after a moment of surprise and another second to recollect themselves, smiled again. It was more genuine this time. "Great. Now, should we get going? We can talk more once we are on the 22nd. The kids look like they are gonna burst if we stall anymore." Sasha looked for her shoulder at her charges, who were practically vibrating on the spot. She laughed. "I see that. Yes, let's go. Party up first." For a moment, Sasha blinked in confusion. Then her eyes widened when she saw that the party invite Drifter had sent her included not just her, but also Yuka and 3 other kids. She stared at the Spearmaster, who winked at her, some less than light undercurrents hiding beneath his gaze. It took her a while, but she understood when she saw Yuna, Nautilus, and Ran swiping their fingers through the air, no doubt inviting the others to parties of their own. They were doing it so they could keep an eye on the kids. Party members could see each other's locations and status at all times. That was why Drifter had insisted they waited for the Reavers to fetch them instead of just going directly to the 22nd floor, and why 4 of them had come instead of just Drifter and Yuna. All of it was in consideration for the kids. Thank you, Sasha stuttered, the words catching on her throat. But Drifter just patted her shoulder. He was doing it just as much for his peace of mind as it was for the children's safety. Thinker and Yulier also seemed to catch on, and their gazes onto the Reavers twinkled a little more. Nautilus raised an eyebrow to his friends, but none of them said anything as they started making their way through the city and back to the teleporter, this time in a much larger group. Herding 13 kids through the town of beginnings was no easy task. And certainly not a subtle one, either. Everyone stopped EHST they were doing to watch the pack of children running ahead of the 7 older players. Seems like we have a few shadows, Drift. While keeping her eye on Lala, who was skipping ahead hand in hand with a younger girl, Ran brushed close to Drifter and whispered so only he could hear. I noticed. Akari's a big softie, even if she won't admit it. The Spearmaster smirked, and Ran laughed. Neither of them had been nervous when they noticed the players following them. There was no way Fumaningdom wouldn't have caught wind of their little field trip, when it had been on the works for weeks, and the Reavers hadn't been exactly trying to hide it either. Make sure to thank her later, dummy. She'll go all tsundere if you do it now. Apparently they hadn't been as quiet as they thought, because Yuna turned her head from chatting with Sasha, and grinned. Or maybe she just knew Akari well. I'll pay to see you call her that to her face, Yunda. No thanks. I don't have a death wish. She wouldn't kill you. She would just stand there. Menacingly. The songstress rolled her eyes at her best friend, and Nautilus chuckled. Sasha, Thinker, and Yulier listened in on their banter confusedly. Who? A friend. Don't worry. The teacher shrugged. If it was important, Yuna would tell her. Here we are. Now calm down, you lot. Here's what's gonna happen. To make sure nobody gets lost, you are going to hold hands with the people in the same party as you, okay? Just like that, yeah. Now, the destination is Coral Village, 22nd floor. Everybody got that? Repeat it to me. Some of the kids made faces at the way Drifter was speaking to them, but the Spearmaster wasn't cowed. And the kids were too eager for the trip to complain loudly, so they just ended up doing what he told them. Yuna, Ran, you can go first. Then Thinker and Yulier, I think. Nautilus and I will go last in case we have to wrangle any stragglers. Drifter gestured with his hands, and the kids were already in the teleporter before he could finish speaking. Coral Village. Or not. I guess we are all going last. Exasperated, Drifter shook his head and quickly stepped into the teleporter, calling out his destination. Just before he was flashed away to the 22nd floor, he waved to one of Fumaningdom's shadows. Thanks. We will take it from here. The Spearmaster almost ran straight into Yuka, who was slowly turning in front of the teleporter, mouth open as she took in Coral Village. Drifter didn't blame her. It was quite the sight. The safe zone, true to its name, had buildings made of a spongy but solid material. Each house and shop was a different eye-catching color. You know, the whole point of us being in a party was so we could go together. Not for you lot to rush ahead. There was no real bite behind his reprimand, and the children were too amazed by everything around them. It was so different from the town of beginnings. To pay attention. He was fairly certain they hadn't heard a word he said. The kids give you the slip, Drifter? Waiting for them on the 22nd floor were a very amused Agile, Shigeo, and Wolf. Yuna, Nautilus, Ran, Sasha, Thinker, and Yulier emerged from the teleporter to the merchants laughing loudly. Not on purpose, but they definitely tried. Still got all 13 though, so all is well that ends well. Oh, trust me, it's far from ending. It's gonna be hilarious watching you go all mamahan after them all day. Drifter raised an eyebrow. He couldn't deny that's what would probably happen. At least I'll have help. Yours included, I hope. Agile placed a finger under his chin as if considering it. Then he grinned mischievously. Nah, I think you got this. I'll just enjoy fishing. The Spearmaster rolled his eyes. Behind him, Sasha and the others were making sure the kids didn't run off. eventually breaking into a grin of his own. Drifter walked over to the trio of reavers and bumped fists with each of them. Glad to see y'all are in a good mood. What about the others? I haven't seen Yuki stop moving yet, but I think you already knew that. They are all at the lakes already. Asuna said they saved a big enough spot for everyone. Good. Any news from Seba? The painter was the reason this all started, after all. It just snowballed out of proportion once word spread to Sasha. Already painting. She was the first to get there. HM. Any trouble? None. The 22nd is peaceful enough as long as you keep to the trails and out of the forests. There are a couple of fishermen near where we will be staying, but they seem friendly. The spearmaster nodded, satisfied. Then he nodded again, this time to Sasha. The woman clapped her hands, and all the children turned to her. Drifter was impressed. We will now be going to one of this floor's lakes, where we will be staying for the rest of the day. Yuna and Drifter and the rest of their guild were very kind in arranging this outing for us, so I expect all of you to be on your best behavior from here on out. No more running ahead, okay? We'll be leaving the safe zone, so even though this floor is relatively secure, there will still be mobs about. Stay together, and never go anywhere without first asking myself, Thinker, Yulier, or one of the Reavers. Understood? Yes, Miss Sasha. The way they all answered together, voices echoing one another, was unbelievably cute. Yuna cooed, and the others smiled. The group now larger, they walled put through the north gate of the village, and onto one of the wooden paths that crisscrossed the floor. As long as they stuck to it, it would be mostly safe. Unless someone purposefully lured them out, the mob stayed inside the patches of forest and groves. Drifter took his place in front of the merry band, agile with him. Nautilus and Ran were bringing up the rear, while Yuna, Shigeo, and Wolf mingled with the kids, making jokes and pointing out interesting sights. Shun, Lala, Yuka, and the other children didn't notice how the Reavers had inconspicuously surrounded them, but Sasha and the other two adults definitely did. Do you always do that? Yulia approached Drifter, twirling a strand of her white hair. The Spearmaster looked back at her before sweeping the surroundings with his gaze again. It actually isn't much different from escort-type quests. We chose the 22nd floor for multiple reasons, one being that it is mostly a leisure floor. Still, it always pays to be careful. Especially since we have non-combatants with us. You put a lot of thought into this, didn't you? Drifter bit the inside of his cheek. To his side, Agile rubbed his bald head. It's not a matter of putting a lot of thought on it. It's just how it is. Frontliners have the most important job in SAO. I don't think anyone's gonna dispute that. But the way I see it, that all of us at Reaver's Requiem see it, what Sasha is doing is just as relevant. If not more. If we were to ignore and let children suffer and even die, do we really deserve to clear SAO? It wasn't a realistic question. And not one to be answered now, or ever. So when Yulier slowed down, lost in thought, Drifter just continued walking. He could see the lake in the distance now, as the shapeless forms of several players standing on the shore. They grew ever clearer as they came close, Kismol, Silica, Ferder, and Pina posing for a painting, Seba behind her canvas, Yuki splashing water on Sinan, Liz, and Valork, yes. Hopefully they would never have to give an answer to that question. Chapter 195, Back in Business. Ha! Drifter couldn't help the tired sigh that left his mouth. The hand holding his spear was steady. No sweat, no shaking. He wondered how many people would die today. The pearly white doors of the 40th floor boss room stood in stark contrast to their goo-covered frames. Drifter couldn't even begin to imagine what was laying in wait, eager or indifferent, beyond those doors. Waiting for them, how many died today? Hopefully none. But hope had no place amongst frontliners. Only the will to see it through to the end. Drifter tightened his grip on his spear. His other hand pushed those doors open. He wished he was back at the lake, fishing. They had been at the lake for 3 hours now, and the kids had not stayed still for a second. From running around playing all sorts of games, to splashing each other with water, and even swimming in the lake. After Drifter made multiple inquiries to Argo to make sure it was safe, right now, the Spearmaster was helping Asuna, Kismol, Griselda, and Kata set 3 large picnic cloths across the shores so they could have lunched. It would be a veritable feast. Asuna had gone all out and possibly overboard with her preparations. She had made full use of one of Sword Art Online's greatest advantages, being able to store ready dishes in your inventory and bring them out later still piping hot as if they had just come out of the oven. Gods, Asuna. You made enough to feed everyone several times over. I'm not complaining. Asuna's cooking is nearing the 800s. You won't catch me disappointed about having more of her food to eat. Guys, the fencer blushed prettily, and Drifter snickered. Even after all this time, just a few compliments were enough to make her shy. Oh, cheese sandwich. Drifter. You have to wait for everyone. Put that down. No! Dodging Asuna's swats, the Spearmaster ducked behind Griselda and took another big bite out of the sandwich. Then he winked at the irate fencer and swallowed. I'm just going to go over there. This is great, by the way, Asuna. Out! Laughing, Drifter made his way towards Seba. Asuna was just too easy to rile up, and too fun to tease. Hey painter girl. How's it going? Someone's in a good mood today. So Seba said, but that applied to pretty much everyone. It was hard to find a frown amongst the people gathered here today, and if you did, they didn't last long. It's been a long time since we had a proper vacation. We often go to the hot springs on the 9th, but that's usually just to unwind after a particularly hard day. Taking an entire day off to relax isn't something we really do. Seba nodded, still concentrated in her canvas. Drifter tilted his head, but he couldn't see what it was she was painting. There were a lot of things in her line of sight that the painter could draw inspiration from. So far, Seba had already painted each reaver at least once, in various different scenarios. Some were individual portraits, other group paintings. There was one in particular of Wolf and Agile holding a 1.5 meters long carp that the Spearmaster found particularly impressive. It was almost indistinguishable from a photo, and with the arrival of Sasha and the kids, Seba's model pool only expanded. While Shun, Yuka, Lala, and the others weren't too eager on sitting still, the painter was skilled enough that she could capture their youthful joy even as they ran around. Regardless, there was an easy way to find out what Seba was currently working on. What are you painting? Your wife. Oh. Can I see? Sure thing. Drifter moved to stand behind Seba's stool, and his eyes almost fell out of his head. On the canvas, only half complete, was an incredibly lifelike drawing of his beloved songstress. Yuna was sitting on a rock, the lake as her background, happily strumming her harp with her eyes closed and a satisfied smile on her face. It was beautiful. She was beautiful. Wow. This is... Wow! Ha ha ha. Yuna's a nearly perfect model. I'm guessing you will want this one after I'm done? Drifter was still staring at the unfinished painting, then passed it at the real Yuna. She was even more beautiful then. Yeah, I do. Although, you should really let us pay you, Seba. All your works, are amazing. You deserve your remuneration for it. The painter smiled, tugging a strand of hair behind her ear and pinning it there with a spare brush. Thanks, but just getting to paint this freely is enough. My mastery is going up insanely fast. I was joking before, but now I really believe I might become the first one to max out a lifestyle skill. It would be an incredible achievement. So far, no one had gotten the coveted 1.000 proficiency in any skill that Drifter knew of, lifestyle or not. He sat down on the grass next to the painter. It will be well deserved. Yeah, he would rather be back at the lake. The monster he saw as he took his first steps into the boss room released such an oppressing air that he almost turned around. The 40th floor boss, King Atlamidus, looked like a mixture between an old man and a tribal chief. Frizzy white hair, long beard, and piercing blue eyes. Runic tattoos covered his face and neck, disappearing inside his clothes. He wore fine white robes, woven with blue threads that wrote more runes. The cloth shone unnaturally, pulsating in sync with the runes in his skin, his throne, and the walls of the room. Despite knowing King Atlamidus was the real boss, Drifter's gaze was dragged to the statues around the room. There were 18 in total, each one 4 meters tall and clad in stony armor. They all held different weapons. A long sword there, a claymore over here, a lance to the side, a morning star dangling from that one's hands. Looks like the intel was correct. Split up according to your groups, and avoid attacking the boss until he moves from the throne. Deal with the minions first. No sooner than he finished speaking, the walls groaned as 9 of the statues glowed blue, revealing the runes etched in their surface. Then, obviously, they started moving: axe, daggers, pike, scimitar, sword and buckler, gauntlets, lance, claymore, warhammer. Drifter quickly directed each frontliner guild and party to the type of weapon they countered best. Reaver's Requiem themselves took on the pike and lance. While they would have done well against any of the statues, there was no denying that the DKB was much more adept at countering close-range weapons like the daggers and gauntlets, while the Cobb, with Heathcliff at their forefront, were the best at facing heavy weapons like the warhammer and claymore. Still, there was no one who knew spear-type weapons better than Drifter. And with the constant sparring duels Reaver's Requiem engaged in, his guildmates were all very accustomed to facing spears, lances, halberds, and the likes. The thing about spear-type weapons, you see, is that you couldn't block them. Well, you could, but you shouldn't if the person wielding it knows what they are doing. Trying to block a stab from a spear will only result in the wielder changing targets and slipping past your defense, or just ignoring it and piercing right through. As for slashes, they were easier to block, but if they carried enough momentum, would simply crush you. No, unless you were supremely confident in both the hardness of your weapon, shield, or armor, and your skills with them. The right strategy to fighting a spear user of any variety was to dodge, parry, or deflect, dodging aside, as it was self-explanatory. There was a subtle difference between parrying and deflecting that to this day confused most of SAO's low-level players, not to mention those watching the raid from outside. When you deflected a blow, you did it by positioning your weapon or armor at an angle which caused the opponent's weapon to slide along the length of your own without being able to find purchase. Due to the angle in which the enemy's weapon and your own, or your armor, met, the blow would be at their weakest, and the impact would be diffused as evenly as possible. Parrying, on the other hand, invoked purposefully clashing weapons with your opponent. Much like deflection, it was a matter of split-second mental calculations. You had to consider the speed, weight, and force behind the enemy's attack, and find at which point of its trajectory it was the weakest, before striking at precisely that moment. 1 second early or late, and you were likely to find your weapon being sent flying out of your hands and leaving you defenseless. In the end, both parrying and deflecting were heavily reliant on experience and gut feelings. Those who didn't have enough confidence in themselves usually relied on blocking, which was the safe choice, not against the statues, however. Pieces of enchanted stone or not, the lance would have skewered anyone who tried to block it. Probably a couple of anyone's. It was fast, heavy, and lethal. Nautilus ducked and let it slide along his shoulder pauldron, sending sparks flying with a high-pitched noise of stone striking metal. Then he stepped forward and stabbed. Against a spear, you never got the first attack. Their range was too large. The way to go was to counterattack, preferably after charging in close. Disable their biggest advantage, their reach. Of course, an experienced spear user would have countermeasures for that case. What those measured were, could vary. Some had a secondary weapon they would draw, not really with the intent of doing any damage, but just to hold back the enemy until they could put more distance between them. Others used their hands and feet. The martial arts skill was particularly useful then. And some still, like Drifter, never felt the need to let go of their weapons. A spear shaft could be just as deadly in close range as a sword, if you knew how to use it. The lance-wielding statue went with the second option. Nautilus had to change the path of his blade at the last second to block a brutal right hook to his ribs. Considering the statue was 3 times his size and made of pure stone, the aftermath wouldn't have been pretty if he was hit. There was a loud bang, and Nautilus groaned, his HP falling by nearly 10%, but Indomitable might allow the ash-haired player to stand tall, and then smash his shield into the statue's waist, sending it stumbling back. Meanwhile, Drifter had met the pike-wielding statue head-on. He used a vertical to push the longer, but more fragile, weapon away in a mighty clash, before changing to his halberd, taking a step forward, and bringing his weapon back down with a cobalt slice. Chips and even entire chunks of stone flew everywhere as the heavy halberd carved a grisly gash through the upper body of the statue. On account of it not being a living thing, it didn't make a sound or react in any way other than trying to skewer Drifter with its pike. The spearmaster deflected it by changing his halberd back into a spear, and tapping the shaft of the pike with the butt of his weapon. The statue, thrown off by the lack of resistance, stumbled forward, and right into the path of Agile's axe. Switch! Without a word, Drifter stepped back, letting Kirito take his place. Reaver's Requiem, and by association Drifter, was in charge of today's raid. That meant the Spearmaster had to focus more on the battle as a whole rather than just his own fight. It was going well, if he had to say. The statues were strong, and their variety of weapons meant to battle was plugged with variables, but the frontliners were holding strong. Drifter supposed he had to be grateful half of the statues and the boss were sitting out this first round. Dealing with 9 statues was something they could do. 18 would have been doable, but trying. If the boss was added into the mix. His experience told him they wouldn't be able to prevent deaths if that happened. He still wasn't sure they could. Watching Godfrey, one of Heathcliff's lieutenants, catch a claymore to the chest, Drifter winced. That gotta hurt. He wished he was still fishing. Chapter 196 couldn't last forever. In hindsight, expecting the raid to just scale off nicely was naive. That they were allowed to take down 9 of the statues with no interference was already a huge boon. Drifter couldn't say he was too surprised when, after Liz smashed open the head of the pike-wielding statue with her warhammer, not only the remaining 9 statues started stirring, but also the boss, King Atlasfanfics, sat straighter on his throne. Here it comes. Lind, Klein, Orlando, Heathcliff, Ambrose, take the statues. Split them as you see fit. Once one guild is done with theirs, join up with another. Snowball it. What about Reaver's Requiem? We don't have any intel on the boss himself. That's why we'll take it on. We will focus on delaying and info gathering. The quicker you deal with the minions, the faster you can assist us and fight it for real. Klein stared at the Spearmaster for what seemed like an eternity before nodding. This wasn't the moment to grasp for glory. Drifter turned back to King Atlasfanfics and flinched despite himself. The boss' skin was glowing with runes, nothing new there. And the hungry look in his eyes as he gazed down at the Reavers wasn't a novelty either. Every boss and mob stared at players like that. The black goop oozing from under the hem of his robe was also disgustingly familiar. And as it spread from underneath the boss and climbed up his body until King Atlasfanfics was entirely covered in it, Drifter felt an unwelcome shiver down his spine. Danger. Every hair on his body was standing on end as his instincts screamed at him to get the fuck away from the boss room and the monstrosity taking shape in front of his very eyes. Brace! That was all he had time to yell before hundreds of black arrows burst out from the cocoon that had formed around the boss. Drifter managed to deflect 2 and dodge another, but 3 of them hit him in the right thigh, pelvis, and neck. Ugh! His HP plummeted, each arrow claiming 1/10 of his health before dissolving back into black goo and slithering back to the boss. A quick look around showed that no frontliner had been left unscathed. The luckier ones, those who had been farther away from King Atlasfanfics, only had 1 or 2 arrows stuck to them. The unlucky ones, mostly the Reavers, since they were so close, had as many as 7 projectiles hit them. That wasn't in the intel. Switch! Switch! Valark, Griselda, Wolf, Nautilus, get the fuck back. You are in the red. Ran, Yuki, Asuna with me. We are going in. Yuna, rest. Now. If there was an edge of desperation in Drifter's voice, no one could blame him. He had 4 Reavers below 20% HP. Wolf's health gauge was so close to empty that the Spearmaster had trouble spotting that last little bit of red. Insane. This wasn't even a sure death floor. And it wasn't like the frontliners had let their guard down. They had all come with the determination to die. But even then, the sudden attack had caught them by surprise. Comet break! He didn't wait for the sludge cocoon to reform around the boss. Aiming for the gap that had appeared when King Atlamidus launched the arrows, Drifter used one of his strongest skills. For a moment it looked like he got through. The tip of his lance, changed with infinite spear, struck the boss' neck just as the cocoon closed around him, then a giant claw smashed Drifter aside like a tennis ball. His lance was ripped out of his hand and his chest plate dented, a fourth of his HP gone. Gah! He hadn't seen it coming. He hadn't seen it coming at all. One moment he was attacking the boss, the next he was rolling through the air. Several meters away, the claw had belonged to a paw of pure, disgusting goo, and as Drifter crashed to the ground, curling into a ball and rolling to absorb the impact, the sludge around King Atlamidus grew a life of its own. First it was one singular paw with 3 claws, each as long as Drifter's spear and a lot sharper. Then 3 more paws appeared, followed by a feline body, and a tail with a deadly scorpion stinger at the end. By now, what little was left of the human part of the boss was buried to the chest in the sludge. And as Drifter got up, even that was swallowed by a giant black MAW. In a matter of seconds, the players were left staring at a 7 meters tall, several tons heavy, swirling mass of grossness that kept the vague shape of a large cat, a lion, or a tiger or something like that. King Atlamidus, the failed chimera, a large name for a large monster. It was the first time Drifter had seen a boss change names mid-fight, but he didn't have time to contemplate it. The chimera was already turning towards him, the tail lashed out, stretching impossibly far, stinger poised to pierce through Drifter. He didn't want to test if it was poisonous or not. Throwing himself to the side gracelessly, Drifter dodged the attack by the skin of his teeth. He only avoided the follow-up because Ran and Yuki distracted the boss by slashing at its hind legs. The good news was, the attacks were doing damage. The first of 6 health bars had diminished ever so slightly. The bad news, the chimera had more than one tail. A second stinger-tipped appendage sprouted from the boss behind, punching a hole in Yuki's gut. And then a third tried to do the same to Ran, who just barely managed to deflect it. At least there was no fourth tail when Asuna poked the boss' underbelly full of holes. Still, 3 was already plenty. With the paws and the very menacing jaws, the fallen chimera had 8 venues of attack, and oh boy did the boss use and abuse them. The attacks came in like an unending storm, and even after more Reavers joined them, there was little they could do but keep the boss aggroed on them and stop it from interrupting the other frontliners' fights with the statues. Drifter was having to constantly cycle his guildmates, and himself. Each player could only take 2 or 3 blows before he ordered them to switch. He wasn't going to risk another of that AoE, hail of arrows attack. Alas, even then it wasn't meant to be their day. Drifter had just blocked a particularly vicious paw swipe when he saw something that made his blood run cold. Ran had been in the middle of attacking the boss with a sonic leap when she just froze. It was almost as if she lagged. Her body, which had been mid-charge, just stopped, 1 foot lifted off the ground. For 2 entire seconds, Ran just stayed completely still. Even her expression didn't change. It wasn't the same thing as Nautilus FNC. The ash-haired player had been immobilized by his syndrome, but he knew it. He struggled against it. With Ran, it was like she didn't even notice. Then, just as suddenly, she was moving again, as if someone had hit the play button on a remote. Only 2 seconds was a lifetime. Far more than enough for the failed chimera to turn 2 of its stingers towards Ran, and just in time for her to charge straight into them when she started moving again, or she would have, if not for Ferder. Silica, blessed be her brain, had noticed something was wrong almost immediately, and ordered the wolf to rush towards Ran. She couldn't have imagined the consequences, and Drifter just knew Silica would be blaming herself for weeks. Even the Spearmaster, cold-hearted as he tried to be, couldn't exactly claim elation when he watched Ferder charge into Ran at full speed, knocking her down just in the nick of time. Ran was still falling, her skill cancelled when she got pushed off course. When the stingers pierced through Ferder's neck and stomach and came out his back, she hit the ground just as the wolf burst into shards and died. It happened so fast all Drifter could feel was relief that Ran was safe. Or safer. It would be a matter of seconds before the boss turned its claws towards her, and the swordswoman was still on the ground, dumbstruck. Ferder! So Drifter threw himself forward even as Silica screamed. His weapon changed back into his spear, he slid under a stinger and stabbed a leg. Then he grabbed Ran and pulled her up. Back! Get to the back. You are with Yuna and Sinon till this is over. Drift dash fuck sake, get back, Ran. That's an order. Can't afford to have whatever the fuck that was happen again. You don't engage unless it's to save Yuna and Sinon's asses, got it? He would feel sorry for speaking to her like that if it wasn't for the urgency of the situation. But whatever was going on with Ram was unnatural. And if it happened again... They didn't have another Ferder, now it was a dull ache that spread through his heart, mixed with relief, regret, and guilt. They didn't have another Ferder. Ran must have been able to see it in his face, or she was thinking something along the same lines, because her expression fell and she backed away without another word. The time to grieve would come later. Right now. Drifter spun around. There were two more points of concern. Silica and Kismol, the later was fighting. Kismol was a soldier through and through, more than any Reaver. She would cry later. But Silica, oof. Drifter grunted when a stinger tried to hit him in the back, and swung his spear to meet it. The collision sent him reeling a few steps back, and he used the momentum to spin his spear around his back, inverting the position of his hands, and stabbing from his left with a snake bite. Valork! On it! Switch! The Spearmaster stepped back as the tank took his place. His gaze zeroed in on Silica. She was still staring shock-still at where Ferder had died. Thankfully she had been resting when it happened, and out of the boss' immediate range. We need you, Silica. Can you fight? It was cruel to ask this of her. But Drifter did it anyway, because it was the truth. Until the other frontliners dealt with the statues and joined them, even just benching Ran put a strain on them. If Silica also had to take a back seat, she couldn't. She had to fight, one way or the other. Silica knew it too, so she wiped unshed tears and put on a blank face no child should have. Pina's sad cries and the tamer's white-knuckled grip on her dagger were a perfect reflection of Drifter's current mood. The Spearmaster didn't say anything more. Kirito was calling for a switch, and both Liz and Shigeo were starting to get overwhelmed. The failed Chimera was strong. Too strong. Prometheus, the boss of the 30th floor, couldn't compare, and it wasn't just a matter of levels, for the players had gotten stronger too. It was the scaling that was wrong. If Prometheus was 100, then the failed Chimera wasn't 200, but 500, if that even made sense. The increase in power and consequently danger was exponential, not linear, and Ferder was dead. Logically, Drifter knew the wolf was just a bunch of data. In fact, out of all the members of Reaver's Requiem, he was the optimal choice if one were to die. Because even when they got out, Ferder wouldn't be coming with them. He would just disappear. That was what was logical. Drifter wasn't feeling very logical at the moment. He was just cold. And he wanted the boss to pay. His thoughts were all jumbled, a cold, analytical part of his mind coming up with strategies to fight the boss, and another, more emotional portion, already starting to grieve. What both, logical and emotional, agreed on, was that King Atlamidus the failed Chimera had to die. Chapter 197 Immortality. In the heat of battle, you both noticed and missed lots of things you normally wouldn't have, like the small ripples in the boss body which denoted claws about to tear you apart, or a tail with a stinger ready to pierce you. Those were the things you noticed. What you missed was the Cobb player staring at where both of her legs should have been before the boss bit them off. Or one of Ambrose's guildmates looking down at the hole a stinger punctured through their chest before their HP ran out and they exploded into shards. Not everyone missed that, of course. Ambrose and his guild certainly noticed. But Drifter was preoccupied trying to kill the fuck out of the monster who took Ferder from them. Severing a tail with Splitstream was supremely satisfying. Getting bitten in the shoulder for it not so much, but he still considered it a worthwhile trade overall, except the tail grew again the next minute, black sludge bubbling at the spot where it had been cut off, so really the only change had been the HP the boss lost. Which was, when you got down to it, all that mattered. King Atlamidus the failed Chimera was on his last 2 HP bars now, and the boss was only growing more dangerous. Twice already it had used the arrow attack, although, with the assault team now prepared for it, it hadn't been as effective. Still, there was only so much they could dodge, another reason why the raid was going slowly. Drifter had to switch anyone who got down to yellow, just to be safe. I in the back, standing between Yuna, who had not stopped playing her musical skills even for a second, switching between instruments as it was necessary, and Sinan, who had already emptied 6 whole quivers over the course of the raid, was Ran, the girl, her hair a darker shade of purple than her younger sister, had recovered from her shock. Her expression was one of carefully crafted blankness. She had no idea what happened to her. One moment she was attacking the boss, a sonic leap already launched, and the next the stinger was right in front of her. To Ran, it didn't feel like anything happened to her. It was more like the boss had suddenly turned on some sort of 2x speed mode. She didn't understand what happened until Ferder charged into her and knocked her down, died in her place. It hurt. Ferder was Reaver's Requiem's mascot. Everyone loved the wolf, and he had been with them for so long he felt more like a guild member than just a pet like Pina. Ran felt horrible. Not just because Ferder was dead, but because she couldn't stop thinking it would have hurt more if it had been someone else. An actual person, and as if that wasn't enough to make her feel like a terrible human being, now she was forced to stay behind because Drifter didn't trust her not to mess up again, and he was right. Gods damn it, but he was right. Ran wasn't offended by how harsh her guild leader had been, because if she had been in his position, she would have done the same thing. There were variables that you couldn't afford to let run unchecked in a fight. And right now, she was that variable. Ran just wished she knew why. Outside, the SAO task force was in chaos. Not because of the raid or the player who died. That was, unfortunately, normal.no. The cause of their frenzy was the player who should be dead and wasn't. And you are sure? Really, 100% sure? Seijiro asked for the 7th time. He had to. Because what he was hearing and what he was seeing were in direct contradiction. It went beyond the realm of improbable, shot right past impossible, and was now in the category many would call supernatural. Yes. Yes, sir. We sent someone to check in person. But we've confirmed it 3 times with the doctors on site. Player Kano Aiko, in-game tag Ran, has just passed away from health problems unrelated to Sword Art Online. So he hadn't heard it wrong the first 6 times. Although Seijiro's subordinates seemed to have trouble believing what she herself was saying. Especially when he gestured vaguely to one of the many screens broadcasting the 40th floor raid. And one POV in particular. Then how the fuck am I still looking at her? He thought a curse word was a valid addition here. Because if Kano Aiko, aka Ran, had truly just passed away from an onset of some disease related to her AIDS diagnosis, then who the hell was he watching in that raid? Ran, that was who. It was still Ran. Kojiro Rinko, Kaiba's lover and the doctor responsible for his care, as well as secretly handing the medicuboid units to the Kano sisters, then not so secretly taking over their treatment, knew that it was still Ran. Even then, she couldn't help but keep alternating her gaze between Ran on the broadcast, alive if subdued, and Kano Aiko's body in the 001 medicuboid unit. The medicuboid was the future of advanced medical care. Using full dive technology, it had been able to extend the life expectancy of even a terminal AIDS patient who had been infected at birth like Ran for 10 months. It was a remarkable achievement, and one she hoped to study and share for the betterment of the world, but even the medicuboid couldn't stop death. So Rinko knew that, whatever was going on, it had Kaiba's hands all over it. Her lover always held his cards close to the chest. Still, even if she didn't know exactly how Ran was still alive, although just in SAO, she had an idea. Kaiba had made many mentions before of his dream to safeguard his mind from the limits of the mortal body, and then there was his other project. He may have kept most of it secret from her, but she was one of the foremost minds on full dive research in the world. She didn't know what STL was, but she could take a guess. The data in front of her didn't lie. Ran's physical body was 100% deceased. AIDS had broken her immune system to nothing, and other diseases had eaten away at her. All the medicuboid had done was delay the inevitable, and yet, when she read the second string of data, the one which bypassed the medicuboid's open sharing platform and went directly to Kaiba's personal servers, which only she, her lover, and the AI Cardinal had access to, everything was telling her that Ran's mental waves were holding steady. She didn't know how he had done it. But somehow he had. Kaiba had accomplished immortality. That's what this is, isn't it? Maybe not of the body, but... Motherfucker. Is this what SAO was all about? Seijiru didn't know. He was quite afraid to know. The implications. He had never enforced a gag order on his staff before, but he couldn't help but feel he was completely justified. And of the medical personnel in charge of the Kano sisters too, of course, maybe the Ran they were seeing was an AI. He couldn't fathom why she would be, but somehow that ludicrous idea was still more believable than accepting Kaiba had somehow managed to upload a human being's brain to the SAO servers, which was the other conjecture his team had come up with. He needed to report this to the higher-ups. Whatever was going on, it was way above his pay grade. He just wished he knew how to tell them without sounding crazy. STL-0001XKGT3 procedure successful. Analyzing subject stability. 99.972%. Final conclusion, test successful. Initializing STL-0001XKGT3 Phase 2. Instructions clear. Deferring STL-0001XKGT3 Phase 2 until GM approval has been secured. Deferring approval request until boss conflict event 40-1 has been completed. Inquiry pending. Inquiry sent. It would be a long time before any of the SAO players, bar Heathcliff, who didn't really count, Cardinal would inform him as soon as he retired to his quarters later that night, ever knew anything about what happened to Ran. Most would never get the full picture, although Heathcliff would get a very thorough debriefing from Cardinal later. The AI had elected not to inform him of the new development immediately, lest it distracted him from the ongoing raid. Of course, Heathcliff was using his status as Game Master to ensure his HP never dropped below yellow, so he could stand there all day letting the failed Chimera strike at him. But that wasn't exactly something he wanted to advertise now, was it? So that led to the not uncommon, but still sometimes uncomfortable, scene of Heathcliff fighting together with Drifter, not back-to-back, because that wasn't something you really saw unless you were surrounded by a much greater number of enemies, but still together. Drifter thrust his spear in a sting, while Heathcliff used vertical. Both basic skills, but in the hands of experienced masters like them, one blinded an eye while the other lopped off the end of a stinger, not debilitating injuries to the failed Chimera by any means, since the boss could just regrow lost body parts, but it was still impressive teamwork for a pair that most SAO players would agree greatly disliked, if not outright hated, each other. That was what happened when two people who didn't like one another found something they both hated more. Well, Heathcliff didn't really care one way or the other, but he still had to play the part, and Drifter, for all he found Heathcliff a cold-hearted, objectionable bastard, had to admit the other guild leader was very skilled. Enough to rank near the top even amongst frontliners, that strangeness that hung about him aside. Switch, Heathcliff. Somehow, the Cobb guild leader still had over half of his HP, Holy Sword, his unique skill, was really overpowered. But even he couldn't take another hit without falling into the dangerous, and potentially deadly, range Drifter had marked. Nobody could blame the Spearmaster for not knowing that. In fact, Heathcliff could take as many hits as he wanted. The older man didn't put up much of a fuss, pausing and glancing at Drifter just long enough to show that retreating was his decision, and not because he was being ordered about. Honestly, the Reaver couldn't care less about the mind games right now. Last push. Watch out for the AoE attack. Valark, Shigeo, Litten, I want you in the first line. Secondary tanks, assume your positions. Everyone else, heal up and go to Lisbeth if you need repairs. Yuna, ready up the attack buffs. Once we are set, we go on my mark. The Spearmaster was keeping a close eye on the last HP gauge of King Atlametus, the failed Chimera. Just a little more and it would tip into the red, also called the Berserk Zone. Once that happened, it would be a race of who could kill the other faster. Klein, Ambrose, pull back. You are doing too much damage. We don't want to start the last phase before we're ready. Lind, I need you to cover the left flank. HM, Shivada. The DKB started shifting to get into their positions. Drifter looked for Heathcliff, who had already healed up, and jerked his head to the right. I'll leave the right to the Cobb. Reaver's Requiem will take the front. Orlando, I want you and the independent parties to cut off the back. Roger that, boss. It took 3 minutes to get everyone ready, during which Drifter carefully controlled the damage output so they kept the boss right on the required threshold. That involved constantly yelling orders for players to retreat, advance, attack, defend, and switch as he deemed necessary. Liz realized some emergency repairs on near-breaking equipment with her Volcano Forge, hammering as fast as the skill would allow her and far faster than humanly possible, and granting weapons buffs where she could. Yuna already had her selection of songs lined up. Firemare and Amahinta's notes for attack power and critical rate increase respectively, and Clear Breeze for attack speed and that last push. Unfortunately, the effects wouldn't stack perfectly since the buffs only lasted a short while after she switched songs, but the frontliners would take what they could get. Looking around and doing one final vocal check, Drifter nodded resolutely. His spear glowed a dangerous silver as he raised it over his head. Kill this fucker! Chapter 198, Another Floor Done. Counting losses was never easy, even when those losses were just one player and one wolf. It was still death. After the raid was over and King Atlamidus the failed Chimera was dead, felled by Isin, Drifter ordered each guild to yell their count. It was standard procedure, and he grimaced when Ambrose Guild called one short. Drifter's fellow guild leader seemed angry, more than anything. The Spearmaster held back from saying anything. Each person dealt with death differently, such as Silica, who wasn't crying. It was unfair that she felt the need to hold back from grieving for Ferder so as to not disrespect the player who had fallen, but not everyone saw the wolf as anything more than a pet. Drifter was about to walk over to console their youngest member, but Wolf and Kismel were there first. Each of them took hold of one of her shoulders and led her up the stairs. The Spearmaster closed his eyes and stifled the urge to curse. Not right now. So instead, he nodded to the assault team. They had done a good job. Had Drifter been younger and less experienced, he would be blaming himself for the ones who died. He led the raid, after all. But by all parameters, this was still considered a very successful round floor boss battle. Good work, everyone. I'll see you all soon. Don't do something stupid, and be safe. There was more he could say, but not anything any of them would want to hear right now. Unfortunately, this was far from new to them, and Drifter still had one teammate to mourn, and another he needed to talk to. He didn't like how blank Ran was. Holding in your emotions so much rarely ended well. Kirito, take everyone to the next floor. Ran. With me. His friends hesitated, and Yuki started to talk, but Ran cut her off with a shake of her head. She mimicked Drifter by pulling out a teleport crystal. 2 flashes later, and they were in the last safe zone they had registered. Coral Village on the 22nd floor. Ran was still silent. Drifter started walking, and she followed him. Other than a few old folk who waved in greeting to them, the settlement was mercifully empty. Still, Drifter went further, past the gates and out into the wilderness. By now, Ran had a good inkling of where Drifter was taking her. They kept quiet the entire way, each lost in their thoughts. Drifter was dreading the conversation ahead, and wondering what to say when they arrived at their destination. Ran was replaying the raid in her head, especially the moments immediately before and after Ferder's sacrifice, in excruciating detail. For the nth time, finally, after walking for what felt like an eternity but couldn't have been more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a small lake, out of the way from the more well-traversed paths of the floor. A cozy wood cabin with a for-sale sign sat at the shore of the lake. Drifter led Ran away from it, to the other side of the lake, where a giant weeping willow towered over, branches brushing against the water surface. Ran smiled despite herself. This was a spot she and Yuki had found during one of their little adventures, back when there was no laughing coffin to stop them from going out with just the two of them. Much simpler times. It had become one of the favorite hangout spots for Reaver's Requiem after the sisters showed it to the rest of the guild. Asuna had already called dibs on buying the cabin on the other side if she and Kirito decided that they wanted a honeymoon away from the rest of the guild one day. She wondered if she would still be around to see that. Quietly, Drifter and Ran lowered themselves to the ground, using the weeping willow's roots as seats. For a long time, they just watched the small ripples spreading over the lake's surface each time the breeze swayed the branches. Ran. What happened? I don't know. It was the truth. Is it going to happen again? I don't know. That was the truth too. What should I do? I don't know. She hadn't lied yet, Drifter sighed. He was refusing to look at her. That suited Ran just fine. I can't afford to let you go, Ran. Just like I couldn't let Silica rest. I've never felt more like a monster than now. You aren't one. I am. I asked Silica to fight when her heart was broken. And now I'm asking you to die. It's my choice. It is. So I guess we're both monsters. Now the Spearmaster turned to her. And Ran smiled. She cried in relief. Because she had been so afraid he would ask her to leave. To be safe. Precise Blade Ran. No. Kanoiko. I need you to fight. And if whatever happened today happens again, I need you to die alone. You can't drag someone else down with you. Ran smiled. She could taste the tears. That's the first time you used my real name since we all shared ours after the 25th massacre. Drifter closed his eyes. A pair of arms embraced his waist, and he pressed Ran's forehead against his chest. I never knew Kanoiko. Only Ran. Please. Please don't die on me. I can't lose more family. You will take care of Yuki. It wasn't a question. Drifter didn't need to answer. But he spoke anyway. Of course I will. She's my sister too. Ran smiled and cried and laughed and sobbed. Drifter hugged her tighter, it hurt to watch. Seijiro turned away from the screens and took refuge in his office. He had so many people calling him today. So many generals and politicians and businessmen who had somehow heard the news asking how and why Ran was still alive in SAO, and most importantly, how did they replicate it. That he wondered if those same people were feeling the least bit ashamed while watching Ran sell her fate away, not knowing and yet fully aware she was already dead, only her sister's name on her lips. He doubted it. Seijiro had never hated anyone as much as he hated Kayaba right now. She was a child. Drifter too, for all he was an adult. And yet, here was a child asking another to die. Because what other option did they have? Fuck! Suddenly overcome with emotions, Seijiro grabbed his computer monitor, ripping the cords away, and threw it against the wall. Wisely, none of his subordinates tried to enter his office to find out what the noise was about. It took a long time for Seijiro to calm down. When he did, he opened a drawer on his desk and pulled out a bottle of alcohol. It was sealed. For all the bad he had seen since he had taken over the SAO task force, Seijiro had yet to feel the need to open it. He ripped the seal apart. Foregoing a glass, he swallowed 3 mouthfuls straight from the bottle. Feeling the burn as it went down his throat did nothing to ease the knot in his stomach. Thunk! Putting the bottle down with a lot more force than was necessary, Seijiro got up and grabbed his suit jacket. Ran didn't have any family left in this world but for those trapped with her. Ambrose Guildmaid did. Many of the Reavers asked where Drifter and Ran had gone and what they had talked about. Not all of them had seen Ran freezing, but they all noticed Drifter benching her for the latter half of the raid. They recounted the entire conversation without leaving out a word. After crying, Yuki was furious with both of them. She spent several days without talking to either of the two. Neither blamed her. And if Silica yelled at Drifter for what he said about forcing her to fight, and if Kismel gave Ran a disappointed stare when she tried to take blame for Ferder's death, they deserved it. Ferder was a warrior's companion. He fulfilled his role to the end. I grieve for him, and you should do the same, Sister Ran. But never diminish his sacrifice by claiming it was anything but his choice. The Dark Elf wasn't nearly as okay with it as she tried to show, Drifter could tell. They all could. But she still meant every word. Life went on. A little dimmer. A little sadder. But the next morning, Reaver's Requiem was out exploring the 41st floor. And nobody treated Ran like glass, even if they threw worried glances her way every so often. Silica. Her situation was more delicate. She wasn't just the youngest Reaver, but also the youngest frontliner and combat active player. She had just turned 14. If they weren't treating Ran like she was some fragile maiden, then it would be unfair to act like Silica would break if they weren't careful. But there was no denying the young tamer was in a much worse state than everyone else. the reason behind it wasn't just Ferder's death. It came from the feeling of hope being crushed. After the wolf died, a tooth, a sharp fang, was left in his place. It was a memento. An item that could be used to revive a fallen pet. Silica had treated it like her lifeline. Expect mementos could only be used within 48 hours of the pet's death. After that, they became just a pretty trinket and a painful memory, and the description of the fang said very clearly that to revive Ferder, they needed to bring it to the Hill of Memories on the 47th floor. Silica's soaring hope had crashed and burned, and the dragon tamer's spirit with it. She still fought. But to see their friend so lifeless hurt the Reavers deeply. And it was worse because, while they talked to her about it, the truth was there was nothing they could do. It took a week for Silica to regain some of her previous liveliness. And only because time eventually dulled the pain, she had taken to carrying Ferder's fawn on a string around her neck. At any given time, one of the Reavers would look at their friend to find her fiddling with it. Someone else was watching Silica closely this last few days. Kaiba was in his office, the usual 10 or so screens around him flowing with all kinds of data. He was focusing on one of them in particular, which was split in two. The left half showed Silica's current live broadcast. The right had the moment of Ferder's death in a loop. Curious. The wolf wasn't her pet. Not system-bound, anyway. And yet, it still followed her orders in detriment of its own continued existence. That should contradict its coding. Cardinal recognized when her creator was just talking to himself. Another anomaly. Not a worrying one. But another. It is in Reaver's Requiem. I don't know if I should be surprised or not. But lately even mid-tier and some low-level players have been breaking the set parameters. Have you redone the calculations, Cardinal? 17 times, sir. Extrapolation is possible, but the margin of error makes it unusable as reliable data. It's the human factor. I thought I had taken it into account, but it turns out I have been underestimating it. It simply took time for enough minor blips to accumulate in visible waves. I'll have to adjust my plan for the later stages of Sword Art Online. I have already started, sir. Should I bring up my calculations? Kaiba scratched his chin. Then he shook his head. Not yet. Set it aside, I'll try to go through it later. For now, put the latest report on the Medicuboid and ran on the screen. How's the STL transmission report? Stable. Player RAN shouldn't show any effects from the transmission. Her data is being cycled through 3 backup systems to ensure integrity. Add another. She is too important to be lost. Understood. And our project? Implementation estimate has advanced by 9 months 12 days and 23 hours. Both Seed and Cornerstone are ready for deployment and development. Not yet. However, set the subroutines and pathways. I want it started the moment the players clear the 50th floor. Chapter 199, 42nd floor. Aincrad was in high spirits after the successful raid of the 40th floor boss. To most players, the deaths of Ferder and Ambrose guildmate were inconsequential. Nobody could blame them, not really. They saw Ferder as just a pet, a bundle of data. Much better the wolf than a real person. And they weren't entirely wrong, even if Drifter would beat whoever said that to his face within an inch of their lives. As for the deceased player, nobody forced them to sign up. You couldn't force someone to become a frontliner. It had been their choice. It was the same reason why, despite raving and raging about and over their loss, Ambrose and his guild never thought to step back. They had made their decision to live and die as frontliners, and they would stand by it. In many ways, frontliners weren't too different from soldiers. Less organized, yes, and fighting for distinct reasons, but with very similar wills. They each had their pride, which was sometimes fatal, but often became the determination to pull through in desperate situations. That's not to say they didn't waver sometimes. The frontliners definitely did, once. But not anymore. Even the youngest of their number, the Cobb, had already clawed and killed and climbed their way through over a dozen floors. Most had over twice as much under their belts. Whatever doubts they once had, the frontliners had cast them aside long ago. If anything, their casualties on the 40th floor raid were fuel to motivate them even more. That, in combination with the level after a round floor usually being remarkably easier, meant they tore through the 41st floor in just under 2 weeks, and led the assault team to be climbing the stairs to the 42nd floor on the very day that marked the second year of their imprisonment in Sword Art Online. And wasn't that a milestone? 2 years. 2 entire damn years, Drifter was feeling conflicted. On the one hand, he wanted to scream because after 2 years, they were still trapped inside a death game, and not even halfway to freedom on the other. After 2 years they were still trapped inside a death game and were still alive and climbing, something to mourn and celebrate at the same time. And Aincrad seemed to agree with them, because the sight that greeted the assault team once they emerged in the 42nd floor matched their bittersweet feelings. The entire floor was one big grassland. At first, under the afternoon sun, it almost looked like the grass was dying, but a closer inspection revealed the golden color was real. Large trees dotted the floor, with leaves the size of a person's head, brown and falling. The entire floor seemed to be locked in fall. Actually, it was beautiful, but also sad. Maybe it was the weight of 2 years catching up all at once, but the assault team sagged as they took in the floor. Shoulders hunched, spines bent, Drifter could have said something. So could have Kirito, Asuna, Lind, Shivata, Heathcliff, Klein, Orlando, Ambrose, and any of the other heads of the assault team. They didn't. Despite the melancholic atmosphere that befell the frontliners, they kept quiet. The only sounds were the tinkling of rustling armor and the creaking of grass crunching beneath their feet. They said nothing. Because they didn't need to. There was a heaviness hanging over the frontliners, yes. But it wasn't a bad one. Nor was it good. Pre-I. Silica blinked as Pina cried out and took flight. Her eyes followed her faithful companion. Unconsciously, her back straightened. Behind her, Wool's broad shoulders tensed, then relaxed. Agile cracked his neck point one by one. The frontliners looked up, at Pina, and then ahead. The next step they took covered more ground, their strides longer. Sure, and that, as they say, was that. This floor was fairly average in Drifter's opinion. Challenging, but not too much. Just on the margin of deadly. You could tip to either side of that line. One fell much farther, but that was just life in SAO, at least. And honestly, if you still hadn't adapted by now, you deserve what you got. Okay, maybe not death. Other than a select few, cough laughing cough and cough, nobody in Aincrad deserved to die. The frontliners were working very hard to prevent just that, and they would be pissed if someone threw all their hard work away. The Spearmaster's thoughts were everywhere, seeing as he had nothing to occupy his mind at the moment. In a small park somewhere in the safe zone of the 42nd floor, Drifter was sitting on a bench, watching Liz work on his weapons with a whetstone. Volcano Forge gave the blacksmith plenty of benefits the higher her proficiency in the skill got. The latest was that, when sharpening weapons, on top of the usual temporary attack buff, she now was also able to grant a one-time sure crit bonus, meaning that the first attack would be a 100% critical hit. The only caveat was that she had to do the sharpening properly, and couldn't just skip several steps by leaning on the system. Each weapon took anywhere from 10 to 20 mimites to sharpen. Still not as long as it would take in reality, but a considerable amount of time nonetheless when you took into account how many reavers there were. In fact, several of the guild members forsook the extra bonus. To many, like Asuna, Silica, Yuki, Ran, and more, who relied on quantity more than quality when it came to attacking, it was just not worth wasting Liz's time for one critical hit. Drifter almost landed in that category, but one crucial factor had Liz insisting she sharpened his weapons. Even if it was the same thing that was currently the bane of her existence. I know I made most of them, but geez. Don't you think you just might have too many weapons, Drift? The Spearmaster tilted his head. Then he smirked, which Liz didn't see, and started counting on his fingers. I don't think so. Let's see, bident, trident, halberd, lance, pike, boar spear, short spear, pillium, all 3 types of polearm SAO has, Chong, that weirdly shaped one the 39th floor field boss dropped. I think it's called a dash. Yeah, I get it. Honestly, never thought that out of all of us. you would end up the one carrying around an entire armory. Thought that would be me, seeing as I'm, the forger. You did forge a lot of them. And I'm fairly certain it's your fault there are even that many varieties of spear-type weapons around in the first place. That got Liz to look up and raise an eyebrow to him, although her hands never stopped moving. Drifter shrugged. Remember how the system staggered when you forged both the Chong and Boar Spear? It took longer than normal to complete, didn't it? Yeah. 20 seconds or so. Your point? Just that might very well have been Cardinal searching up what types they were since they're particularly different than the other spear we had seen in the game before. Now Liz's hand stopped, and a second eyebrow joined the first. You think I created not one, but two types of weapons SAO didn't have? And not just that, but also that the godlike AI who controls everything decided to, go with it and insert them into the game instead of just classifying them as something else? Yeah. Cool. Liz went back to grinding the whetstone against the edge of his glaive. A pile of already sharpened weapons sat to her side, and a just slightly smaller pile of still-to-do weapons to the other. The Spearmaster rolled his eyes. Don't need to be so cocky. You still fail a lot. Remember when you tried to craft that curved sword to Nautilus? What was it called? A false? Falx. And I thought we agreed not to talk about that. You tried to put a gag on it, we never agreed to anything. Seeing you try for 2 weeks straight just to always end up with a normal curved blade, and get more infuriated by the failure, was both pitiful and funny as heck. The Spearmaster teased. Liz's eye twitched as she steadfastly ignored him. Or that triple-bladed axe Agile convinced you to try to invent the system just straight up refused to accept that monstrosity. Oh look! There was a vein throbbing on her temple now too. And the spiky shield you made for Valork that also never left the blueprints. That was real cute, by the way. I will stab you, Drifter. With the very sharp spears I just finished buffing for you. Don't think I won't. Oh yeah, she was ticked off now. Just a little more, finally, we can't forget your attempts at forging a batarang hay. The Spearmaster threw himself back and rolled off the bench just in time to avoid getting a nose piercing the heart away. The fact that an immortal object message popped up from the tree behind him showed just how much force the Forge Master had put behind it. And that's my cue. I'll see you later to pick up my stuff, Liz. Love you, bye. The Spearmaster chuckled at the death glare he was receiving as he ran and walked away with composure. Liz watched him go with exasperation. Really, she didn't know how Drifter, who was serious as death during raids, could just turn around and be this infantile sometimes. You know he only enjoys teasing you so because you react to it, right? The third person in the park with them, who had kept silent until now, spoke up. The blacksmith turned to the interloper and rolled her eyes in a gesture that was so similar to Drifter's, Shigeo had to bite his tongue not to point it out. Careful, Shigeo. What I threatened to do to him works for you too. I'm within easy reach of a lot of very sharp sticks. Damn, I should have said that to Drifter. He hates when people call his weapons sticks. The blacksmith smacked her palm and cursed. Shigeo, meanwhile, barked out a laugh. Surefire way to get him to challenge you to a fight. That what you want? 'Cause you can always just ask. Nah, I'm good. I just enjoy ribbing him for all the teasing he puts me and Valork through. Turnabout's fair play and all that jazz. Shigeo snorted. And in turn he'll tease you more, because neither of you are willing to let the other have the last laugh. Talk about a vicious cycle. So the world turns. Anyway, do you want me to rush your order? Or are you okay with waiting till I finish with Drift's stuff? I'm in no hurry. Saying so, Shigeo walked over to the very bench Drifter had been sitting on and set himself down to watch Liz work. Somewhere else. Shi. Kekakek. What do we have here? A hooded figure swept a finger through their menu, and laughed. A grin full of too many teeth split their face, red eyes flashed as they stared unblinking at a picture. A hand fingered the hilt of a rapier. Ooh, reavers. I know how to hurt ya. Keek keek keek. I know how. I know how. How to bring you down and make you cry. Ha 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 ha. The laughter stopped and the grin suddenly vanished. A cruel glint shone in those red eyes. Broken Spear Drifter. I'll make you loathe that name. I'll break you for real. Chapter 200 A False Painting. Vibrant green grass, clear water, refreshing breeze. The 22nd floor was just as picturesque as always. Right now, that image was cracking. In Drifter's mind, the once beautiful 22nd floor, that lake with the weeping willow, the house Asuna wanted to buy. It was all being consumed by red, his pupils were blown out, his heart was beating faster than ever before. And yet, he felt colder than he ever had before. There was only one thing in his vision. Only one monster. Cruel red eyes underneath a skull mask, not a trace of humanity in them. Red-eyed XAXA stood amidst a swirling vortex of particles. Of death. Keek 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 keek. And he laughed. Something snapped. Drifter roared. XAXA. 7 hours earlier, 43rd floor of Aincrad. Reaver's Requiem first primary party. Party leader, Broken Spear Drifter. Snake bite. Drifter's spear shot out, winding around a scaly arm to stab deep into the chest of the attacker. The blow went clean through the mob as it burst into shards. And that's the last one. Agile commented from where he had been watching the fight, his axe head on the ground and arms crossed, leaning on the hilt. Drifter spun his spear deftly through his fingers and stabbed it on the ground next to him. Then he sat down and opened his inventory, pulling out one of Asuna's fresh sandwiches. 10 minutes, everybody. Agile, can you keep lookout? No probs, Chief. The rest of his party sat down around him and started eating their own snacks. Griselda and Kismal had their heads together, talking quietly about something or other, with Liz throwing a few comments now and again. The 6th member of their party sat down next to Drifter, eating silently. The Spearmaster spared Ran a glance, but didn't bother her. He recognized this as her normal "I'm tired, let me eat in peace" mood instead of the brooding "I'm a liability" one she sometimes spiraled down. Whatever it was that happened to Ran in the 40th floor boss raid, it never surfaced again. Most people had forgotten about it, but the swordswoman could still sometimes be caught looking at nothing and grimacing. Drifter, her, and Yuki, as well as Nautilus and Sinon, since they were the later two's lovers, had discussed at length the possibility of Ran's freezing having something to do with her disease. Ran had been the one to point out that her AIDS getting the better over her was a very real scenario. Merida had died because of her ailment, after all, even if it hadn't been AIDS. No one had liked it, but they had to admit it was the most likely cause, which raised a whole new set of distasteful but important questions. First of which was, if it really had to do with Rant's disease, then why wasn't she dead? Maybe it had been just a particularly bad outbreak. Or it had something to do with external influences. New medicines or treatments that could be used even while they were immersed in full dive. The twins did say that they used to feel a little sick over the course of SAO's first months, but that stopped after a while. Another question was, of course, will it happen again? It hadn't yet, and, in fact, Rand said that physically, she felt better than ever, which led to another vital, but in no way the last, doubt. Would it happen to Yuki too? Their end conclusion was that it didn't matter. It was a dangerous variable, a potentially deadly one, but there was nothing they could do about it but soldier on and get out of SAO as soon as possible. So Drifter bit the "how are you doing?" he was about to ask Ran, and turned his head to look over the floor. The 43rd was a lot lackluster compared to other floors. Ground of brown, cracked stone, boulders jutting out here and there. And that was pretty much it. No trees, no vegetation, no discerning landmarks. At least it made spotting the mobs easy. The Sand Tribe lizardmen, for all that they had scales the same color as most of the floor, couldn't exactly hide when they stood at twice the height of a human, with a muscular tail in place of a lower body. The lizardman had a certain range of flexibility that surpassed players. But it was far from enough to win against the elites of Reaver's Requiem. That was to say that, all in all, their journey so far on this floor had been fairly standard and stress-free. Not that Drifter would ever say that out loud. He wasn't a masochist to tempt fate. Thank you very much. He should have. Whatever the 43rd floor could throw at them would have been nothing in comparison to what the next hours would bring, but the disaster didn't start here or now. It began on another floor, with a different ground of Reavers. 31st floor, First Secondary Reavers Requiem Party. Party leader, Shigeo. The 31st floor was famous for having some of the most annoying enemies in all of Aincrad. Be it the Wailing Owls or Burning Wraiths, or even the field boss Scorched Seraphim, they were all berserk mobs. They kept attacking and attacking without giving you any room to breathe. That wasn't really a problem to the Reavers party. Even if they didn't have any of the guild's main hitters, they were far too overleveled for the mobs to be of any danger to them. Shigeo, their tank, could stand still and let an entire pack of mobs go to town on him, and it would still take them nearly 10 minutes to deplete his health, thanks to his battlefield regeneration skill. That being the case, it was pretty obvious none of the 4 Reavers in the party, Shigeo, Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo, could gain any experience from the mobs. But that was okay. They weren't here for EXP anyway. Got another one. 2 in a row, baby. With that, we've got 49 broken magma beaks. What's our quota again? Tetsuo smashed a Wailing Owl apart with just 4 hits of his mace, and cheered when he checked the loot. Broken magma beaks only had a 1 in 5 drop chance. Sachi doused his enthusiasm in cold water, however. Liz asked for 160. Ow, man. That's gonna take forever. Why couldn't we just buy them like we do with other stuff? Sachi rolled her eyes at his whining. Because, like I already explained, it's expensive as hell. It's a key component for forging blunt weapons at floor 40 and above. Like the new mace that Liz promised you. Unless I should tell her you don't want it anymore? Wait. Let's not be drastic here. Shigeo and Keita laughed at the byplay. It was already the 3rd in that vein today, and they had only been farming the drops for 4 floors. Material gathering assignments were never fun. Unless you enjoyed bullying mobs a lot weaker than you, it could actually be quite cathartic. But it was an essential part of a guild's livelihood, and someone had to do it. The Reavers rotated the players tasked with it depending on what materials were needed, and what types of enemies to make it more efficient, but a lot of the time it fell onto the former Black Cats, mostly because leveling time wasn't as essential for them as it was for the frontliners in the guild. Shigeo, Wolf, and or Agile usually volunteered to join them, both because landing a hand to the 3 clearers made things quicker, and also because they already had the contacts to offload the surplus loot they acquired. Today it was just Shigeo. Agile was with Drifter, and Wolf was tagging along with Kirito's party. Alright, less squabbling and more farming. Let's see if we can end this before nightfall. You don't want to have to come back tomorrow, do you, Tetsuo? Hell no! I don't even get any one-handed hammer proficiency from these weaklings. Then let's get this done. Argo's info says there's a spawn point somewhere to our east. If it's unoccupied, we can camp it. Hopefully it will speed things along. It was unoccupied and it did speed things along. 5 hours later, the party had all the broken magma beaks Liz wanted, and an inventory full of other drops they could sell to grow Reavers Requiem's funds. Shigeo went to do just that, leaving the other 3 players to cool down from the 31st floor's heat in one of the many small restaurants in the safe zone of that very floor. AAA. Finally. I was literally melting out there. Sachi took a sip of a nice and cool glass of juice. Keita and Tetsuo, each occupied gurgling down their own beverages, made noises of agreement. Gross. We can't all be Dante like you, princess. Sachi rolled her eyes in bemusement at Tetsuo's jab. Don't I know it? You 2 ogres, on the other hand, couldn't do elegant if it stared you in the face. Ouch. Hey, what's with the crossfire? I didn't even say anything. You were thinking it, Keita. Okay, that's fair. The staff user scratched his head unabashedly. The 3 of them had known each other since primary school. Together with Ducker and Sasamaru, the 5 of them were a tight-knit group. Giving shit to each other was their love language. The 2 men looked over when Sachi made a questioning noise from the back of her throat, interrupting her laughter. She was looking at the empty air in front of her, eyes flicking from side to side in a rhythm. A telltale sign of reading a message. Everything okay? Who's it from? Oh, yeah, everything's fine. Just a little surprised, is all. Seba just messaged me. The painter? What she wants? Keita cocked his head in curiosity. They had met Seba for Reaver's Requiem's day off, and she had been nice, not to mention pretty, but that was it. They hadn't talked after that, and, as far as he knew, neither had Sachi. He wondered why she was entering in contact with the spear user now. She wants to meet. With all three of us, actually. Sachi was frowning cutesy as she read the messages. There was something off about it, the way it was worded, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Meet with us? Why? Apparently one of her paintings didn't turn out the way she wanted. She would like to know if we can meet her on the 22nd for a do-over. Right now? As soon as we can. She's already there. Keita looked between his two friends. Sachi had her forehead scrunched in thought, and Tetsuo was tapping at the table idly. I mean... Sure? If neither of you has somewhere else to be or something else to do. Nah, I'm free as a bird right now. Sachi? Yes. I can go. Getting their assent, Keita shrugged and got up to pay the NPC cashier. I'll hit Shigeo up, so he knows where we're going. Can you answer Seba please, Sachi, and tell her we'll be there in an hour? Sachi nodded, and not even 5 minutes later, the trio was strolling down the street towards the teleporter. Sachi was still frowning. What's got you thinking so hard, Sachi? The spearwoman jumped. Ahem. I don't know. Nothing, I guess. Doesn't sound like nothing. Keita raised an eyebrow, and Sachi flushed. She was in a bind. She also didn't know why she was thinking so deeply about Seba's message. It's just... I really don't know. Something about how she wrote. Seba, I mean. Her message is very... dry. And she was so... active, when we met her. You mean she was a ball of energy comparable to Yuki? Sachi snorted in a very unladylike manner, then quickly covered her face with her hand. Tetsuo! What? It's true, ain't it? She could have given all the children a run for their COR in that regard if she didn't quiet down when she was painting. Keita snapped his fingers. Ha! Maybe that's it, Sachi. You said she isn't satisfied with one of her paintings, ain't that right? Yeah. It's probably eating away at her, hence why she isn't as cheerful. All artist types are like that. Plus, it's a written message, you know? You can't quite convey the same emotion as speaking face to face. Sachi nodded slowly. That made sense. Anyhow, we'll find out soon. There's the teleporter, and Shigeo. The older player waved at them, his wall shield hanging on his back. By his grin, he must have made quite the killing with the excess materials. So, Seba? Shigeo asks, and Sachi shrugs. We are supposed to meet her dash a bright flash as they emerge on the 22nd floor. At the lake for a redo of one of her paintings. Shigeo tilts his head in curiosity much like the other player before him, but eventually nods. Sure, we have time. You guys don't mind if I tag along, right? Not at all. The quartet casually made their way out of the safe zone. They weren't in any hurry, and it was always nice to take a moment to see the sights of the 22nd floor. There was a reason why it was on the top 3 of Aincrad's vacation spots. IT wasn't meant to last. The first sign they had that something was wrong was the lack of a canvas in front of Seba. That already had Sachi and Shigeo frowning. They might have only met the painter once or twice, but it was enough to know she never went anywhere without painting apparatus in hand. Not to mention the whole point of coming here was so she could draw the black cats. The second sign was Seba herself. There was none of the usual cheer they had come to associate with the painter on her face. Instead, her eyes were sunken and her expression hollow. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, The third and final sign of just how wrong the current scene was how rigid the painter was. While her gaze followed the four reavers, pupils blown wide, she didn't turn her head or raise a hand to greet them. Shigeo stopped a good 30 meters away from the woman. By then, the former Black Cats had also realized something wasn't right and had their weapons in hand, although still pointed at the ground. "Siba?" Sachi called cautiously, but the painter said nothing. Her eyes were darting from side to side. "Go away. Be careful." No, Shigeo could practically hear the silent pleas. It took all he had not to immediately order the party to teleport away. It wouldn't have worked. No sooner had the reavers stopped, Shigeo caught a glint of something silver flying towards him. With reactions only a frontliner could have, he put his shield between the projectile and himself. Ting, with the high-pitched noise of metal striking metal, the reavers watched a throwing pick, sparking with the telltale effects of an applied paralysis poison, fall to the ground. "TSK. I told you we shouldn't have paralyzed the girl. She gave it away." An annoyed voice rang out, and Shigeo's heart fell as he watched a dozen hooded players appear seemingly out of nowhere. Laughing Coffin. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 9. Peace.